Welcome, everyone. This is an ongoing work. Let me just say a little bit about my work for those of you that are not familiar with it. I'm a Jungian analyst in private practice here in Chicago and Evanston. And I teach in the interface between psychology and religion and mythology. And I have been working for some time on masculine psychology. And let me just say briefly how I came into working on that. I didn't really start out to write 5 books in masculine psychology. I really was doing some psychological studies of the occult, trying to do some work on psychology of occultism because of people, some of my analysans that I was working with had been involved in the occult. So when I got into that, I started studying the archetype of initiation and the magician. And when I got into that, I started realizing that I had to understand the way that related to the archetype of the king, because during that I got involved in John Perry's work. And you all should try to get this book and read it. You should try to get all of John Perry's books. Is the one that's really important, that's not in print now, is the Lord of the Four Quarters, Myths of the Royal Father, which I've been in touch with John, and I'm trying to reprint that book in my Paulus Press series on Jungian spirituality, so it'll be available for people to look at. But this one, Self and Psychotic Process, his book, Roots of Renewal and Myth and Madness, and his latest book called The Heart of History. All of them turn on his discoveries about the king, the way the king archetype appears in the psyche, particularly during healing times. That really intrigued me. This was some 15 years ago. That really intrigued me. So I began to realize if I was going to understand the magician, I was going to have to understand the way that related to the king. And then as I worked on those things and began to become more and more aware of recurrent patterns that appeared in the psyche, I began to see the way in which the warrior in the form of knights and so forth kept coming up in the same context. And gradually I began to realize that 4 archetypes really formed the key structure of a mature masculine psyche. Began to dawn on me that there was far more structure than I had been taught about the psyche. And I'm going to lay that out for you briefly. But in my work over the last 15 years has been trying to deepen, elaborate, clarify a lot of these deep structures in the psyche, both the masculine psyche and the feminine psyche. And in effect, it has been a kind of a mapping of the psyche. So one of the things that I want to do tonight is to locate for you where you would place the king and the queen. I'm not going to lecture on the queen, but much of what I say about the king in the male psyche functions in the female psyche in a parallel way with the queen. So anyway, much of my work has been mapping inner space so that we can see the way this thing is laid out, so that we can see that contrary to the fantasies of the Freudians, particularly recent Freudians, the psyche is far more structured, and the unconscious is not at all as chaotic as they would like to think. It's far more structured than they believe, and you can learn to discern the structures. You can learn to recognize what space in the psyche you tend to occupy more of the time. And you can get senses about what parts of the psyche you're locked out of most of the time. And you can get some sense about, by looking at that, you can do some practical diagnostics on yourself, and you can learn ways to work on those areas where you're weakest. That's really what my work has been about in the last 15 years, and it's finally coming to some fruition. I'm very indebted to the Guarnaschellis, to Maria particularly, who through Robert Bly got onto this work, and Moral Press will be bringing out a 4-volume set on these, the king, the warrior, the magician, and the lover in the next couple of years. An introductory volume to this work will come out probably about a year from now with Harper and Row. Has yet to be finally titled, but all these things are in press. This is the first rough draft of the volume on the king, which we're going to be delving into in these coming weeks. My co-author for this work is a mythologist in the tradition of Joseph Campbell, Douglas Gillette, who some of you may know. He's helped me elaborate the deep cultural and folklore roots of all this sort of thing. But let me just jump in, and as quickly as possible, I want to do the introductory stuff, have some questions, and then we'll take a very short break. We'll come back and get into the way in which the sacral king presents in folklore and so forth. So without any further introduction, let me just start out. It's extremely important to get a sense about the radical difference between Jung's psychology and other psychologies, including other psychoanalytic psychologies. Jung's psychology is the only psychology which really emphasizes the importance of deep structures. Now, if you're a historian, if you study the history of psychoanalysis, this is very interesting kind of thing. Because Freud himself, and particularly the early Freudians, were more interested in the what we would call today deep structures, the archaic structures of the psyche, than contemporary Freudians are. In other words, if you go back and you study Freud's work and a lot of his early colleagues, you'll find a lot more interest in what we would call archetypes. For example, Freud's work on totem and taboo, his work on Moses and monotheism, his whole rap about the importance of the universality of the Oedipal complex, that stuff parallels Jung's interest in the collective unconscious. In fact, you can think about Freud's affirmation of the universal importance of the Oedipal conflict as a form of thinking about a collective unconscious. There are places in Freud's work where he admits as much. I also think of Otto Ranke's work. You may have seen his book, The Myth of the Birth of the Hero. If you haven't seen Ranke's book, Otto Ranke's book on the hero, you should get that and read that, because that's an early Freudian treatment of these kinds of structures in the psyche. And there are many others. But with the development of psychoanalysis, particularly in America, it got more and more oriented toward what we call today ego psychology. And they got less and less interested in, quote, archaic structures of the psyche. This has been changing a little bit. For those of you that are not interested in the history of psychoanalysis rap, we'll get off of this in a minute, but I know some of you are. In recent psychoanalytic theory, there's getting more interest in the deep structures again. All of this stuff, we talk about it as object relations theory, contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychology. They are getting more interested once again in looking at the structures that exist in the psyche that are not ego. that are not the structures of the ego. But that still has not anything like the same emphasis as Jung's psychology of the archetypes. I want to make a distinction. Some of you may have heard a lot about archetypal psychology, Hillman's psychology. Hillman is a brilliant man. I often say of James Hillman, he is the most brilliant Adlerian psychologist that I know. Because his attitude toward the unconscious is one which de-emphasizes now deep structures. In a very important way, it's important to understand that archetypal psychology is not a psychology of the archetypes. Jung's psychology was a psychology of archetypes. And that is, if you want to look at the Collected Works, Volume 9, Part 1, on the archetypes and the collective unconscious, you'll see Jung working on particular deep structures in the psyche. I would recommend that you look at that volume to get a sense of the way Jung approached this type of thing. Jung emphasized that the human psyche below the personal unconscious level was formed with these deep structures which we do call archetypes. If you have never studied that, I recommend the books of Anthony Stevens, particularly Stevens' book, Archetypes, A Natural History of the Self. I think that's what he calls it. Archetypes, A Natural History of the Self. The term, the objective psyche, is a good thing to try to get your mind around, to get a feel for Jung's view. For Jung, the unconscious was something which was objective. It had structures that were not created by your ego. In other words, if you really got to studying the psyche, you would be studying patterns and structures and entities which were not created by your ego, which didn't come out of your personal experience, which were inborn, which were innate potentials in your psyche, and which manifest themselves in some way in your psychological functioning. So one of the things we'll be looking at in a very sustained way in these 4 weeks is at one structure that manifests itself in the human psyche, and we will be looking at the way in which it has appeared in culture, and we'll be looking at its instinctual potentials, what potentials it represents for the masculine psyche, what qualities, what values, what functional abilities it exists to generate in the psyche. We will be looking at ways in which that goes wrong, particularly in male personality. In other words, we'll be looking at a psychopathology of the king in its expressions. We will be looking at ways to try to heal that, and that will be the way we'll be structuring our approach. So let me now turn to try to locate for you the place in which the king appears in the psyche. There are, according to my understanding, there are 4, and you can get these tapes which I lay out these 4 archetypes of masculinity. You will see, and I'd like for us to think about these 4 spaces that emerge in the psyche. You can put the king and the queen and the space that they generate here. We would call this cosmos, or world. World as opposed to chaos, which is disorder or lack of structure. When you're talking about your ideas of father and mother, and when you're talking about a father and mother complex, what you're talking about is the way in which these archetypal potentials have either been present in a good enough way in your experience in the family or in a not good enough way. And if your experience is like mine and your friends are like mine, most of us feel that there are some real problems around our experience of these potentials in the family. The warrior couple, I laid all this stuff out in a course on the 4 couples in the psyche recently. I think the tapes of that are available for you in a more elaborate, to show the implications of this in an elaborate way. And there are the warrior tapes which elaborate this business. But anyway, this space is a space of struggle. This is the world of the mujaheen, the Islamic mujaheen, the person who struggles for God. This is the plane of spiritual warfare. This is, you can call this Armageddon. There's always an experience of this that generates an enemy. And you can talk about the enemy being on this end, and you can even say the male and female warrior, in a positive sense, are down here, facing the enemy across the space. So whenever you get into that place where you feel like you're constantly struggling and fighting, that's the space you're in the psyche. There are a lot of people that have trouble getting into this at all. They're very passive. They're usually very passive-aggressive, often sentimental. And there are people that are dominated by it. They tend to be very sadistic. They tend to be very aggressive, oral sadistic or sadistic in other ways. So you can manifest this by its absence or its presence. The magus, or magician, the priest and priestess, you would say. This is transformative space. This is the space of liturgy. This is the space of initiation, initiatory process. If you've been on a vision quest, this was the kind of space that you were looking for. If you're in psychotherapy, or if you are a therapist, or a healer, a counselor in some way, you're trying to generate this kind of space which is carefully contained so that there can be death of what needs to die and rebirth of some new, more healthy order. So death and rebirth, this is what Victor Turner talks about in his work on ritual process. This is an archetype of introspection. This is very introverted. If you're in a midlife crisis, this thing is probably getting constellated. Or if you're working with people who are in transition states, life transitions, or if you're working in spiritual direction, this is the space in which you tend to work in a lot. Of course, the problem with this magician business, if you're a therapist or a spiritual director or a clergy person, you tend to be in this stuff compulsive. And you tend to be a little bit schizoid, and you tend to be voyeuristic. It tends to be very difficult for people that are in that kind of space to pay sufficient attention to their own life in the other areas. Of course, finally, the male and female lover. And of course, if you read Boland's work, you get into the discussion of Aphrodite and of course Eros, the male versions of this type of thing. The idea of this being, you can look at individuals, a person with what we would call in Jungian psychology a healthy ego, a really healthy ego, or what you would call in self-psychology somebody with a cohesive self with a little s, is someone who can move from space to space as is appropriate, and who has enough connection with these different potentials in the psyche that they can know when they need to be in that kind of mind, and they're able to access it, to get in there. When they need that kind of energy, they can connect with that kind of energy. And when they need to get out of that kind of energy, they know how to get out of it. For example, back in the 60s, there were a lot of people who felt that if you just put enough flowers in gun barrels, you would humanize the world. Some of my hippie friends used to call this fuck your way to world peace. It's that sort of idea. And a lot of them tried it. It didn't work too well. So in all of these things, what you do in terms of a diagnostic in this is you look at in any given individual and you try to get a sense of what spaces they tend compulsively to be in and what spaces they have a great deal of difficulty with. Usually individuals vary greatly on this. And the course that I did on couples, I talked about the difficulties that occur when you've got one partner in lover space and another partner in the warrior space. This happens a lot in couples. I often talk to men who have had their successful careers and now they're 50. And now they're ready for their wife really to be back into the lover now that the family has left home, now that the kids have left the nest. But the wife, after having been a very nurturant queen for this realm, has now discovered her warrior self. And she is now developing herself as a very powerful career person in some vocation, some career calling. And so there's a real struggle in the family between the partners being interested in being in different spaces. And it's very difficult in that case for them ever to find time to be together in the garden. The time where they're not doing anything, not caring for anybody else particularly, not building anything, not fighting, but being together to enjoy each other. So you can get a little sense about a geography of the psyche this way. What we're interested in is elaborating the specific purposes and potentials of this space. So what I want us to do during our time together is to think about the unique potentials and problems of the space of the king in this case, and you can extrapolate a lot of this to work with on the side of the queen. Now, let me stop there and let you ask me any questions before I go on into working with the king itself. Yes?
You mentioned the word constellated.
Yeah, that's a word Jungians often use, the word he's asking, what about the word constellate? That is to say, these patterns are patterns in the deep structures of the psyche, but they may not be patterns which are having much influence on your conscious approach to the world and to life. So, in other words, if your connection with the king is not constellated in such a way that your ego consciousness can be aware of it and draw on it, then you will not be able to manifest in a conscious way many of these potentials and energies that are in the king. Or, for example, if you're trying to write a book, and basically you're just really a lovely, nice guy, and you just love everybody, and you try to be kind to everybody and sweet to everybody, and you're basically kind of living your life out of the lover, it's going to be very hard for you to get enough of the warrior energy constellated so that your ego can access it, so that you can do what is necessary to write that first draft. And that's the kind of use of the word constellate. To constellate in this context is simply to make it accessible. It's not that it is not already a pattern in the psyche. It is there in the psyche as a pattern. But the problem with the human ego, as Jung understood, is that the ego is a very partial thing, and it tends to split, and it tends to be more organized around one structure than others, or two structures than others. And so what we want to do is to look at the kind of potential that this particular configuration makes possible. Other comments or questions before we go? Yeah.
The next question was inaudible, but Dr. Moore summarizes it before answering.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long time. She's asking a question about the relationship between the traditional Jungian typology, of thinking type, feeling type, so forth, to this. I don't think there's a one-to-one relationship, and I think it's worth thinking about and reflecting on. And for example, some things seem clear. That is to say, the magician, the archetype of the magus, seems to be highly related to intuition, the intuition function. But it's also related to the thinking function. So it's not clear that it's simply the intuitive function to me. It's quite clear that it's also related to the thinking function. I mean, Einstein is a good example of someone that's very into the archetype of the magician. Physicists are heavily, expressions of that. So the problem is that that's a very interesting research problem, and one that one could research empirically, I assume. It would not be that hard, I think, to research a lot of these things empirically and do a study of typology in relationship to dominant archetypal configuration. In fact, I think some of you who have a good background in research psychology, it would be quite easy, I think, to quantify some research tools to study this stuff. I think it would be, in fact, it would be very much in Jung's own tradition to do just that. But the reason it's confusing is that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a frontier for empirical research, a question of the relationship between typology and this. It doesn't necessarily go. Other comments or questions before you go? Yes?
I think that while you're mentioning the female aspect of each of these four archetypes, and you're not suggesting that these are the four major ones that would be comments of female psychology.
I think that what you do, in my work, what I think that you have to do is to look at the germ in Jung's thought of the importance of the conjunctio, the mysterium conjunctionis, the royal couple in alchemy. And Jung talked about that a lot. And if you'll look, there's a lot of indications that the archetypal self, with a capital S in Jung, clearly is imaged in the conjunctio. Marion Woodman sees that. I'm not the only one that's been arguing that. Marion Woodman sees that, has argued that clearly. It's quite clear that the archetypal self is a royal couple. See? Now what you got to get clear about, it's one thing to say that the deep structure of the archetypal self, the psyche in its totality, in terms of its human mature form, is the conjunctio, the royal couple. And it's quite another thing to say what is it that grounds the male ego. The male ego is patterned on the king side of that. You see? The female ego is patterned on the queen side of that in all of its ramifications. See, there's a sense in which the fullness of the king, the fullness of the queen contains all these different functions. forms in the psyche, in the deep structures of the psyche. When the psyche splits, it splits up into expressions of these different forms. I'll show you the way that works in a minute when I'm talking about the gods and the primal royal, the primal king. For example, King David in the Hebrew tradition. King David is the great lover. He's the great wise man. He's the great warrior. All of these things are contained within the power of a primal pre-modern king. So what we're doing is delineating these different configurations that are held together in the archetypal self. Now, I think it's interesting that not any work to speak of has been done on the queen. And I think that's one of the major research areas that need to be done in terms of in deep structural work in feminine psychology, because I think that you can work with you can work this side of the conjunctio. That's not my purpose in this course. My purpose in this course is to focus on the male side of this. I will comment as we go, though, about the importance, for example, of a man having some conscious relationship to the queen in his psyche. And let me just say why. Because if you're a man and you don't have any conscious relationship to the queen in your psyche, you're going to project that on the women in your life, and it's going to exacerbate all of your edible problems, and your relationships with human women are going to be bad. In other words, if you do not have a relationship to the queen within, you're going to see her in human women, and you're going to idealize them and hate them. So it's not that consciousness of the queen is not important for men. It's extremely important for men, but that's not what I'm trying to work on in this course. Do you follow that? And the same thing is true for women, and that's why it's very appropriate for women to study the king within, because women do have the king within. And if women are not on good terms with the king within, they will project that on men, human men, including father. Get that? If you project that on father, you will idealize him and hate him. You get it? Because a human cannot carry these archetypal energies finally. That's a rule. People out here mediate this stuff, and we hope we mediate it as well as we can. And hopefully that's what a mature person will try to do, to mediate and contain and embody, almost like a priesthood, of these qualities. But no human being is going to be able to carry these finally well enough for an adult, male or female. Do you see that? Can you see why that would be? See, that's a fundamental assumption. It's a fundamental Jungian assumption. That is to say, you've got to make a distinction between the ego and the archetype. You've got to understand that other persons cannot carry the power, the numinous magical power of an archetype. If you have trouble with that, there's a book that really lays this out. Edward Ettinger's book called Ego and Archetype. It is a tremendously helpful study of the importance of the connection and the disidentification between the ego and the archetype. Yes?
Would you repeat this name?
Edinger. Edward Ettinger. He is one of the persons that understands, he's a classical Jungian. He understands clearly about the difference between the ego and the archetypal structures. And he understands the importance of forming a connection between the ego and those centers of structure and energy. And in that book, Ego and Archetype, he lays that out. He's got many other important books, but that book is a classic, and it is centrist Jungian. I mean, it has a point of view which Jung would be able to accept. Jung himself. Many of the contemporary writers, so-called Jungian writers, are not, in my view, really Jungian because they don't understand this business about the objective psyche very well. Other comments or questions? Yes?
My question is are you saying that the anima carries for men, carries the feminine aspect of all these?
Absolutely. No. You're reading that. See, the 19th century Jung, the late 19th century Jung, the early 20th century, when he was in that Victorian era, he had all sorts of stereotypical ideas about what was feminine. Happily, thanks to Jean Bolin and other contemporary writers, we know that women are not always passive and receptive. You see? We know now that doesn't, when a woman is assertive and warlike, that doesn't make her masculine. That just means that she's in touch with her feminine warrior energy imaged in Athena. So what you're working with there is a subtle interpretation. That is to say, in the old days, the anima was understood more narrowly than we do today, than many of us do today. I think the feminine, let's put it this way, the feminine is full and the masculine is full. In my view, when a man is in his masculine lover, he's not more feminine. That doesn't mean he's feminine. It just means he's in touch with this particular archetypal potential in his psyche. It makes him real interested in the feminine, but it doesn't make him feminine. It just means that his narcissism, that is, when he's connecting with the archetypal lover in a conscious way, his narcissism is radically relativized. You can reverse this for a woman. And he is quite clear he is not complete in himself. The more narcissistic you are, the more you got this fantasy, well, I can be complete in myself. But when you get in contact with this archetypal lover and you're not possessed by it, if you're possessed by it, then you just want to lick everything around. You know, male, female, young, old, you know, inanimate, animate, alive and dead. You just want to lick it all, put your tongue in, you know. But that is not what we're talking about in terms of mature lover energy. When the human being is maturely connected to the deep structures of the lover and its potential, it has a sense. What the old Freudians, what the classical Freudians used to talk about is the capacity to value an object as being what it is in itself. There's all these fights among contemporary Freudians. I was just at a self-psychology Freudian conference this week in San Francisco. And they're still trying to figure out, well now, are objects and self-objects the same thing? Technical stuff in the literature. Well, you know, in other words, if I transcend my narcissism, what does this do? Does this mean I no longer have what they call self-objects, or what? You know, it's a technical argument. What it really means, when you get past all the elephant shit, what it really means is when I really get mature, and I work on healing my narcissism, does that mean what I'm loving is really something other than me, or is it me? I mean, it's a big argument now in psychoanalysis. My view is very close to Freud's old classical view. The more mature you get, the more you really appreciate reality. You have an appreciative consciousness. You can see it, and that's what turns you on. It's like William Blake's approach to reality. You know, the things glisten when you're in touch with that lover part of the psyche. There's nothing that can ever bore you. You don't get bored when you're really in touch with the deep lover. Yes?
You spoke just a couple minutes ago about the assumption, something about the objective self being final, but it wasn't clear to me what this assumption was.
Well, I'm not sure what you have reference to. When I'm talking about the objective psyche, I'm talking about Jung's understanding that these things are not just ideas, that these are deep structures in the psyche, that when you connect with them, there are observable effects on the ego, and that if you're not consciously related to them, there are also observable effects on the ego. So we'll come back to that. It'll probably come up again. Yes.
Can you briefly define anima?
Anima is used traditionally as as the feminine side of a masculine personality, and it's really related to dream interpretation a lot, and that you will see man will dream, and there will be a lot of female figures in the dreams that represent individuals that he does not know. I mean there will be dream figures, but but in Jung's own psychology, there is in the unconscious a very elaborate system of possibilities and experiences that make it possible for a man to relate to women. And one of the things you can think about, if you're a man and you're not very well related to these aspects of the feminine in yourself, you won't be able to relate to them in women out there. You see this a lot. I work with a lot of men who will, like one young man said to me recently, in one of these conferences, he came up to me after one of the lectures, he said, tell me what to do. I've got to go deal with a warrior queen when I get home. I said, that's all right, son, we all do. But what he's got to do is get comfortable with a warrior queen inside, so that he knows that that's an energy he can relate to. He can deal with that. Why should a man not be able to deal with a warrior queen? What's wrong? I mean, if it's something that you're wired to understand, you ought to be able to deal with it. But the fact is, if that's never been a part of his own experiencing, so that he can love that part of the feminine, admire it, then it's going to be a tremendous difficulty for him. He's going to see, when he sees a woman in that role like Sigourney Weaver in Aliens, he's not going to know what to do with her. Be undone by that energy. And it's particularly going to be true if he is not really comfortable with his warrior. You know, if he's afraid if he gets in touch with his warrior, he's going to kill somebody without meaning to. That's what always is the issue. You know, it's not that you're going to kill somebody, it's going to kill somebody without really meaning to. Yeah.
Part of that is the matter of undifferentiated ego consciousness. It's not in relationship to that feminine side within himself.
Absolutely.
How can he be in relation to it outside?
Absolutely. That's the way to think about it. Yeah.
Can you say something on accessing these energies?
The whole last session I'm going to spend focusing on accessing that. It has a great deal, let me just say a word about it. You got to understand that for Jung, images are of key importance. In other words, talking these things to death will not put you in touch with the energy. It is what they used to call magic. In other words, if you really want to access these energies, go to the Art Institute and look at images. If you will look carefully at art history, you'll find images which evoke these patterns. And it's a lot quicker to look at images. For example, if you want to get in touch with your warrior energy, get the film Patton and look at George C. Scott presenting you with an image of a warrior. And if you, there are a lot of men, I say, well, put that thing on automatic rerun and watch that movie again and again and again until you get some sense of Patton in you. And you get some sense, you know, if you don't understand that the 3 rules of being a warrior are attack, 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 then you need to watch that movie until you get the point, see? And it's not because there are any raps about warriors in that, it's images. It's images of Patton. Scott is good at presenting that stuff. In fact, if you've done as I've done and watched the newsreels of Patton and watched him closely, it's hard to tell the difference between Scott and real Patton. So that's what Scott did. So images are important. And this is very difficult for us because there are a lot of people in contemporary psychology today that are completely deaf with regard to this whole issue. They don't have a sense about the power of image. And it's amazing that's gotten lost, because for most of human history, 99, 44, 100% of human history, they knew that you worked with imagos, that it was images that were powerful. And that's why they outlawed so many of them. And but now we don't have enough people to understand that. So, for example, if you're a woman and you want to get in touch with the queen energy, you got to find images of that, etc., etc. So that's the way. We'll talk more about how you do that, and I'll talk a lot about active imagination as a technique. And if you're in a hurry, read Robert Johnson's book Inner Work, and the section in there on active imagination. Yeah.
Can you briefly describe each of those areas, what the pathology side of it would be?
I'd rather not tonight, since that stuff's available on tape. I can just briefly say a word about it. Then I want us to stretch our legs and come back, and I'm going to get a lot more into the king stuff, because this is a course on the king, and I just did this so you can locate it briefly. Narcissistic tyrants. That is, in the one you identify with the king, and you become a Caligula tyrant. The other side is you just completely distance from it, and you let somebody else carry that for you. That's abdication of your responsibilities in this area. This is the person that always passes the buck. You see this. There's a lot of speculation in Washington this week about Bush. And the whole thing about Bush relates to whether or not he was able finally to have the buck stop with him and know what to do with it. And that's an issue, whether you think about that or not. That would be, if you thought he was not able to handle the responsibility, that would be an abdication form of this. But if you want to study it, study the narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-3R. Shadow side of the warrior, compulsive personalities in terms of workaholics, is one form it takes. What Milan called active independent personalities, antisocial personalities, who just send kiddies to look at you. The kind of personality which is constantly spoiling for fight, battering wives, etc., etc. Pathology of the warrior is almost always related to uncontrollable rages, temper tantrums and uncontrollable rages. A kind of a passive form of that is your passive-aggressive personalities. People who have very little connection with their own assertiveness, who really can't fight for anything. Pathology of the magician, schizoid qualities in the personality, distancing, detached, unable to feel. College professors. Professors tend to be into the shadow side of this thing. We can study it, we can talk about it, we can lecture on it, but when it comes to doing anything, we're suspicious anybody does anything. And what we do in philosophy and literary criticism, we become deconstructionists, because we can criticize everybody that ever constructed anything, and we can deconstruct everything. But in terms of ever building anything or really taking a stance that we will argue for and construct, it's very difficult. I only half jest on that. Pathology, lover, addictions. You see that writ large. Every kind of addiction, from alcoholism, drug addiction, sexual addictions, all that sort of thing. It's all pathologies of the lover, and St. Augustine thought of it in the 4th century. And we could go on. That's all laid out in my tapes on these 4 things. And you can do, one of my projects I hope to work on before too long is get a bunch of people to work on particular diagnostic categories and showing the way in which these archetypal configurations underlie different patterns in your diagnostic and statistical manuals. But we don't have time. Other comments before we stretch our legs? Questions? Yeah.
In this model that you have, let's say there are 4 spaces. Is it appropriate, let's say if I'm in one of those spaces, to reach for energy in another place?
It's essential.
Yeah, okay.
If your ego is functioning, you can almost think about it this way. You know, if you're a psychotherapist, you tend to have a lot of problem about having too much of this. You know, if you're a psychotherapist or a psychologist, if it moves, you tend to interpret it. You don't lick it. You know what I mean? You know, if you're a psychotherapist, you don't lick it unless you regress. You know, a little bit, and all of a sudden your neglected lover grabs you. But if you're a psychotherapist, you tend to interpret everything. And there's some of us that are so proud of that. And, you know, we like to think about ourselves as diagnosticians, you know, and we look, you know, we look at everything and we say, now, is this a borderline with so-and-so qualities, or is this a so-and-so qualities with borderline features? You know, I mean, but you see, that's the psychotherapist. Most people don't interpret anything like enough. They're out of touch with this thing. And so there's a way in which you can even think that the more mature you get enough of this magician stuff so that your inner Merlin can say to you, in effect, what you're saying. It says, hey, buddy, it's time for you to get out of this space now. I mean, you have been at work 72 hours, you know, and so forth. It's time for you to get some sleep. You know? And so you can kind of come to. If you tend to be like me, and when I get tired and regress, I just work harder. See? If my own magician doesn't speak to me, I just end up working full time. I would just work all the time. So, like what you're saying, if your inner wise man or wise woman is developed enough, they will talk to you about how you're spending your time and where, and it will be much more flexible and much more appropriate.
Is there, I think, for me to be a good lover, is there a point where I might have to reach for warrior energy? Absolutely. See, for you got to remember, archetypes. You don't want to be an archetype. You don't want to have the archetype have its way with you. That's the problem with archetypes, and Jung understood this. Archetypes, let me give you a little sense about what these things are like. They're imperialistic as hell. Each one of them wants all of it. Each one of them wants the whole personality. Each one of them, this is where Gene Bowden is right, they act like gods in the pre-modern era. They want to possess you. And they don't want to be balanced, and they don't want to be sharing. They do not want to share your body. You got it? So, the problem, individuation is such a nice, clean word, you know. I mean, individuation, we're going to individuate. Well, what that means is you have got to get to the point where none of these archetypal entities is able to grab you and hold you against your will. You've got to be able to take a stand against all these things and yet not lose them. The problem is what we do, and Edinger points this out, what we tend to do is if an energy scares us, we try to forget we got it. Or if it's an energy that's disappointed us, we try to get away from it. And so you get all these men And I talked about this in the warrior class. You get all these men who were violent once, and it really frightened them. And so they really shut down their aggression, and they try to be nice, and they try to get out of touch with that thing. And that's, you can understand why a man would do that, but it's not the way to deal with it. So you've got this problem. It's an enormous task, individuation, because it means essentially that your ego gets strong enough so that it disidentifies with each of these archetypes. It disidentifies. You're no longer identified with it, but you don't lose connection. Now that's a feat. And that's why that's hard. And that's why Jung said individuation was such a moral struggle. He didn't mean pious or something. He meant that it was an incredible struggle to try to take a stand against these things without losing their power. And that's the goal, to take a stand with them, maintain your connection, but not lose the power or be run over by them. Numinosity. Let me say one word about numinosity before we take our break. It's an important word if you're going to have a chance to understand archetypes. The numinous. Read Otto's The Holy. The idea of the holy is the way it came out in translation. All archetypes functioning in the psyche, in their archetypal essence, are numinous. That is to say, they are loaded with power. When you connect with something archetypal, you know you connected with it because the energy is so powerful and it's frightening. That's why if you want to really get a sense of the history of encounters with archetypal energies, you have to study pre-modern culture, when people still were encountering that and really working on dealing with it directly. That's why when we get to the experience of the king in pre-modern societies, it'll help you understand that, because it's hard to understand this now. If you haven't been with somebody in a manic psychotic state before they got medicated, it's hard for us today to understand numinosity. Unless you've been with somebody that is completely weirded out on crack, then you have a hard time understanding numinosity. But if you've been around somebody that is really, really freebasing cocaine, then you can have a little sense for what numinosity is. Because it is incredibly high voltage, it is dominating, it's aggressive, it's always aggressive in some powerful way, in that it takes over like a magnet takes over iron filings. And so that's what it's so hard to get people to get a sense for. Archetypal, that sounds like such a nice word. Archetypal, we're going to have archetypal psychology. Well, archetypes are not nice. They're more like earthquakes. And you don't fool around with them if you understand anything about them. You try to get to where you respect them, respect that energy, because you know if you get close to it, it's going to suck you right up there and you'll be dangling off of the archetype, like this. So,
But they have a survival mechanism too.
Excuse me?
They have a survival, they serve in survival.
Absolutely. You must have them, or you're going to be completely de-energized. If you see a person who's really lacking in enthusiasm, for example, or chronically depressed, it's a person who's not accessing this energy enough to even, function. So it's very important for living. It's just that you don't want to be possessed by it, because when it possesses you, you lose yourself. And essentially, you lose your own sense of human self. And you get your AK-47, you go down and you shoot children. And think you're a warrior.
Yeah, it's a sensitive subject, what you just brought up.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, if you're walking down the path in Vietnam, the guy, you're unarmed, fiddling around catching butterflies or something. And that Vietnamese labor comes walking up with his AK-47 slung around his shoulder. You do not outrun a 7.62 round.
Absolutely.
You see, so you have to give yourself over to that irrationality, that irrational energy.
Absolutely.
And instead of running, you attack the guy and you use your body as a weapon. Now that means you may bite off his face, and then it's a matter of recovering a kind of sanity. That's different than the kind of guy who goes out and shoots kids.
Absolutely.
Feels
Totally
the
different.
pressure of being
Totally.
a scapegoat.
That's right. Absolutely.
And he finally explodes in an irrational sense, just randomly.
Right. And we don't even have to use an example like that. I mean, there are a lot of people who, in their everyday life, I just was with a person that's a clergy person. And this person's in a situation where if he does not access this warrior stuff, his whole ministry is going to go down the tubes. I mean, it's quite clear. It's just as essential for him to be who he is, to get in contact with this warrior stuff, as the person in the more desperate situation. So let's take 5 minutes, come back. I want to get into the king much more deeply. I'd like you to get that movie, David the King. And I don't want you studying this stuff as cinema. It's lousy cinema, a lot of it, but it's important for helping you look at these archetypes. Look at the king. David the King, of all people, Richard Gere playing David. Now, once you understand a lot about actually who David was, David the King, you should, if you can, study the biblical David. He's a good person to study for this, because in a way he shows all of the strengths and weaknesses of this archetype. And if you study his relationship with Saul, you really get the full shot, because you really get the both sides of the king stuff. So, but the movie treats that. So if you look at the movie David the King, it will treat the relationship with Saul and David, and it'll treat David's struggles to be an adequate king, and it will be very useful to you to just look at and see this. Later tonight, I will be talking about the specific qualities of Hebrew kingship as opposed to other forms. So that's one. The other one. I'm serious about this. I want you to get the movie Camelot. And again, don't look at it as cinema. Just look at it for archetypal structures. Because in that movie, the thing you should think about when you're looking at Camelot is what problems does author have with regard to this archetype? Because the whole movie is about author's problem with the king archetype and his not being able to relate to this very well. Not only that, not being able to relate to the lover archetype. Not being able to relate to the magician archetype. It's a real, I want you to think about I want you to watch that movie and ask yourself the question, okay, you're going to be his shrink, you know. What are his difficulties here, archetypally speaking? Why is it that Lancelot is so able to come in there and create the chaos that's there? And just look at that. You might want to look at the Excalibur movie too. It's another version of that sort of thing. But in terms of fairy tales, I'd like you to look at the one that Bly always emphasizes. He calls it sometimes Iron John. It's Iron Hans in the Grimms. And look particularly in that at the king imagery in that fairy tale. Now, Robert has done a lot of wonderful work with that fairy tale, but we could work with Iron Hans for 20 years and not completely finish it. So what I want you to do is look at the centrality of the king imagery in that fairy tale, and look at the hiddenness of the king, and look at the emergence of the king, the redemption of the king, you might say, in the way the thing proceeds. So look at that, and that ought to be enough little homework besides doing any reading that you can do. Okay. Now let me pick up talking about the king by prefacing it by saying there's no such thing as a secular king. You have to understand that kingship is a sacred phenomenon. There was this article in the New York Times recently, and they were talking about the cult of the royal family in England. And this writer was trying to speculate on why is it that you've got all this energy relating to the royal family in England when it's such a joke. And they talk about all the little paraphernalia that's being sold about the royal family, and everybody gossips about the royal family and all that sort of thing. If the writer, he did not, but if he had had any sense at all about archetypes and the objective psyche, then he would not have been so completely helpless in the face of this phenomenon and trying to figure it out. He was totally helpless. It's in the last week, I think, 2 weeks ago in the New York Times, reviewing a book on the royal family. That's because even in a secularized modern Britain, they cannot completely get away from the power of the images of the royal family generating these responses in the psyche. These are involuntary responses. When you're presented with the images of the king and queen, they are psychotropic. They are psychoactive. They put us back in touch with what it used to be like before modernization and secularization, before we lost the sense for this. Kingship always is sacral. It's sacred. It has to do with numinosity, that powerful energy that I was talking about earlier. You see this most clearly when you study the oldest forms of kingship. That is, as history progresses, the numinosity of kingship gets less and less and less and less until you end up with contemporary kings and queens. This book by Frankfurt, Kingship and the Gods, if you're seriously interested in studying this, and until John Perry's book gets back into print, Lord of the Four Quarters, you want to look at this, because it traces the history of this. We can start out with the more primitive forms of kingship. I recommend that you study Egyptian kingship and early forms of African kingship. I mean, there's an enormous literature on this. You would not know there is such an enormous literature that exists on this. I have about a 90-page bibliography. 90 pages of bibliography on kingship. So there's an enormous amount of material that we have on this. It's just that people don't realize that it is a fertile field for understanding these deep structures. And so when you get into it, you begin to learn these structures of kingship. Egyptian kingship. In Egyptian kingship, you can see that in the early times, the king is still identified as a god. See, there are stages. You might even say there's something like the 3 discernible stages. In the earliest forms, the king is clearly divine. In other words, the king is not a servant of God. The king is not a channel for the power of the God. The king is God. And is divine in every possible sense of that. This king in the earliest forms, the most primitive forms, you see where the human king is not understood as being human at all. You Christians who are interested in theology, all of that discussion about the history of Christology and the meaning of the incarnation is a study in kingship. It should be understood in that way. It is a history of ways of understanding sacral kingship, and most theologians don't have the slightest idea about that. But in the early days, it's not a problem of fully God and fully man, like in the Chalcedonian Christological formulas. It's fully God. This is God. King is God. Earth exists because of him. Civilization exists because of him. Order and peace and justice exist because of him. You know, in this period where the French king said, "I am the state," everybody thought that was kind of arrogant. You know, that's just sacral kingship, and it's a desiccated form of sacral kingship, because the sacral king in the earliest form doesn't say, "I am the state." He says, "I am the world." There is no difference between king and cosmos in its essence. Now, the way that gets worked out in the iconography is this is cosmos, and there are four quarters. It's quadrated. This is what John Perry showed. The throne is at the center. But it is because of the king's being that there is any order. In other words, you can't do what moderns try to do. This is what moderns try to do. We're going to have justice and peace. But we're going to take that out. And this is the modern fantasy. You're going to have justice with peace, but you're going to not have anything that in the human psyche holds that together. You know that poetry about the center does not hold? You know, the illness of modernity is that the center does not hold. Well, who is the center that doesn't hold? It's the king, archetype, in essence. But you see this so clearly when you study the primitive forms. You study African kingship. Now, you might think, hey, it'd be great to be king. Why, in England, when you're a king, you get so many thousands, 100,000 pounds per year. You get to go around and ride the horse, you know. You get all the newspapers telling about your sexual failures and all these sorts of things. But what they don't understand when they're thinking about the benefits of kingship is that in the oldest forms, it was not liberating. It was totally imprisoning to be the king. In fact, in a great deal of ancient kingship, the more primitive you get, the less freedom the king has. And there are African kings who were kept in their compound their entire lives. They were never allowed to leave the compound. Their feet were never allowed to touch the ground. You know the idea of the royal carpet, the red carpet that they roll out? You know what the source of that is? The source of the red carpet is not what we think it is. The red carpet is rolled out to keep His Majesty's feet from touching the ground. Why should he be kept from touching the ground? Because if he touches the ground, it's like he got grounded out. He loses his energy. Well, what happens if he loses his energy? Well, if the king loses his medicine, the American Indians would say, or the mana, the Polynesians would say, if he loses his numinosity, we would say, then the world will run down. So you don't want him losing his charge. So you don't let him touch the ground. Not only that, there were a lot of primitive tribes in which the king was never allowed to see the sun. Somebody tell me, why would you not want your king seeing the sun? See? Competition. Your king has to be numinous and luminous. He has got to be the sun. And they noticed, human beings are not totally stupid. They noticed that when the king sees the sun, it does not help him feel grandiose. You know? I mean, if you live in Chicago on a day like today, you could go around saying, I am the sun, I am the sun. But if you're in Southern California, it might be harder, unless you're in L.A. But it is very much that. The king has got to feel full. And when he's not full, he turns into kind of a wounded fisher king, like we hear about in the legends, who's not got the power the kingdom needs. You know what they used to do? I want you to read a little of the Golden. You probably all got a copy of the Golden Bough, Fraser's Golden Bough. If you don't, it's in paperback. It's a study of most primitive forms of this. In the most primitive tribes, if things started going bad and the crops didn't grow and the herds didn't have a lot of foals and other things, then they just killed the king. King for a day is not quite right. But ritual killing of kings was the common pattern, because the king was essential for life to go on, essential for creativity to flow. We're going to get into these things about that function out of the king. Creativity, flowing source of life and blessing, is one of the main ones. And in the more primitive tribes, they controlled the king totally. He had no freedom. They would kill him if it didn't work, and they'd make somebody else take the role. Yeah.
I don't know if it was a Celsius and the mice and the dogs, but they had a yearly king, and it was an athlete, so it didn't have to be anything like wrong, it just couldn't consolidate.
Yeah, they were there. That's absolutely right. There were cultures in which it was tied to the seasons, and even if things went well, you got sacrificed. One of the things I'll talk about is the relationship between kingship and sacrifice. I'll try to get into that more next week. There's no way to understand the concept of sacrifice itself. In other words, if you want to try to figure out the Catholic Mass, that's about sacrifice, and that's about kingship. There is no way to understand the Mass without understanding sacral kingship, because when Christ says, "This is my body, this is my blood," that's the sacral king talking. Because that is the way the sacral king always was in the most primitive forms. There are a lot of scholars that see Christian theology as a psychodynamic, psychosocial regression back beyond Jewish theology. Psychodynamically, it's absolutely true. Because as we'll see in a minute, the Hebrew king was not that magical. See, he was a steward of the power, but he was not a channel of it, and he was not the embodiment of it. And you see, in Christian thought, Christ the Messiah is a royal title. See, Messiah is about kingship. And you can't understand all of this stuff about Jesus Christ if you don't understand this king archetype. So all of that stuff about the cross of Christ being the place where life flows into the world and redemption flows into the world, that's king archetype stuff. You follow that? Okay. So, in the most primitive form, the king was one with cosmos. He was identified with the great cosmic tree. He was identified with the great cosmic stone. All the images of the primal center that create a world of order out of chaos was identified with the king. He was order. He was source of creativity. He was the ever-flowing sacrifice, and he was the source of empowerment for the entire kingdom. See, he was this. He didn't channel it. See, you see it most clearly with the Pharaoh in its fullest forms, in the early Egyptian Pharaoh king. And in African kingship and in the primitive forms of kingship you see in Fraser's Golden Bough. Yes?
Did it matter if it was a monotheistic?
Monotheism, see, that's an interesting study, and you can get into that when you're looking at the changes in attitudes toward kingship which occur with, for example, Akhenaten in Egypt, and with the rise of Mesopotamian kingship, which we'll get to in a minute, and Hebrew kingship. It's very different. See, because it's like these primitive forms of kingship are much, much more primitive than any concepts of monotheism at all. Because it is much more primal. You're talking about a being right here that is the king, that is all these qualities, and you're not into any kind of theological discussion about this. When you get developed theology, which gets into all that sort of thing, you're getting away from the power of the primal force that this being is. You got myths, but you don't have theology like we know it today, which usually arises with monotheistic traditions. But anyway, Egypt is what you want to really study, the early pharaonic kind of phenomenon. When you move to Mesopotamia, you start getting these images of the king as not God, maybe divine in some ways, but more a channel for these blessings. He still carries enormous numinosity, and you see this also in the Roman emperor. And there's a tendency in Roman tradition, for that to reemerge. You'll have a period of democracy, and then you'll have these emperors come back who will get back into the cult of the emperor, the older cults of the emperor. So you can see how you can have a republic form, and then this thing will come back, and you'll get emperors that take on divine names and so forth again. But in Rome, for example, when they're identified with being God, it's a different kind of quality even there, and you see this more of an image of the channel. It's much more like Christology stuff, Jesus, a lot of the time Christians will talk about, in this incarnation, Jesus is not Father. You get it? Jesus is not God the Father. See, God the Father's still King. But Jesus sort of is the channel through which this flows to the world. And so there's a sort of a divinity in Jesus, but he's not the king. See, you see that clearly in the way Christians struggled with this stuff. But they weren't the first. There were a lot of struggles in the history of kingship laid out here in Frankfurt, in this Kingship and the Gods, where the king is no longer everything, but he has a special connection to the source. And it flows through him, and the people still idealize him. Today, in terms of psychoanalysis, we would talk a lot about the way in which the king carried the archetypal projections for the people. We talk about how the king carries the idealizing transferences for the people.
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, right. Ronald Reagan carries the idealizing transferences. And that's the way you would understand. Reagan worked this king archetype to the gill. I mean, he really utilized that in his forms of leadership. People that don't understand this stuff trying to figure out, why is it that this guy's Teflon? You know, he can screw up everything, but somehow when they throw shit at him, it doesn't stick. Well, do you understand this king archetype? It functions like that. See, you don't war against the king. You serve the king. You don't criticize the king. You try to get him to look at you. And if he looks at you and waves and smiles, then you've been blessed. And we'll get into that a lot more next week about this blessing thing, see? And those of you that are interested in Asian religions, all that stuff about the practice of darshan, the viewing of the guru, and the guru's look, the importance of the guru's looking at you, or those of you that have been to the Vatican and have been down there in the square when the Pope comes out, all that stuff is in this configuration of the importance of the king looking and imparting a certain reality to you by looking at you. And that's what it's still, when you were still in this king as channel form, it still had an effectiveness, it still had a power that was magical in a way. And there's a sense in which when what we're wanting from our fathers, folks, that we do not get, is a lot of that kind of gaze. See? When we look,
more than mirroring, or is this mirroring?
well, it's the ground of mirroring. What the Cohutians and the self-psychologists talk about with a poor choice of words as mirroring, I think we have to say is blessing, which is much more active. What they talk about as mirroring is much more active. It's a constitutive act having something to do with recognition. And it matters who recognizes you. Get it? If this being recognizes you, you were created. See? You get it? When that being looks, he sees an animal and its name, and we've got the Garden of Eden. There's no chaos there. There was nothing. Then I looked, and that's a giraffe. And there's a giraffe. The power of creating by the view, by the vision. And by the time it gets less archetypal in its human form, and the king is a channel, it's still immensely powerful. It's still immensely powerful. And you get these stories, you read these old stories about the people when they come before the king. Even when the magical power of the king is much less later, they come before the king. You see all this, you see all these images about the people coming before the king and waiting to be elevated by him, to be lifted up in their power by his gaze and recognition. And it keeps on deteriorating after that. I mean, but what we're looking for from our fathers is deeply grounded in that. There's a certain, what I would like to call a constitutive gaze that comes out of this configuration. And a really effective mentor is connected with this thing, so that when that mentor looks at you, there's a certain kind of act in the gaze. And you can watch people who have never had that kind of relationship with someone, And they're looking for it. And you'll see them going around looking for a mentor, looking for somebody to look at them that way, because nobody ever looked at them that way. And it's what they're looking for is this kingly eye to look at them. You can see, you know, the Egyptians made the emblem of the king what? The eye of Horus. You will go down to the Oriental Institute and you want to see the emblem of the Pharaoh, it's the eye of Horus. Why? Because it's the eye that's such a powerful eye. It's an eye that creates. If it sees you, you're more real than before you were seen by it. See? That's an incredibly important thing to understand. If you don't understand anything else about this archetypal configuration, that is probably the most important thing to get. Because if you're anxiety-ridden, have a problem about your sense of identity, and you feel like your father failed you, it is that I that you never had a sense of being mediated to you. That eye of blessing, incredible with a capital B. All right, now this last one is what you get in Hebrew kingship, and then it gradually gets less and less powerful throughout the medieval period, and then with the beginning of the Reformation. With the beginning of the Reformation, you know, you cut off the head of the king. If you got to think about the significance of beheading the king. You got to try to get an understanding about what happened when you chopped off the head of the king, wherever it's been done. And you've got to try to get a feeling for what's happening in human psyche and culture when you do that. So you get the movement, you get it through the Hebrew kingship, you get gradual decline in the archetypal power of the king through the medieval period, up to the Reformation, and then you start getting the beheading of kings, and then you get the French Revolution. Well, John Perry traces a lot of that. What you've really got, in my view, is an increasing capacity for humans to relate to the king within, and an increasing unwillingness to put that out there, because they've learned that human men make very bad kings. It is. Yes. One has to get to the point that one understands that human men and women must not have the projection of the king and queen. That must be something you do inside, because if you do not do it inside, you will disempower yourself, and you will get yourself into all kinds of sadomasochistic personal and social behaviors. Yeah.
Isn't that, speaking of the French, they may have beheaded the king, but they couldn't disidentify with the nature of kingship, and that's their failure to disidentify is their failure in lasting democracy. They always want to repress.
Absolutely. You know, it's one thing to cut off some man's head, and it's another thing to develop an ego self-access. See, and that's just like, it's one thing to disavow your father. It's quite another thing to do the inner work that's necessary for you to be able to reconcile with the father and let him be a human man. See, because our problems with fathers are that we expect them to carry this archetypal king, and nobody ever carried it for them. So nobody ever helped the father deal with this issue, and he's not empowered to deal with it, so he can't help us with it, and we hate him for it, but it's where we're left. It's a similar problem in personal life as it is with the French in that situation.
As you're talking about just the king archetype, I understand we're talking about secondary, but I keep seeing this point of the other archetypes. For example, David, king is God. I keep thinking of the magician, the priest.
Yep, absolutely.
As we move down to king,
absolutely.
Guys kind of going to the warrior king.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
When you watch the movie about King David, you'll see what you're talking about. It's like the human person. Here's David struggling in a context in which the time David formed his kingship, kings had been totally, they had a right to everything. You know, all this worry about, you know, in the Judeo-Christian tradition about David killing Uriah, having Uriah killed, and taking his wife. And a lot of people say, wow, that was really terrible, David. Wow. What they don't understand is that in kingship, in that time, except for the time of David, kings had all the women. You know, if you're the king, they're all yours. So the fact that David had got to the point that he could listen to his Merlin named Nathan, criticize him about this, and realize that he's misusing his power. And that it is God, in effect, God is the true king. See, when you get the Hebrew kingship, the true king is Yahweh. And the human king is a steward. And so the human king, when you get to Hebrew kingship, you can see in the rise of Hebrew kingship an incredible move toward the disidentification with the archetype. You see that? Because the Hebrew king, and those of you can study the way this works in terms of studies of the Hebrew Bible, but the Hebrew king is not a law unto himself. He is responsible to Torah. The law stands as something he cannot be above. And when the Hebrew king tries to be above the law, then he will have his retribution. There will be a nemesis that will come against him. That's what the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, make this very clear time and again. It's a tremendously important moment in human history. And again, John Perry lays this out. Okay, so there is a movement throughout history. In the earliest times, you get the most purely archetypal. The king is everything in himself. And some of the forms, it is so potent that he's like a nuclear reactor. And you have to shield him from the people in a way you shield a nuclear reactor core. Gradually, he becomes less identified with the God. And there is a heavenly king, Shiva, and you get the king on earth as a channel. And then later you get the rise of Hebrew kingship and forms like that, in which in European medieval kingship, Christian kingship was like this too. The king is not this numinous thing so much himself as he is the deputy, the vicar, the steward of this power. Now what you should see in that, John Perry is right, you see a gradual formation of the human ego and a capacity to disidentify with his archetype. What we see today in Poland and in China and other places around the world is a gradual continuation of an unwillingness to project this thing out. There is an increasing internalization. The hope for the human race is that increasingly men and women, but I agree with the feminists, men tend to be more the problem. I mean, we're the ones that love the firepower. So men have to let this thing come within, and taking it off of the man out there, bringing it within. But what comes with that? What comes with the buck also comes the responsibility. The stewardship of those energies and those responsibilities. And that is the task of our time. And for the first time in human history, through Jung's psychology, we have a clear expression of the dynamics of the way this works. We have a way of looking at history and the way in which the power of this king is going from projection out here increasingly into a mature personality here. As it comes in, there's a formation of an inner relationship with this reality. The more immature you are, the more you will project it. The more mature you are, the more you will relate to it as a incredibly powerful structure within you. Now let me stop there and answer questions. We'll come back, and next week I'll go through much more carefully these qualities that are in this archetype, not out there in the Pharaoh, but are in your deep structures, yes.
When you say that you're immature, the more immature you are, the more you project it. Does that mean you...
The more immature you are, the more you project it. In other words...
Explain, elaborate on that.
Okay, when you're a child, your father or some male in your environment carries that projection of this king. What a lot of people talk about as the father imago and all that stuff is not the father imago, it's the king. People have got to learn. Most Jungians do not know the difference. Most Jungians will talk about a father archetype. In my view, there is no father archetype. The king is the archetype. Human fathers are human beings. They're not archetypes. Fathers are not archetypes. This structure is the archetypal configuration that needs to be mediated as good enough to the child. But it is a numinous archetypal quality that a human male can never adequately carry. Should not, any mature male knows that other males at various stages of development may need to have him hold that for them for a while. But any mature man, and you study tribes, you can study maturity and masculine initiation throughout the world. Mature men, most of them existed before modernity. But mature men have always known that they hold that quality until the young man can begin to relate to it, begin to embody it more for himself. It's very interesting. It is in the pre-modern world that you see the most cooperation among men. Not in the modern world. In the modern world, because we don't understand this business, we either project the king. I'm either going to kiss your certain aspects of your anatomy, or expect you to kiss mine. I mean, that's the way it works with men in the modern world. Very little cooperation among men in the modern world. In the pre-modern world, among the Native Americans, among African tribes, among the European pre-modern tribes, there was a great deal of cooperation between men. Because they did not have this totally unregulated archetypal projection going on. They either had a chieftain that carried it a lot, or they had other rituals to deal with these energies, yeah.
But I think that's because there was less ambiguity to who carried that model. We make persons in the modern world, and the Montagnard, which is a very primitive tribal group, they made men and they made women. Not persons. I don't see it as being a masculine problem in the modern world as much as I see it as a feminine problem in producing male persons rather than men.
Well, it's a problem for both. Because when we lost in modernity with modernization, when we lost the capacity to think about initiation processes, then we lost the capacity to think about what a mature woman would be, or what a mature man would be.
Right.
And when you don't think maturity as opposed to childhood, what you get is what's on TV. Just go home tonight and look at TV, and you'll see what you get when you lose a sense of any kind of understanding of what maturity is. And you lose that when you lose a sense of initiation, And so these potentials that used to be regulated ritually in pre-modern tribes, maybe not in a way you or I would like, but they understood they had to regulate it. Today we don't do that well. What we've got to do is to help people reconnect with these things and to find rituals and context in which they can relate to these energies without being possessed by them. It's a tall order, but that's the task. In other words, if you're going, let me just close with this, and then we can chat a bit. But if you're going to find that kind of center of energy, of creativity, of order, that has embodied in it a concern for justice, peace with justice, all that peace with justice talk, it is grounded deep in this king and queen configuration. You cut off the head of the king and queen, archetypally speaking, you're not going to get any peace with justice. You will not get any peace with justice when you do not have a connection with these things, because what you're going to have is warriors that have no one to serve. They become mercenaries. The minute you chop off the head of the king and the queen, what you get is mercenaries. You do not have true warriors, because it is that deep center royal couple that contain the deep connection for just peace in the human psyche. If you understand this, then you get a little bit of understanding about why we have Guyana Quatsi now. You know, if you've seen that movie, the Hopi Indian idea of a completely chaotic and immoral time. We have a chaotic and immoral time because this particular archetypal potential is not something which we relate to well at all in modernity. It's one that's the hardest to do. And once you understand what happens, we'll go into this when we talk about the pathology. When you don't have a connection with this, your sense of purpose and meaning for your life is shot. Because if you can't connect with that, you've got all these other energies and no sense of what a cosmos would be. In other words, you've got all this loving energy, you've got all this interest in knowledge, you've got all this firepower, and you have absolutely nobody's given you a program in your computer for a world. There is no sense of world. And so what do you get in modernity? You get what we've got today. How many people do you know that give a damn about the world? That really are interested in channeling this energy into creating a civilization, planetary civilization. It's very hard to find anybody that's deadly serious about planetary civilization on any front. It's hard to find religious leaders that give a damn, really, about what's happening to the children in the city of Chicago. See? Because they can't, there's no vision. There's no vision of a world, cosmos, as opposed to chaos. We just assume chaos is normative. See? Think of how many people you know that just sort of assume that it has to be this way. And when you ask them about that, they just think, don't you understand this is just the way it is? That comes from being cut off from these deep structures. When you're plugged in to those deep structures, you can think cosmos. Now, there are some people that can do that. There are a bunch of eco-freak rainbow warriors out there who are serious about the planet. Some of them, there are people that risk their lives for the planet now, and not just for some particular party, not just for some particular ideology. There are a few, but there need to be a lot more, and it has to be some deep connection. Yeah, let me open it up. We'll take a few more minutes, and then we'll go. Yeah.
So in America, everybody's Christian.
You must know different Americans than I know. Unless you're talking about narcissistic personality disorders. And if you're talking about shadow kings, I know a lot of folks that are narcissistic personality disorders. What do you mean?
Well, I mean that we're all supposed to believe in the American competition, but really nobody believes in it. But people believe it as a kind of monopolistic mentality.
Monopolistic mentality? Yeah. There's a certain imperialism to that. Well, but you see, the thing about this archetype in everybody, it's the archetype when it comes out on the shadow side of greed. It's the Midas touch.
That's what I mean by it. A lot of
absolutely
feeling that anybody can step into the role of king.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but king in a sort of a shadow expression. That is to say, the human starts acting as if they have a right to everything. I have a right to buy out American Airlines even if it destroys the company, even if it devastates all sorts of things. I mean, we could talk about that, and we talk about that a lot. But I mean, the capacity to act out of a sort of a tyrannical power drive without any concern for ethics or for civilization is widespread. We see a lot of this king archetype, absolutely. But we see it in its shadow forms. We see it in its forms where people identify with it in this narcissistic way that you're talking about. Yeah.
But that serves wholeness. In the long run, we assume active relativity. Well, I see it in service of long run wholeness. That imperialistic move is to take what power you feel and extend power until you reach some power that's equal to your own, you can't extend anymore. In other words, you're filling a void.
Well, there are certainly political theories that try to put that into some sort of context. Milton Friedman and all sorts of other people. But what I'm talking about in terms of this is a psychological factor. I mean, it depends on the individual person. I mean, there could be somebody whose ideology was such that they could come up with some defense of all sorts of forms of economic organization. What I'm talking about is the personality who feels, as in the description in the DSM-3, entitled to everything and has no capacity to love, no capacity to feel, no capacity to think of the other as an independent center of initiative that deserves respect, so forth and so on. So that's a different thing. I'm talking about the psychology. I don't want to get into raps on the political theories. Yeah.
You're saying a lot of things that relate to infantile.
Absolutely. You can be. The important thing to realize, though, and this is where the Freudians could stand a little study of Jungian materials. You can be infantilely grandiose in each of these. They tend to identify the narcissistic personality disorder with this kind of form it takes. But when you really get into the way infantile grandiosity works, when you identify with the archetypes, they express themselves in any of these forms. The one we're concerned about is the one in which the individual starts identifying with this or projecting it, completely shunning it. You find more people. In fact, it's more interesting to deal with somebody that thinks they're the king. It's less boring. If you get somebody, though, that you're working with a dependent personality type, of which there are a lot of men that are dependent person. It's not all women, like some people want to say. The dependent personality type completely abdicates. They want somebody else to carry the king for them. And they'll usually find somebody that volunteers to carry it for them. So you can see this pathology of this all sorts of places. The important thing that we're talking about in this course is that in a mature personality, This has got to be an internal relationship. You show me someone who feels disempowered in the presence of any authority figure. I'll show you somebody that has not developed an ego-self-axis relationship with this archetype. In other words, if when you go in to talk to your boss or to your dean or so forth and so on, and you feel your power disappearing when you go in the room, it is because of an unconscious projection of this thing. And the only way to cure it is to have such a powerful internal connection with it that when you're with somebody that happens to have some social authority, you do not find yourself unconsciously being disempowered in their presence. See? Happens if you have to take examinations. This kind of thing happens when you have to take an exam of any kind. You know, there are a lot of people that I coach before their exams. Say, get this stuff worked out. Don't be giving your king to those examiners. You're going to get hurt. Okay, our time was up quite a long time ago. Let's stop now. I'll stick around a few minutes. Welcome to everyone. Is there anyone here tonight that wasn't here last week? Well, I can't really take the time to go over all of the things, but I would like to just highlight a few key points. If you don't understand it, maybe you can get the tape. If that doesn't help, wouldn't be surprised. But anyway, last week I talked about a geography of the psyche and the importance of the uniqueness of Jung's ideas on the objective psyche, the collective unconscious, and the radical difference Jung's thought makes for you if you really think he's right. I'm here because I think he's right. And I like to say that I'm not a Jungian because I don't know anything else. I teach comparative psychoanalytic theory at the doctoral level. I was an Adlerian psychoanalyst before I was a Jungian psychoanalyst. My first book was a Freudian book. I continued to study at Freudian institutes and other places. I'm a Jungian today because I think it is far superior in terms of its comprehensiveness and adequacy to the human personality. There are things that Jungian psychology needs to borrow from other schools of thought, and we are not ashamed about borrowing. We do it a lot. It's one of the things about Jung. He always prided himself on the fact that he was a Freudian analyst and used Adler's ideas a lot. So what I'm saying to you is that there's a reason to set up oneself to study Jung's ideas in depth. And it has to do with this concept of the objective psyche. It has to do with the understanding that Jung had that there is a radical difference in your personality, and we're going to get extensively into this tonight. There's a radical difference in your personality between what he called the self with a capital S, which I like to make clear to everybody. We're not talking about your little s self here. This is not the self of the self-psychologist. The Freudian psychoanalytic self-psychologists are talking about a little s self. Maybe some people, some theorists think it may be somewhere intermediary between Jung's archetypal self and the Jung's concept of ego. I personally think that Kohut's little s self is the Jungian ego. I don't think there's any meaningful distinction that can be made between them. That's the elephant shit for those of you who are interested in comparative psychotherapeutic theory. Forgive us, the rest of you. key idea in centrist Jungian psychology. Let me make clear, this is not post-Jungian, whatever that is. This is not a point of view known today as archetypal psychology, because you'll find that in so-called archetypal psychology, they have lost the sense of an archetypal self. That's their right. That makes them theoretically Adlerians. That's fine with me. I got lots of good friends who are Adlerians. Hello, Harold Mozak and Bernard Schulman. But that makes them Adlerians. They lose the fundamental contribution of Jung. The fundamental contribution of Jung is his understanding that within the psyche, there is this thing which is larger than life. It's larger than you. And it would like to get into you, whether you like it or not. It would like to have you all sorts of ways. It usually does. The Christians used to talk about this a lot before we became theologians that don't talk about symbolism. They talked about it in terms of the theology of incarnation. The whole idea about God becoming human. Well, you know, that may be, as some folks think, complete garbage, metaphysically, philosophically, theologically, but psychologically, it is a powerful image of what Jung was talking about. And as I said last week, get Edward Edinger's book, Ego and Archetype. In that book, he goes into all this in depth, which I don't have time to do tonight. But there's a sense, he talks about Christ as the paradigm of the individuating ego. That says it. Christ as the paradigm of the individuating human ego. Okay. Now, what I want to do tonight is to put some more flesh on that, more than Edinger has done, because he wasn't elaborating the archetypal nuances in this thing like we're trying to do in this series of courses on king, warrior, magician, and lover. All of these archetypal configurations are in the archetypal self. Now remember, last week we said you can think about the totality of the archetypal self deep within you as a couple. You can see it in Jung's books on alchemy, the Mysterium Conjunctionis, the royal alchemical couple within, the king and queen. That is an image of the deep self in every person. The female ego, the key to the female ego lies in the queen side, in my book. The key to the masculine ego, to developing your masculine ego, lies in the king side of the archetypal self. You follow that? I'm just giving you the structure of it, the way I understand it. Okay. Yes?
Would the classical Jungian say that it lies in the contrasexual, like for the man and the anima?
Yeah, what is this?
The key.
The key. I think that a lot of the classical Jungians would say that, and as I would say, that the connection with the archetypal feminine is extremely important. The capacity to relate to the archetypal feminine is extremely important. See, the anima, we talk a lot, the anima this, the animus that. In my book, all they're talking about is the archetypal masculine and the archetypal feminine. The anima is an expression of the archetypal feminine, not the human feminine. And a man, in order to grow up, has got to get clear of that distinction. If he cannot distinguish between the archetypal feminine and human women, he will never have a decent relationship with woman. And the reverse is true. Okay. So I don't want to get into a lot of the explication of the anima as the archetypal feminine, but that would be the way I would go. I would go pretty much with Bolin, except I wouldn't use goddesses. I would talk about the queen, etc., just like in a parallel way to these four. Okay. Christ as the paradigm of the individuating ego. Now the assumption there is that in the archetypal self is a map for the human male. And I would not say that Christ is a paradigm for the individuating female. That's where I differ from Eddie. I think Christ, and feminist theologians would understand what I mean about this. Christ, you see, Christ is a word that means king. The word Christ has no meaning outside of the Hebrew Messianic traditions. The Messiah is a king. So when you try to get into that Christian symbolism about Christ, read that king. Once you do that, then you can understand that symbolism in a way that you would never be able to understand it without understanding the king archetype. I'm going to go into it more tonight. If I were discussing theology tonight, you'd say, my God, he's got an incredibly high Christology. But I'm not talking about theology. I hope you will go home tonight and say, my God, he's got an incredibly high anthropology. That is, we're talking about masculine potentials tonight. Potentials, not our reality that we live in. We're talking tonight about things masculine that men touch and men glimpse and sometimes men embody. But since this is an archetypal reality, they can never possess it. A man can never own it. He identifies with it only at the risk of psychosis. And he loses touch with it at enormous risk to his soul, namely chronic depression and aimlessness. So when you're reading Edgar, I hope you'll hear me whispering in your ear saying, now remember, this is Christ as the paradigm of the individuating male ego, not female ego. That's the fight that the feminists have with Christian theology. They are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Psychologically, I don't know anything about that. But you see, when you don't fill out the feminine imagery in a spirituality, you cripple little girls. And when you don't fill out the masculine imagery when you're dealing with spirituality, you cripple the little boys. And that's why I've got a lot, let me say this clearly here, that's why I have a lot of trouble with those people that want to strip all the masculine imagery out of spirituality discussions. Because that imagery is loaded with psychological reality for men. Not for women as much, but for men. Okay, now, it's appropriate to talk a little bit about the sort of the psychology of Christ as the paradigm of the individuating ego, because if you will notice here, are we out of chairs? Let's see if we can get some more. If you'll notice here, what I'm going to be talking about is the way in which these qualities of the sacral king in history are potentials within every man's psyche. And I say they're potentials because they are there as energy sources. They're there as circuitry. They're there as ways of accessing energy and channeling it, or as the Jungians love to say, canalizing it, directing this energy, getting the energy, and then not being destroyed by it. So let's look at these. I'm just going to run through them before our break. And then we'll take a short break. And then after the break, we can, I want you to be thinking, those of you that got to watch the movies I suggested that you watch, King David and Camelot and anything else on kingship, we can discuss it as a way of elaborating. But let me go through these four things. What the king archetype within a man is for, what it's there for. Now remember, it's not there for everything in terms of this configuration. See, in the mythology, remember last week I said in the mythology of the gods, whether it's Christ or Allah or Yahweh or Buddha, so forth, Shiva, Krishna, these four functions, the king, the warrior, the magician, and the lover, are held together in the deity. And only when you're seeing just one facet of the jewel of the deity do you see the king, or the warrior, or the magician, Shiva the sorcerer, or Shiva the erotic lover. You're turning the jewel. But in the imagery of the traditions, Shiva is all these things together in a great jewel. And Buddha is all these things together in a great jewel. And Christ is all these things together in a great jewel. So in the same sense that in the deepest part of the self, all these four functions are integrated, just in the mature individuated man, to the extent that it's humanly possible, these four configurations would be integrated. Be a hell of a man. Now we laugh about that, but there have been a lot of men who were hell of men. Men that were admirable and deserved at least to be admired when we're trying to seek out this issue of developing these potentials. I had a method in my madness by asking you to look at King David. It is said by some scholars that the image of God in the Hebrew tradition is based on David. And if you read the Psalms and you study the life of David, you get a sense for why some people today, and I agree with them, think that men ought to study David. I was going to say to you tonight, now if you're Jewish, I want you to go home and study David. And if you're not Jewish, I want you to go home and study David. Because he integrates as a man in his imperfect way, in his flawed ways, a passionate dancer, warrior, sorcerer, king of a man. So it's possible to integrate a lot of these things for men. And there are a lot of men that are about doing it. But let me go into this one configuration. Now remember, this is not all of them. And next week I'm going to talk about what happens to you when you shoot up with this, to the exclusion of the other aspects of the archetypal potentials. You get into this without having enough lover. You get into this without having enough warrior. You get into this without having enough magician. But now we're not talking about pathology tonight, so I'll say some things about it, but don't expect me to give you the dark side tonight. Okay? Okay, creating cosmos. Now, again, remember last week I pointed out that in the archetypal psyche, in the deep part of the psyche, in the psychic geography, there is no world without the king. See? In the male psyche. There is no world. That is to say, there is chaos. There is lack of order, and what order that exists is not just. Remember, I talked about how the person of the king in the archetypal vision, there's not distinguishable from the Tao. It's not distinguishable from the Dharma. The person of Yahweh is not distinguishable from Torah at that archetypal level. When the king appears, justice appears. That's the way it works at this level in the psyche. When the king appears, chaos is organized, but it's not an alienated order. See, the kind of tyrant, you know, we tend, because of our experiences with men, we tend to be like Robin Morgan. We tend to see them as all demon lovers, you know, terrorists, what I like to call boy kings. You know, what are men are boy kings and boy warriors. They create injustice and impose it tyrannically upon others with less firepower or less focused will. But that's if you don't understand these depths. If you look at the epidemiology of masculinity, in other words, what is average does not mean it is normal. Okay, so when you hear all these people talking about peace with justice, fantasizing just peace, they're in this space. In other words, until this psychological entity is connected with in the masculine psyche, let me run through it. If you're out of touch with this, your warrior won't be a warrior, he'll be a mercenary. A warrior without a chief is a mercenary. Selling himself. We call that other things. A magician without connection with this will be what Plato considered the sophist to be. You know, knowledge for hire. If you got the money, we'll give you dialysis. If you don't, fuck off. We got our own version of this analysis. You can afford to pay what? Well, I can see that you really are more of a candidate for brief cycle. The local mental health center. That's based in the theory. Think about that. See, when you write psychological theory and clinical psychological protocols and ethics, and you have no connection with the king, then you rationalize greed under the guise of theory. The Marxist social critics, I'm not a Marxist, don't get me wrong, but the Marxist social critics know some stuff. And they know the way in which, when the men running the care systems of a culture are out of touch with this, they're mercenaries. You know, nothing wrong with being a mercenary if you know you're a mercenary and you know what that means. I've been known to read Soldier of Fortune magazine. That's a good joke. Those of you who don't read it, I say. Okay. But the point of it is, if you're not in touch with this, your lover will be a rapist. Now, it may not be bizarrely a rapist, but it will have that same unempathic, uncaring expression. And the basic way your lover will express itself is in longing to be loved. See? Well, when am I going to find the woman that can really appreciate me? A lot of country songs on this. We're looking for it, and Willie found it. She lay down beside me and touched me as if I were gold. Okay, so I want you to be thinking about that. This deep potential in a man functions, in my view, like a circuit. And we don't get mad at computers. Well, we do get mad at computers, but if the thing is down, we know it's down. We do what is necessary to get it up. Right? Well, when the King circuitry is down, let's don't just start attacking IBM for the fact that they don't make a computer that can handle this program. Well, let's do what we can to get it up. And the good news about Jungian psychology is that this thing is in there. It's not some fantasy of the Marxist romantics or the Christian apocalyptic messianic idiots. This thing is in the psyche. And if I was lecturing on the Queen, I'd be talking about that side, because that's in the psyche too. That is, one of the reasons that the Orthodox Jews would not accept Jesus as the Messiah is because a lot of the ways in which Christ was represented to them was in ways in which he was powerless to start effecting this kind of change in history. Because if you're coming out of a Jewish messianic ideal, when the Messiah comes, that starts. Period. You don't argue about it or theologize about it. It's not a matter of theological niceties. When Messiah comes, this starts. And it seems to me that the psychology of this business helps us to understand a little bit about that, because this kind of thing in a man, when that's connected with the capacity to become, you've studied this, those of you that study developmental psychology, when Erik Erikson is talking about generative man, this is what he's talking about. He doesn't talk archetypal psychology, but he's talking about the king potential in a man. There's an excellent meta-theoretical treatment of all this for those of you that pride yourselves on reading hard books. It's Don Browning's book by that title. Don S. Browning from the University of Chicago, entitled Generative Man. And he outlines the sort of the assumptions and ethics underlying this kind of potential in the psyche. Now, what am I saying here? Just be sure. I'm saying that when a man starts to get initiated and mature, he starts connecting with this thing. And he finds himself capable for the first time in his life of giving a damn about things that are not merely egoistic. That are not merely things which are self-aggrandizing. He starts being concerned. He starts, well, you can read, this is what was behind a lot of that 1960s rhetoric. This archetypal imago was behind a lot of that. The capacity to start feeling your erotic connection with something other than somebody that you're exploiting sexually. So, caring in large letters, the capacity to care. A lot of this talk about caring. And usually, you know, a lot of men have a lot of difficulty relating to that. Okay, what's this caring? It sounds soft. If you deal, again, with a lot of the images of Jesus that are put out by liberal Protestantism, you can understand why they're turned off. Because this kind of caring is not a asexual kind of caring. It's not a impotent kind of niceness. It's a very assertive, powerful, potent movement against the forces of chaos in the world. Let me go over that again. It is, I like to say, aggressive movement against the forces of chaos in the world. So, this is not talking about sending flowers toward it. You know, this is about moving decisively against the forces of chaos in the world.
Last week you talked about Father Clemens.
Yes. Yes. The capacity for a man like Father Clemens, now whatever else he is, I'm sure, you know, like all large men, he probably has a large shadow, excuse me, Father. But the thing that makes it possible for him to care enough about the children in his neighborhoods to risk his life repeatedly like he is right now is this. Aggressive. What you're seeing in Clemens is an archetypal reality, and it is that messianic king. It was there in Martin Luther King. It was there in Gandhi. It's Satyagraha. You know, you've heard of Truth Force. You can see it coming out. You see, we say, well, now that's the warrior. Well, but you got to understand. The warrior configuration in the masculine psyche does not do that unless it's grounded in this image. The warrior in your psyche will make you a wonderful, successful, sociopathic businessman. If it's not grounded in this. It will make you a magnificent killer, hitman, if it's not grounded in this. So, to be quite clear about the way this all works in the psyche, if the warrior configuration in a man is not grounded, centered in this, you don't really have a warrior. You got a mercenary. And they're as different as daylight and dark. I often say to men, I said in this warrior course we had, that there's no such thing as a warrior whose energies and whose commitments are private. A true warrior is always committed to the best in civilization as he knows it. That's what a warrior is by definition, always has been in human history. And so a lot of the people that we consider warriors today are boy warriors, either boy warriors, or they are, or they're very highly competent, wonderfully, magnificently competent mercenaries. I mean, I got a lot of respect for some of the mercenaries I've known. Respect them as people that are highly competent, professionals. You know, they talk about the professional, that's a euphemism for hitman. And that's what a person that has got all of the arsenal and competencies of the warrior with none of the grounding in this. Okay. Now look at what comes next. This is the one that people don't like to hear about. Sacrifice. Because you start studying the king, and there's this interesting thing about the king. Archetypally, he's always sacrificed. In the Golden Bough, I suggest that you read the Golden Bough. In the Golden Bough, he's sacrificed whether he likes it or not. You know, when your time comes, they put you out there on the island, and they give you so much time, and then they send somebody to get you. The one that's going to succeed you. And your job is to stay alive as long as you can to keep him from catching you on the island. And it's like a bad Arnold, well, I started to say a bad Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. What was that other one? The Predator. Did you see The Predator? You know, it's kind of like Predator. You know, you've got the old king on the island and the new king lands. And the new king's got to kill the old king, take the crown. So it's kind of involuntary. In the Christian myth, you see a different variation on it. You get the willing sacrifice. In the apocalyptic, you get the willing sacrifice. See, in the old myths, Jesus is not killed against his will. This is a primordial apocalyptic sacrifice. And the real enemy is very interesting. See, archetypally, just forget the theology. I can just look at the myth itself. If you, and you know this movie, The Last Temptation of Christ, if you watch that and think king, watch that movie and think king archetype, because that movie's got a lot better feel for the myth than most movies about. It's the best movie about Christ as myth that's ever been made, in my view. Because it's clear in that movie, the real enemy is not any of those humans. But it's real clear, he says, we're going to war. Takes his heart out of his chest, we're going to war. Now there it is right there. You see that? He takes his heart out of his chest, we're going to war. Who's the enemy? Satan. Who is Satan? Personification of chaos. See? That's who Satan always has been in all the myths. Personification of chaos and death. So, but it's a self-sacrifice. There's the action right there. And there is the sacrifice, not the crucifixion. You follow that? You see that? Okay. In that scene, takes his heart out. We're going to war. See, there is the moment. It's like, you know, it's like all the men that have been in this configuration are already dead before they start their work. You get it? You gotta work on that. It's what Kierkegaard talks about. The knight of faith is one who lives as if he were already dead. This is the sacrifice. It is that thing which gets to the point to where something has dawned upon this individual that there are a lot of things more important than being alive. And they are willing to die for it. They are happy to sacrifice for it. They don't want to die. Father, let this cup pass from me. See, it's not a masochistic. When I first say this to men, talk about the sacrifice thing and the king, they say it sounds masochistic, but it's not got anything to do with masochism. Because the idea is not to suffer needlessly. The idea is to accept what suffering is necessary. See, here's a rule about men as opposed to boys. Men do what is necessary. They do what is necessary. They don't do it because they like the sacrifice that they have to make, but they do it for cosmos. They do it because their existence and cosmos in their experience cannot be separated. Look what we do in the modern world. We're into this modern fantasy. It's fascinating. We actually have got into the idea that you can be a man without giving a shit about the world. It's real interesting. You know, that idea did not exist in the human race until modernity. And think about that. Think back on that. That idea did not even exist in the human race until the modern world, after myth collapsed. Study any tribe, any tribal culture. Study initiation in any tribal culture. You will find that the definition of being an adult male has to do with participating in that. There's no such thing as a pre-modern culture that's not a warrior culture in that sense. In that sense, in the men's responsibility for maintaining just world. Think about that, that's scary. So it is not masochism. Has nothing to do with masochism. You get masochistic when you make your tie with the king unconscious. You know, that's the Messiah complex. You've got all these people that are going to suffer for their dysfunctional families, right? Think about the adult children of alcoholics literature. Think about all that we've learned lately about dysfunctional families. You know, in the dysfunctional family, you can be an incredibly gifted person. But the king and the queen abdicated, or were tyrants. And so what do? Well, you take on the role of being the king or the queen. What does the king and queen do? They sacrifice for order. They sacrifice that the others may live. So we've got all kinds of people in the world who are in an unconscious identification with the king, archetype, or the queen, remember. And they're giving their lives that others may live, but they're doing it in a masochistic way. It's not conscious.
And the key thing is they're identifying with an archetype.
Yes, they don't know it. See, anytime you don't... See, look, my argument, and I think it's clearly Jung's argument, is either you're consciously connected to these things or you're acting them out somewhere. There's not an option between them. Either you have formed a relationship with these realities so that you're clear you're not it, but you're trying to get an optimum distance with it, or it's acting out in some way. And so the masochistic personality trying to be enough order for their whole dysfunctional family is an unconscious tie with this thing. Constantly trying to be enough for this family. But of course, that's not a human thing, that's an archetypal thing. You can't ever do what this archetype can do. You get it? I mean, this is an archetype, not a human. Humans can't do this. Archetypes can. You say, well, is that an ontological, metaphysical reality? I don't know. As a psychologist, I could rap about it as a theologian. I mean, we could rap about all this stuff in, you know, we could speak myth together, and I like to do that, but we're not talking myth, we're talking psychology here tonight in terms of what this stuff is. But I do know one thing, if you try to be this archetype, you're going to die one way or the other. Slow or fast. And the problem with this thing is, and you notice this in people, when you get close to this, it tends to take you over. And once it gets you, when you get into this, it's kind of like, those movies where you're flying along, getting pretty close to the Death Star, and pretty soon, it's got you, and it can take you right in on its beam without anything. No matter what you do with your engines, you can't stop it. That's the way an archetype is. So most of us stay away from these things as much as we can consciously, because we know that you can lose your will to them. If you get into this thing, pretty soon you start glowing. Decide you're going to run for office, right? You got pretty hair, then you decide, well, my God, I'm Gary Hart. Pretty soon you've got a lot of other people thinking you're the king. Oh my God, you seen him? Boy, he's in. Oh wow. Got a committee starts. And of course that feeds your narcissism and your grandiosity, because everybody comes in and they're real uncomfortable with their king, so they project on you. Here, you hold this. I see you're ready for this. And then you just light up. See, and the more you light up, the more everybody notices in the room. Say, hey, you see that glow over there? I think there's a star up there. So pretty soon, he's having press interviews. And we say to him, there are rumors, sir, about the guests that you've been having in your Washington townhouse. And he says, what? He says, that's ridiculous. Why don't you just put a tail on me? And then pretty soon he's over his inflation. Because the press is not interviewing the archetypes. The press is interviewing the man. And the man that they tail and find out what he's up to is a human. And then his presidential campaign comes to an end. That's the way that works. And as I suggested to you last week, that's what happens when you get into this archetype and you name your administration Camelot. And then when you go down to Dallas in Texas, where all of us boys learn to shoot real well, you ride around in your convertible with the bulletproof top off after the Secret Service has told you somebody's out to get you. You know why we do that? Because when you're in this archetype, you're invulnerable. You can't kill an archetype. So this archetype is so powerful. Once you connect with it, if you're not real clear about Edinger's thing about disidentification, not being the archetype, just relating to it, it will suck you right into it and then get you into mischief. And we'll talk about all the mischief you get into next week. Okay. Point. It's the archetype that has the undrainable energy. We get that with it. It is the archetypal thing within you that has all the energy, but it is not you, the human. And so when you are accessing this thing properly, it enables you to feel all kinds of things that you could not feel without it. It gives you immense energy sources. And this is why a person like Martin Luther King or Gandhi can go to such enormous lengths in the service of their cause without dropping. It does give them, it does serve as an energy source. And when the person has got means of regulating this thing, they can function a long time plugged into it. So it's not like it just, our fantasy a lot of the time is, my God, we talk about defenses against grandiosity a lot of the time in psychoanalysis. One of the defenses against the grandiosity is because we don't want to be overwhelmed with responsibility. We say, I'm going to stay away from this sense of significance, because if I start thinking I'm significant, then I'm going to be overwhelmed with responsibilities. And you can see why that would be. This thing, however, gives a person a sense of resources to meet a lot of responsibility. So if a person is in a position that has a lot of responsibility for stewardship, then this energy is extremely important. Can you see that? Otherwise, burnout will. See? Go over it again. If you're in a position such as being a parent or being a therapist or being a boss, etc., which requires a lot of caring behaviors on your part, and you try to do that out of your ego alone, you may be able to do it for a while. But in a very short while, you're going to start feeling extremely depleted and resentful. And soon be distancing from the task at hand. You see that? According to a Jungian point of view, that's where this connection has to be made with the king stuff. You study the way in which Christian spirituality throughout the centuries has dealt with this. It's not just Christian spirituality, though. All you have to do is to look at most spiritualities in the world. Because human spiritualities have always been about putting persons in touch with this kind of energy without having them totally identified with it. You can see it in Islam, you can see it in Buddhism. For example, those of you that know something about Buddhism, you've heard of the Bodhisattva ideal. For those of you that haven't, the Bodhisattva is the person who has become enlightened and is therefore free of the wheel of rebirth. And technically speaking, does not have to come back to this world anymore. But because they have achieved something, what is it? In my book, it's this. They've achieved connection with this. They have developed the capacity to care about others that's not grounded on their personal interest. So the Bodhisattva returns to the world to help others until such time as everyone is liberated. What is that? That's the king archetype. That's the king archetype. Shouldn't surprise anybody, Buddha was a king. He was from a royal family. And it's quite clear that the Buddha nature is an image of the same psychological reality as the Christians talk about in the Christ within, or the Imago Dei. It's the same type of emotional resource. Okay. So you try to do it out of the ego like modern people do. Get together with a bunch of therapists. I'm not taking on any more borderlines. Borderline personality, by definition, to me, is someone who is very much out of touch with the king and queen within. They've got loads of archetypal energy, and their king and queen circuits are real shut down. What does that do? That makes you real passionate and real chaotic. It gives you a lot of firepower and real good aim. And therapists are scared of that. Okay, any questions before I go on? Let's see, we got a couple of minutes here before we take a short break. Any questions about this before I go on? You see how this works in terms of the structure of the way it works in the psyche? Okay. So in other words, this is what the transpersonal psychologist would call a transpersonal resource within the human psyche that the I of the human being has to make a connection with in order to get connection with this kind of energy. It must disidentify with it, because if you identify with it, the 220,000 volts fries you out, gets you killed. You don't want to identify with it. Yeah.
I've got a question.
All right.
More a matter of differentiation.
All right.
If it's the archetypal self that holds the energy,
Yes.
then you have to identify with the king in order to tap the archetypal energy.
You can tap the archetypal energy through any of these configurations, you see?
But you have to identify with those configurations in order to tap that energy source, right?
Well, it's not very voluntary. Then let's put it this way: you will be connected if your personality is shaped around one or more of these configurations right now, and you're getting energy off of it right now. The key about the king is not that you can't get any energy anywhere else. You will get energy off of the lover if you're compulsively in the lover. You'll have a lot of energy, but you won't have any order and
that's
justice.
only if you're identified with that.
Yeah, that's right.
All the time.
Yeah.
But the disidentification is what allows you to move from king to lover to...
That's right. And vice versa. That is, the disidentification, remember, in the archetypal self, just as in the individuated ego, these things are held in a dynamic balance. They're not four things in the deep self, and they're not four things in the individuated male
No,
ego.
but they express themselves in
That's
a
right.
unique and specific
That's
way.
right. Appropriately to context. That's right. You got it. Yeah.
What happens with an individual that causes them to need to label on what's the process?
It's real interesting to think about why an individual tends to have a tremendous rush of one particular configuration of archetypal energy. My theory about that, and we'll just have to have other people experiment with in their own lives and their own work. My theory about that is that the archetypal energy that configurates and comes on strong with you in your regress is where you were most hurt in your childhood. In other words, think about it in terms of Jung's principle of compensation. The human self always has walls. You can use it metaphorically. Your human self or your human ego's got places where the walls are real good and solid and places where they're like paper mache. The places where your self is real thin and weak is where you tend to turn into the archetype when you get in trouble. And like, for example, if you find that you fly into rages and become very violent, then the place in your psyche in your human ego that needs a lot of work is your warrior. In other words, contrary to a lot of people's understanding of this, real warriors never lose their temper. They get angry, but they don't get so enraged they can't do the job. That's what the Iceman cometh. All that stuff about the Iceman, the person that is coldly efficient when they're doing their warrior job, that is not rage in the sense that we talk about this stuff. It's not losing it. If you lose your temper a lot, you got to work a lot on warrior. You know, I frighten people with that. They send me a guy that tends to be violent. I say, you need to study martial arts. Because if a man can't handle his power, he needs to get closer to it. And he needs to get familiar with it, and he needs to take responsibility for it. And the same thing, I think, would work in other areas. If you tend to move into the schizoid position, you know, if you tend to move away from people, detach, get very into books a lot when you regress. You can see all sorts of things that's compensating. But you think compensatorily about these things. In this king thing, if you become a tyrant a lot over people, you're probably longing for some experience of a generative person. I've studied a lot about sadomasochism. And I think a lot of people that really get into sadomasochistic acting out are really looking for someone that they can submit to that will not enter the repetition compulsion. The repetition compulsion to be in a sadomasochistic pattern is just acting out an old trauma. They're looking for someone to submit to. The will to submit is not a pathological thing, because it's really this thing that one is needing to do some submission with, to get some sense of serving this kind of reality and this kind of center in the psyche. Other comments or questions? Yeah.
If you had to sum up in a sentence what sacrifice is, would you say it's accepting, like you said, accepting what suffering is necessary?
Yeah. I like to say that boys have rights, men have responsibilities, and they do what is necessary coming out of this thing. Now, any man who is struggling to be a father does this all the time. I mean, he's not doing it archetypally, perhaps, or perfectly. But he's struggling to embody a lot of this. And this is exactly what his children are trying to project on him. And the whole idea of the good enough father that people talk about is a man who is able to access and let some of this energy flow through him, enough of it so that the kid, when they're projecting that on him, can get enough of it for it not to be one of these dysfunctional families. That is, so that the kid can feel that somehow in my father there is a combination of power and goodness. Not perfectly, but somehow in my father there's this combination of power and goodness that issues in a kind of caringness beyond his own narcissism. That's what a child looks like. Now, it's very interesting. I love to look at the permutations of this stuff in history. Even a man a lot of people are suspicious of power. You hear a lot of raps about power today in the academic world. Very few of them have anything good to say about power. It's very interesting. But even a man with as much realism about the importance of power as Reinhold Niebuhr, one of the greatest thinkers of the 50s and 60s in the United States, man still studied a lot in political science departments, pointed out that you study the human traditions and you see this messianic ideal. And what he was talking about is this part of the king archetype. He didn't know that he was talking about the king archetype. He just thought he was talking about the messianic ideal in Christianity, but it is in all these different cultures. About the tendency of the archetype to seduce you into inflation. That's what they're talking about there. But that's not what people get out of that. A lot of people get the idea that a man should not want power because if he becomes powerful, he must, of necessity, become an obnoxious asshole. That is puer philosophy and puer psychology. And as long as we have that attitude toward power and the stewardship of power, this planet will continue being in the mess it's in now. Because what you get is a lot of people that want to disidentify with power. They don't want power. They don't want responsibility. They don't want power. Because I don't want to be like my daddy. My daddy was an abusive SOB. He's the result, he's the cause of my stuff, so I'm not going to have any power. Men all over the country, all over the world, I think, have got two models that they operate out of. Neither one of them operating with this archetype. They either think that if I have power, I will be abusive like my father and other men. So I can decide, am I going to be abusive or I'm going to be powerless? And if you look around and you talk to men, and talk to especially to boys in our culture, particularly in our urban culture, that is the image you get that is being sold a lot by the media. You're either powerless and a victim, or you're powerful and a sadist or an abuser. That shows how we are in what the Hopi call Kiana Quatse. Whenever you get to the point when your idea that a man, when empowered, is only an antisocial killer, then you get what we're getting in our cities now. Yeah.
That's kind of an undifferentiated reality. It's not so much that it's an undermining of legitimate power.
That's right.
Okay, by inferior people who are afraid of that power.
Well,
who are afraid to affect change through power.
Yeah. Well, see, any time you get, that's the stewardship. When we come back after break, that's the stewardship issue there, see. This word is a very large word in human psychology. You wouldn't know it by looking at contemporary psychology. But there are few words that should loom larger than the word stewardship, and it has to do with what one is responsible for doing with these potentials, including this power potential. So that's what you're getting at there, and I think you're absolutely right. The issue is not, well, I'm going to be more ethical if I don't have any power. The fact is, people without power, I don't think are a bit more ethical than people with it. They just have less capacity to do damage. So we'll come back and we'll talk about stewardship and then get to the real issue, which is blessing. Let's take about 15 minutes. So, stewardship idea, and again, if you want to read very extensive kind of treatments of this kind of thing in psychoanalysis, the place to look is really in the mature writings of Erik Erikson. Erik Erikson, in an uncanny way, was studying this stuff. I mean, he embodied it more than he placed it in an archetypal context. You can almost say Erik Erikson, this great Freudian psychoanalyst that had no college degrees at all, embodied a lot of this stuff in his own life. And there's a book about him by Robert Coles entitled Erik Erikson, The Growth of His Work, which is a good thing to read about these virtues of caring and generativity. But the traditional word which has been used throughout history, and the idea that you find when you study tribal cultures, if you study, for example, all this interest in Native American culture, one of the main reasons why people are so interested in it is because, think about it, if you're going to think ecology, what do you have to think? Stewardship. That's what it's about. You are a one who cares for, one who is capable of being responsible for. Of course, the New Testament and Christian traditions are full of this image. A lot of the parables deal with this. Now, the word stewardship, however, is really good in terms of this archetype in another way, because it helps to get a differentiation between the human ego and the archetypal king, the human man and the archetypal king. Because, as we said last week, if you notice, as kingship, as the idea of kingship and the practice of kingship develops in the world throughout history, gradually the king gets clear, aha, I am a king, but I am not the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And gradually you get this differentiation between the historical king and the king God. And you can look at the iconography. By the way, remind me to get some brochures for you, or at least get more information for you on this iconography of the king exhibit. Little Jungian synchronicity here. Just as soon as our course is over, I'm going to invite all you people down to Hyde Park to the Oriental Institute. On November, I think, the 11th, they're going to have a day-long presentation on iconography of the king. You come down and look at this, the slides, and listen to the lectures on that. You will be the only people there that think this has got anything to do with today. But anyway, in some of those old images of the king, you get the sculpture of the king kneeling before the god, king. And in some of the images, the throne is really empty. And so you get this idea of the earthly king being clear that he is not the king. He is responsible to the king. You see this really clearly in the Parsifal myth. And if you're opera fans, you can get at this stuff by looking at Parsifal, the opera Parsifal. And if you're not opera fans, you can get at this through looking at opera Parsifal. You can get one with English subtitles. Read the libretto. Because in that, you've got the story of every man's struggle with this. We start off being a little Parsifal, trying to be faithful to mom, not having anything to do with other women, not knowing our name. Mom saying, stay away from those nights. It'll get you into trouble. So the boy works his way through all sorts of adventures and so forth until he gets to the point of realizing that the whole thing has been about his becoming the king. The whole thing is a mystery of kingship in a man. And toward the end, he heals and blesses the old king. Think father. He assumes his kingship, and he understands who it is that the Grail serves. See, the Grail serves the Grail king, who is not the human king. It's God. See? So in that whole myth, you get this archetypal structure. You get the importance of the ego disidentifying with this archetype so that the ego can have some sense of stewarding. The word means what? Give me a sort of a literal definition of to steward. What is to steward? What does that mean?
Manage and protect and serve.
All of the above. It has the general meaning, the same meaning of to care for another. It is not ownership.
Steward provides bounty.
Yes. Prunes too. All sorts of things. The idea is that you do not, this is not ownership, this is not possession, this is taking care of for someone. And see, there's where the ecology thing comes in terms of the ecological issues. If you have an idea that you own the planet, then it's impossible for you to muster the sense of reverence that you need to care for it. And so the idea of stewardship is something which helps an individual deal with their resources, material, emotional, intellectual, all sorts of things. Yeah, comments, question, yeah.
I know you're not implying taking care of or in the sense of baby or not allowing
No.
say no, but
No. That really moves us on into this blessing idea. That is, to steward, the idea of stewarding is to help the most potential embody itself. Well, that's a loaded one, isn't it? Gee, Mike, I don't know what to say about this.
That's right.
This is on tape, man. To the extent that any coach is really, really good at it, there's a sense in which they better be a steward, because if they're not a steward, they will not be able to elicit the best from their players.
It may be his job is stewardship. Now, whether or not he fulfills that's another question.
That's right.
Depends on whether they win or lose.
Any leader has signed on to be a steward. Now, they may not know that, or there may be an empty word for them. But the problem is you get so many people signing on to be leaders whose circuitry and this stuff is down. You know, for whom the word stewardship is an empty word that has no meaning. The narcissistic personality disorder is incapable of rocking this word. It's like it's from another planet. It's language from another planet. And they can only trivialize it. And they can't help it. Because if you're a narcissistic personality disorder, and all of us have got some narcissistic pathology, it's because somebody that had a stewardship responsibility with you didn't come through for you when you were very weak and vulnerable. Yeah.
I get a sense that stewardship doesn't have the same kind of power. That it seems to be more of the self-actualized thing in the creating the cosmos idea and the idea of sacrifice. And that stewardship seems the power of stewardship is coming.
It doesn't. It's not as sexy. You know, because, you know, when you really get into the job of creating cosmos out of chaos, it isn't really as sexy when you're doing it as when you're looking at the archetype. See, I mean, when we're in the archetype, you know, it's loaded with all that numinosity, but when you're dealing with the world, it seems awfully mundane.
But this is more mundane.
Well, it is not more mundane at all.
That's the sense I'm getting.
I know it's not more mundane at all, but when you're into it, see, we're talking about the work end of it, not the glory end of it. See, this is more the work end of it. And this is also related to the sacrifice part, see, because that's why people would rather go down in flames and get a lot of attention than they had to kind of do what is necessary day by day. Because doing what is necessary day by day is not near as sexy as going down in flames and having everybody watch the contrail as you go down, you know, heroically. Yeah, right.
I was going to say, the reason I said boundaries is that stewardship, let's say in the agricultural business, the steward is someone who farms that land without depleting it.
Yeah.
Okay. and yet an inferior kind of steward goes out there and produces everything, drains everything out of the land until it becomes barren.
That's right.
Or the same thing with an industrialist in the material way. Produces a product, and instead of the cost of the toxic waste and taking care of that toxic waste and put it in the product, he dumps it someplace in order to, maximize the bottom line.
Absolutely.
So stewardship is not just in the doing, but is in the boundaries of how it's done.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. The whole boundary issue is very important. I mean, it's like being able to extend the boundaries of you're really talking about extending the boundaries of your responsibilities to the place where they really stop. And it's like if I'm dumping toxic waste on African tribes, as is happening today, we're exporting a lot of our toxic waste to Africa and other places where where bribery works very well to be able to dump truckloads of toxic chemicals out in the outback areas, various parts of the world. We're doing that a lot now. That's a good example of what's happening. And the interesting thing is that we've created a climate where a guy who thinks he's a real hotshot man can really get off on doing that kind of stuff and be celebrated in the press a lot, by a lot of individuals. So that kind of gives you a little sense about the climate for stewardship. But I think it is not very sexy, because it's like this is where the work is. This is where day by day people have to do what is necessary to engage these things, and it isn't real sexy. It's real ugly. Yeah.
And the steward is also to husband.
Yes.
So whether that verb then becomes an noun.
Which one now?
To husband. To be a husband.
Oh, that was the meaning of husbanding. Yes. And again, the interesting thing is, what that has come to connote, in the sense of it has come to mean sort of like disempowerment. But I think the context, the linguistic context of that word is the same one. And I think men ought to think about that in relationship to the concept of being a husband. Empowerment, etc., etc. Yeah.
Yeah, in the story you just read about Iron John.
Yes.
The little boy is asked by Iron John to guard this pond. Yes. Is that an act of stewarding for this little boy?
Sort of a training thing, isn't it? And of course the boy can't do that. He gets too excited. It's what we call in psychoanalysis overstimulation. See, you got this gold stuff in here, all this archetypal energy in there, and that little fountain, and the boy has got to put his finger in it, just out of curiosity. But of course, there's probably something evolutionary about that. We want the Prometheus myth, we don't get into this archetypal energy here. But that's an interesting insight. I never heard anybody say that, and I think that's got some merit to think about. And it's not that, he doesn't get killed because of it. He just has to go on out and do more things. He's got to have more experiences where he has to engage with his power. He's got to go out. How many of you read that? Iron John, or have read it? Watch what happens in that. The boy gradually has to get more and more comfortable with what?
Quickson's a gardener.
Yep. Cook's helper.
Cook's helper.
And notice how in that story he's very ashamed of his power and his beauty. This is where Robert Bly really has done wonderful. And Robert Bly is always trying to help men understand that their power and their beauty, their gold, he calls it, is scary. You got to be careful how and when you show it. You don't show your gold carelessly, because you're likely to provoke envy attacks and all sorts of other negative responses before your warrior self. Robert, excuse me for a little interpretation here. Before your warrior self can protect you. It's dangerous to feel your own beauty and power until you got enough of your warrior self so that the people that hate you for being beautiful can't kill you. But let's take it on with that. See, what happens, watch it. He meets this woman, see. It's a very interesting image of healthy woman in this story. She's not at all offended by his beauty and his power. It's really wonderful story in that respect. She wants him to take his cap off. Come on, guy. Take your cap off and let me see your golden hair. And he's scared of it. Gradually, he keeps going back to the forest, connecting with that, Robert's always talking about that wild man. Well, this is the wild man. The archetypal self is the wild man, non-domesticated, can never be domesticated. And gradually, notice what happens though. When that wild man really gets liberated, what is he? He's a king. And the clue is what comes out of the shadow. When the boy becomes a king, the shadow emerges as the king. The king is liberated when the boy becomes a man. That is the heart of that story with regard to this archetype. So you can work that fairy tale. It's no wonder that Robert has really made that thing world famous, because you can work that thing to understand the dynamic relationship of all these archetypes. You can see it in that one fairy tale. Yeah.
And then God is redeemed.
Yes. That's right. Well, it's a whole story of redemption. That is a fairy tale of redemption. And what we're talking about, what we ought to be talking about today, is redeeming these masculine potentials. They're down there at the bottom of the lake. And just as in that fairy tale, that power and goodness and generativity can be liberated for the world. And let me talk a little bit about blessing, and then we will. What time is it? Oh, good. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask one question about stewardship.
Yeah.
There's all the paradox here that the steward serves.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the steward is an aspect of the divine.
Yes.
Talking about an aspect of the divine. Makes me think of Edgar and his respect for Jonah's answer to Job.
Absolutely. It's an interesting issue. It's almost what you're getting at is this interesting thing about the way the ego feels when it's really in touch with the archetypal self. It doesn't feel real ordinary. And I don't mean a pathologically inflated ego. I mean a human male ego the way it was designed to be, instinctually. That's what Robert Bly is getting at. He's going around telling all these men, hey, you better get in touch with the wild man. In effect, he's saying, that's your birthright. Well, this is what he's getting at, is when you really get in touch with this thing, and it's not wiping you out by pathological expressions, there's a certain luminosity about the man. You know, there's this book that I hope a guy can get published where he talks about King David. And he subtitled it, I love this subtitle, The Lion in Luster. The Lion in Luster. Luster. There's a sense of that glow about it. And there's a certain divinity about it. It's almost like once you get into that, you get this sort of Native American feeling about all of us creatures being part of a royal household. It's like there isn't any such thing as ordinary creatures. And that's kind of what that gets at. There's a certain kind of divination. You see that there are a lot of people that talk about that. Chardin, Teilhard de Chardin talks about that kind of thing. And the book of John in the New Testament really gets into that kind of thing. And so there's a sense in which you know what that is to me? That's just, you just get over your depression. You know, you're not depressed anymore. Once you're not depressed anymore, you feel a little bit like you're divine. Now, Christians have been talking about that a while, and there's a whole branch of theology now called creation spirituality. And doesn't fly very well at the Vatican. You got to read what Matthew Fox said about the Vatican and the dysfunctional family. He said it, I didn't. But anyway, that idea about creation spirituality is about this issue about how you feel when you get over your depression. It's like you really do feel like it's kind of the creation. Kind of beautiful and wonderful. Yeah.
You suggest a work by
Matt Fox?
Yeah.
Somebody that knows his work, tell us the best one to start with.
Original Blessing.
Original Blessing. Wonderful. There's a whole lot of it.
It's one that I think connects with a lot of the King and the Steward and stuff that they're talking about sacrifice. It's the coming of the cosmic Christ. That's right.
Yeah, now Matt Fox knows a lot. He's got a real sense for the way in which the goddess stuff, what I would call the queen stuff, relates to this. So I would want to hold up the importance of the king stuff and not see it all as patriarchal bullshit. Anyway, blessing. Original blessing. That's a good place for us to stop tonight. Original blessing. See, the king, the true king, is not so much into being blessed as he is into blessing. I wanted to make a little rap here about some of the misguided theology that we've seen throughout the centuries. There's this saying, and I know that John Calvin wouldn't like this interpretation. Probably didn't mean this. But you know the phrase sola Deo Gloria. Somebody translate that, some Latin scholar here. Give us a translation. Sola Deo Gloria. What does that mean? Sola Deo Gloria.
Only for the glory of God?
Yes. Or the Protestants like to say, to God alone be the glory. I get that now. Sound like a dysfunctional family to you? Get it? To Dad alone be the glory. Or to Mother alone be the glory. What are we for? Well, we're supposed to adore them and tell them how wonderful they are, right? That's our role in the family. Anything we can do, kids, let's do it to make them get along, feel better. Let's make Mom feel better. Let's make Dad feel better. Let's protect Dad's narcissism. Sola Patria Gloria.
Every evening prayer starts with a message like that.
Yes. Well, right, exactly. That's what I'm wanting to talk about. Because I think the true king doesn't function that way at all. The true king says, to the creatures be the glory. And if you look at the Gospels, that's the image of the king you get in the Gospels. You get the idea, the Christian idea of kenosis. What's that about? Well, you can do the theology of it, but the psychology of it is that when you disidentify with the archetype of the king and you make a connection with it, then you're able to let other people be blessed with your power. Your potency leads you to be able to empower other people so that they can feel like they glow. And if you're an executive and your people working with you don't feel like they're a little magical, you're not doing your job. You know what? I hate to tell you this. That was the good news. Here's the bad news. You're not making as much money as you could be making. See? You know, a lot of these people think, you know, in management think, well, you know, if I really ride them, they'll work harder. Yeah, he could probably stand and study this stuff. He really could. Because there are a lot of coaches, and he wasn't the first. Look, he learned this from a long line of coaches. You go all the way back to Newt Rockman. Yeah. The idea, and you know, we get it a lot in the idea that we have that if you humiliate somebody enough, it'll really make them grow up. You know, the idea that the real way to help a man be a man is just to shame the hell out of him. You know? There's a lot of that stuff around. Yeah.
When you go through Ranger School, what they do is that humiliation is to get you to disidentify with whatever you identified with before you came in. And then that NCOC stands up there and glows like God and says, now if you want to be God, you come and be like me. See? So Ditka, you know, you can look at Ditka in a negative sense, or you can look at him in a positive sense. You know, what he projects to media, I would say, is a very negative kind of coaching. But what he projects to his men doesn't necessarily have that negative.
Well, in any particular, you know, I never got. I'm not on the inside of any of that stuff. I just know that what you gotta get to is that what you do when you shame men unnecessarily is you make for a lot of very rageful, dangerous boys. See, that's something that I don't think has been understood very well. There is a certain necessary shaming. I say that and a lot of people get all upset. And I say there is a necessary shaming. There's healthy shame. And that's what occurs when you realize what an arrogant, narcissistic, pompous ass you are. That's a healthy shame, and that's what Rudolf Otto talked about in the book Das Heilige, the encounter with the holy, because when you encounter the truly sacred, you feel shame, and it's not a phony shame, because what is exposed is the truth about you. You experience the truth about you. They used to talk about that as conviction in the old days. See, now that's the mysterium tremendum, mysterium fascinans. Yes, what were you going to say?
I'm wondering if that shame is not a form of humility.
Oh yes, I think that's right. That is true humility, because true humility consists not in being self-effacing and denying your gifts, like a lot of people think it is. True humility is knowing your limitations, so that once you get to know your limitations, then you'll get the help that you need to deal with them. And the person that needs some true, necessary shaming experiences is a person that does not know their limitations, and life is going to encounter them with them. You see, everyone, the puer and the puella in us, and we've all got it, is avoiding some necessary shaming experiences. See, there's a lot of people talking about shame today in psychology that think that all shame experiences are pathology. They're just really, that's ridiculous. But most of the shame we have to deal with is pathological. because we're dealing with other people's narcissistic pathology, that they're shaming us unnecessarily. In other words, a lot of people shame us for things we don't need to be shamed about. Like in dysfunctional families, shame is the law. And a lot of the time in a dysfunctional family, you're being shamed for the very things you ought to be proud of. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of great stuff coming out. There's a new book coming out by a man by the name of Morrison called "Shame: The Underside of Narcissism," and they're making some real strides now in understanding the plumbing of shame. But it's almost always related to other people. That is, the way you're feeling yourself. Well, it goes with people's eyes. Remember that old folk song about the guy that they were getting ready to hang him, and he said, "God damn your eyes, God damn your eyes." It is an experience of being defective, feeling defective in front of other people and having them know it. But it's a very complicated phenomenology. There's a book by Carl Schneider called Shame, Exposure, and Privacy that gets into this. People talk a lot about guilt as being transgressing one of your own internalized values, moral values, or something on that end. And a lot of people will talk a lot about shame cultures and guilt cultures and say that, traditional cultures are more shame cultures and ours is more of a guilt culture. I think that's a crock. I think all cultures are shame cultures. I think we all shame people just incredible. If you're a therapist and you're sitting with people a lot, you're just dealing with shame all the time. People are ashamed of their beauty. In a dysfunctional family, you got to be ashamed of your beauty, because if you show it, you're going to get ridiculed, humiliated. Yeah.
Along that line, back to the Irish John story, the fascinating thing for me about the little boy stewarding that, each time he did not do what he was told, and Iron John comes along and says, "Well, I understand, let's try one more time," and then finally, 3 times, he says, "Well, you're going to have to leave now."
You're going to have to leave the forest.
Right.
See, that forest is where a lot of people keep their gold. Really deep in the forest. And then gradually, as you get that befriending that powerful fella in there, you get to where you show it more. I like to think that when I work with people, I want to create a bunch of shameless folks when it comes to other humans. They need to have a capacity for shame with regard to the archetypal dimension. But the healthier you get, the less vulnerable you will be to some crazy person shaming you, whether they're your boss or a committee member or a mentor. So blessing, see, is just the opposite of shaming. What the true king does is to invite people out and seize them. The eyes are so important here. We haven't, here we are in almost the 21st century. And Erik Erikson's wife, as far as I know, is the only person that ever really did anything really interesting on eyes, the psychology of eyes. The importance of eyes looking at you. Now, in the old culture, there's that book called The Evil Eye called Malocchio. There are books on the evil eye. But it's hard to get anybody to, until self-psychology recently talks about mirroring. The whole concept in psychoanalytic self-psychology about mirroring, Self-Psychology and Clinical Social Work by Miriam Elson. Read that. But the word mirroring doesn't get it. It's not, the true king does not mirror you. The true king blesses you. If I hold up a mirror, that's too passive. It's too passive an image. Because the concept of blessing means that this king thing really constitutes your being and makes you feel more real and makes you feel more empowered. And the gaze of the king, in this blessing sense, sort of is constitutive. It's like you feel more real after you've been in his gaze for a while. It's very interesting to watch this in therapy. When this is present in the transference in therapy, the psychoanalysts call it a mirroring transference, mirror transference. And when a person has not received adequate blessing in their family, and they get into therapy, and they're able to form this king or queen transference with a therapist, for a day or two after they've been to see the therapist, they will feel a lot more alive. They will feel a lot better. They won't feel as depressed. They'll feel less chaotic. They'll feel more able to act. And after a day or two, it begins to sort of wear off. Why? Well, it has to do with this archetypal configuration. They haven't been looked at enough. Now, think about that. I want you to think about it. You know, Bernie Siegel is doing something which I just found out about just recently that I think is really wonderful. Bernie Siegel is a doctor that works with really sick people, cancer patients and stuff. He has them get undressed and in privacy and get in front of a large mirror and just look at themselves for long periods and try to see if they can find anything that they can like. And gradually, if they can find a place that they can like, to gradually widen the area of the body that the person can feel positive affect toward. That's directly related to this stuff. It's like, notice when you look in the mirror, notice how you act when you look in the mirror. When you go home tonight and you look in the mirror, notice how you act in the presence of your image. Notice how you feel when you're looking at yourself. To the extent that you didn't get enough of this king stuff mediated to you through the eyes of your father or other powerful men, and the correlate for women, you will feel very uncomfortable looking at yourself. It'll be very difficult for you to be with you there or to say anything positive to yourself. It's a fascinating thing, and there's probably a lot of research that needs to be done on this. I suspect that our body images that we see being so wounded in eating disorders and a lot of other kind of pathologies, I suspect that is directly related to not having been looked at in this way enough by anybody. Yeah.
We've gotten awfully far away from that in terms of healing.
Yeah.
In old historic cases, you can separate the neurological from psychological cases.
Yeah.
Who the healer was made a difference.
Yeah.
Like Mesmer.
Yes. Yeah.
Very much involved.
Yeah.
In the way that it's not generalized.
Yeah. Yeah. My research question for research psychology would be the question of whether that isn't generalizable. It's just whether we haven't gotten sophisticated enough to research a lot of that stuff. Because my guess is that if psychology gets better able to look at this whole thing and you know, if there could, and I think a really good research psychologist could come up with research designs to test some of this mirroring stuff empirically. I think that that's not out of the realm of research psychology that exists now. It's just that it's interesting. The psychologist that understand about this are not empirically oriented in terms of research design. And so the people that have really got the high-powered research abilities have been educated in systems that don't really look at this kind of phenomenon. And I think we could get some research going that would test this stuff and just kind of look at what happens when people get looked at in a certain kind of way that could be identified as empathic. Well, some of that Rogerian research may be related to this. Some of that old Rogerian research on positive regard may be related to this, but it didn't talk about the eyes. It would be very interesting to have somebody doing research about the way the self feels from being looked at. Self-psychologists talking about this today. I just got back, thank God, Sunday before Tuesday from San Francisco. We had a big self-psychology conference in San Francisco in which they were talking about the current Freudians are now beginning to look at this thing about having people be on the couch where they can't be seen. And they're beginning to wonder about what happens to somebody that needs to be looked at when you put them on the couch and they can't see your eyes. And I'll tell you, that's quite an achievement when Freudians really, I'm serious. When you start listening to them talk about things that Adler and Jung talked about 50 years ago, real interesting. Yeah.
Do we have any idea whether imprinting requires gaze back?
Well, did you hear that question? There's this guy, Eugene de Quille, who is a neurophysiological researcher at the University of Pennsylvania. In his book, The Spectrum of Ritual, look at the book, The Spectrum of Ritual, and look at his essay in this volume I edited of Zygon on ritual and human adaptation. De Quille suggests, he's a psychiatrist researcher of the University of Pennsylvania, he suggests that indeed that blessing, rituals of blessing, somehow are related to this imprinting business, and that there is actually some sort of changes in the psychological functioning of the human animal related to this imprinting behavior that has to do with what humans have talked about as blessing. So look at de Quille's work on that. I think it does. In other words, it's like you can't beam down into being human if you hadn't got somebody looking at you right. It's almost like the teleporter mechanism to get you down out of the archetypal is a certain kind of gaze. Yeah.
In at least Vipassana Buddhism that I'm familiar with, after you go through this process of cleansing and enlightening and empowering yourself, it really serves as base one to then allow you to give out metta, which is the blessings. Yeah. And you give metta to everyone, to the universe. And you require the ability to transmit that energy of blessing.
You hear what he's saying? He's talking about in certain form of Buddhism, and I think many forms of Buddhism. If you really get to the heart of Buddhism, it's about this thing. Because there are so many Buddhists that are trying to embody blessing and feel like that's the way the earth will be healed. And you know, in a way, that's right. And you can see if you say, well, now the Buddhists think that if you really pass out blessing, you'll get a world with justice and peace. Right. That's the way it's set up archetypally. Think about, we've got to draw this to a close, and then we will come back and talk about the slip between the cup and the lip on this next week. We'll talk about how hard it is to get this thing tuned. But this idea of passing out blessing is very interesting. That is key to a lot of Native American traditions. They are so into this blessing business, and they have trouble understanding people that are not. They don't. And you know, if you study a lot of these old traditions, they home in on that thing. And it's related to the eyes. In Hindu tradition, we'll start with darshan. Somebody tell us what darshan is? Yes.
It's a Sanskrit word that means gaze or glance. And I've experienced it. It's a very ancient spiritual practice in which the person on the spiritual path comes to the teacher, and it's something like spiritual direction. You don't say anything; you just sit there and get through it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's incredible.
See, archetypally, the guru is not the magus there. You see, the magician part, you're doing ritual leadership in some sort of form. He is in the king position there. He's sitting on the dais. He's uplifted. The guru is on a platform where everyone in the room can see. And you look into the guru's eyes. And people who've experienced this can report feeling the energy coming into them. Well, I don't think that's a bunch of cultist nonsense. What that is doing is relating to this wound in us. That somebody will look at us and obviously communicate that I am not ashamed of you. When I look at you, I don't feel shame. And I don't feel embarrassment when I look at you. And in a way, what is being communicated there, and this gets me back around to the opposite of sola deo gloria. It is the true king who is saying, oh, you're so glorious. You're so glorious, and I see you. That's the true king. See, it's not his majesty, get it? It's not, to the true king, it's not his majesty. It's your majesty.
Is it like that phrase in baptism of Jesus, where it says, this is my beloved son?
Absolutely.
Whom I am well pleased.
This is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased. And if a man gets to the point in his life where he can even sometimes let that flow through him to somebody else, he's really getting close to initiation. Because it is that, see, all that remind me to talk about how this relates to the Lucifer myth of Satan. Because the son in whom the father is not well pleased turns real destructive. Okay, thanks a lot. That's all for now. This topic about the pathology in the king, the pathology of the king, it's old hat for most of us, because most of what we've seen is this. So, I mean, most of us could give this lecture. You know, because it's what we know best, but I'd like for us to focus in on think a little more systematically about king pathology, or the way in which it manifests in this particular form. And what I want to do is do a little review of the basic, just a very quick review of the basic assumptions about narcissism, infantile grandiosity, or pathological grandiosity, and the way it is the engine of all forms of pathology, and I think of all forms of human evil. And if you look at any of these archetypal configurations in the masculine and the parallels in the feminine, each one of them has its own particular way of manifesting pathological grandiosity. See, the queen has the queen's way of manifesting pathological grandiosity. The female warrior has that form and so forth. But I want to start out by just reviewing just briefly. When you're thinking about pathology from Jung's point of view, these archetypes are not pathological in themselves. They are what they are. In a way, they're nature. This is our biology. This is our biological given. You don't say that my muscle system is in itself pathological by design. It's pathological perhaps if I use it for certain evil ends, but it is a structure. It's a physical structure, a biological structure, and there is a sense in which, and read Anthony Stevens' work on our archetypes. Anthony Stevens' Archetypes: A Natural History of the Self, and recently his book on war, The Roots of War, because he really talks about these archetypal systems or configurations as biological, and I agree with him on that. And so the archetype itself is not good or bad. It's just one of the given potentials of the human animal. But remember, we talked about in Jung's view, you get into pathology when you get into inflation, either a positive or a negative inflation. Or we say today, we don't say inflation, although it's a perfectly good way to think about it. We say into a kind of a pathological grandiosity. I've given a number of lectures around the country on narcissism and human evil, in which I point out that for most of the history of the human race, tribal peoples understood this stuff, and they understood that there was a deep, close tie between creativity and evil, down at the roots. And that book, The Anthropology of Evil, it's a book published in England. I forget who the editor was, but The Anthropology of Evil goes into tribal views of this mystery down at the bottom of human experience, that creativity is somehow related to evil. Well, it is in this way in which both our creativity and our pathological grandiosity are grounded in the archetypal structures. Let me just review briefly with you the way in which all of the different major schools of psychoanalysis have had insights into pathological grandiosity as the root of psychopathology. Now, I've talked about this in other places, but let me just briefly run through this with you. How many of you have not been to previous sessions? Okay, we have a few. Let me just talk just for a moment about Freud, Adler, Kohut, and Jung. Because when we're talking about the pathology of the king archetype, we have to set this in the context of the way pathology works, whichever one of these archetypes, the warrior, the magician, the lover, whatever. Okay. Each one of these great psychoanalysts have identified grandiosity in some form as related, as expressing itself in pathology. Let me just show you how this works. Now, Freud wasn't to the point yet of showing the relationship structurally in the psyche between the superego and the id in the way that we think of it today. Let me just say, the superego would be that part, we can talk about it as conscience, but it's really more than that. It is your inner critic. We talk about the inner critic. And when the superego is functioning right, it's helping you be aware of your limitations. And that's important. When it gets pathological, it doesn't just make you aware of your limitations, it grinds you into the ground. It can never give you anything. It can only criticize you. And so if you have what the early Freudians would talk about as a sadistic superego, it is always out of perfectionism. This is what Marion Woodman talks about as addiction to perfection. I mean, like, it is so perfectionistic that it is constantly criticizing you and making you feel like you really don't have a right to live. If you really have severe depressions and you really have suicidal urges and fantasies a lot, then from a classical Freudian point of view, you'd say that you have a very punitive sadistic superego. Well, look at the grandiosity in that. The grandiosity is in its demands for a moral or aesthetic perfection that, in fact, human beings do not achieve. That is, it is that the sadistic superego applies perfectionistic, godlike claims on the individual. And so the grandiosity that you can see in the superego is in its claims for moral or intellectual or aesthetic perfection. And if I don't do better than this, if I'm a sculptor, and I'm working, and it doesn't come out just like my vision of it, then I break it and I stop being a sculptor. There are a lot of people that try and give up because they're so frustrated by their imperfection as a sculptor. Or if you started trying to write poems, and you wrote some poems, and then you made the mistake, as Robert Bly says, of showing your gold to the wrong people. You shared your poetry with the wrong people when you were very vulnerable, and their response kicks off your own inner superego sadism, and because when they look at it, one of these negative kings or negative queens looks at it and kind of gives you that look. Well, and then your own inner critic turns up the volume then, and then you stop writing poetry. There are a lot of people, and we'll be talking next quarter about the lover archetype. There are a lot of people for whom the most healing thing they could do would be to write poetry. But because of this thing, they cannot pick up a pen. So the perfectionism of the inner critic. The id, according to the classic Freudians, is a perfectionism of desire. And a lot of the time, if it's real archaic and real grandiose, it's quantity. So many women, so little time. It's the guy you noticed at the bars, he's got a beautiful woman with him, but he only has eyes for them. Always, what? Not. Hey, you'll get me in trouble. Trump may have a hit man. I'm not gonna. But anyway, so the id is incredibly totalistic in its demands. It wants all the food. It wants all the cocaine. Wants all the alcohol. All the wild turkey. That's mine. My id wants all the wild turkey, and not that 86 proof stuff either. But anyway, it's got to have it all. Or if some of you are like some of us, it wants all the records, all the CDs. It's this acquisitive little god or goddess inside, you know. And it can't, it's like the Stones song, it can't get no satisfaction. It's just the more it gets, the more it wants. And so there's a grandiosity of desire. But notice, both the moral critic and the desire are grandiose in form. Later on, in analysis with Kohut, we began to see that the grandiosity that drives what Freud thought is what he called superego, it is fueled by a structure which Jung called later the archetypal self, which we are talking about in this course, part of it. Now Adler made it very simple. Adler, for those of you that haven't studied this stuff, Adler, you know, Chicago is one of the few cities in the world that has institutes for all the major schools of psychoanalysis. My first psychoanalytic diploma was an Adlerian diploma. Adler was very simple about this. He says, you know, practically everybody's got an inferiority complex. We've heard inferiority complex, and people to that extent have had some influence by Adler, because he coined that, inferiority complex. But what most people don't know is that Adler believed that behind every inferiority complex was a superiority complex. And in our language today, again, we would say, what is a superiority complex? Well, it is an unconscious organization which makes claims of the individual and of other people that are larger than him. In other words, the individual with the superiority complex feels that he or she should be exempt from the expectations that are made of other people. When an Adlerian speaks of someone who is a rule breaker, they're talking about someone with a superiority complex. I am above the law. You can see one side of the King pathology in that. See, I am above the law. Who's above the law? Well, the King is above the law in those primitive forms, those primitive cultures when there's no sense of the law binding the King after he's lost his sense of unity with it. Anyway, so inferiority complex and superiority complex, this is in the conscious mind. This is in the unconscious. So, grandiosity. For an Adlerian, how do you get healed? Well, you get help in finding where you're making these superiority claims without knowing it. The therapist not too gently exposes your claims to superiority. They have the Adlerians have a technical word for that. They call it spitting in your soup. That is exposing what they call the antisocial nature of the behavior, exposing the antisocial nature of the symptom. And their idea is that if you decide that you're going to come down and live as a fellow human being, you will have social interest. And so you see in that idea that getting off of they even talk about a hierarchical, there's this Adlerian book called Beyond Success and Failure, where they talk about how crazy a vertical oriented universe is. And that the crazier you are, the more vertically oriented your universe is. And that the more healthy you get, the more you're able to include in your realm of interest, care. See? Now the feminists picked up on this, although it's very interesting that feminist theorists have not made enough use yet of Adler. Many of them have not discovered Adler. But Adler's theory would support a lot of what contemporary feminist theorists are talking about. Okay, now Kohut and contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychology has gotten more clear about this stuff about grandiosity than anybody else, and I suggest that you look at this book by Miriam Elson called Self-Psychology in Clinical Social Work for an introduction to that school of thought and to Kohut's work, and then you can read, after that you can read Kohut himself. He's kind of a tough nut to read if you don't have a little help getting into it. But basically that psychology is a brilliant approach to understanding how you end up with pathological grandiosity as an adult, what happened to you as a child that you still have it in raw forms, how it's related to your emotional and interpersonal problems as an adult. That whole school of thought is marvelously sophisticated, and the thing I simply wanted to point out tonight is the concept in Kohut of the person's need for mirroring. We talked about that a little bit before. And when we're talking about the pathology of the king, one of the things I want to talk about is if your relationship to the king is not good, what it does to your capacity to mirror others. We'll talk about that. But anyway, the grandiose, exhibitionistic, if you like that, grandiose, exhibitionistic, self-organization. And here again, you've got this understanding that inside the psyche is an actual organization that is not your ego or it's not your conscious mind. That is what the Freudians say, very archaic and very primitive in its perfectionistic claims on you. For example, if you're working with a self-psychological psychotherapist, they're very comfortable helping you. In fact, they want to help you get a sense about the way the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization operates in you. They're not going to moralize at you about it. It's what I really love about this school. They really understand that you got it honest. It isn't your fault. And what they will do is for example, they'll say, if you're a workaholic, nobody here but me, of course, is a workaholic. But if you're a workaholic, a self-psychological psychotherapist will try to help you become aware of the pressure of this thing to make you do more. And what is wonderful about these self-psychologists is they try to get you focused so you can watch at the involuntary nature of this. That this thing is like, like you're standing on a San Francisco hill trying to hold up one of those walls. It is an inexorable pressure on your conscious mind. You have to develop the capacity and consciousness to resist the grandiosity. Now see, most schools of psychology can't even begin to deal with that kind of emotional experience. But self-psychology is marvelous at helping you get a feeling for the pressure on you to be great, the pressure on you to do more, the pressure on you to consume more. And the beautiful thing about it is that they've got it down to a sort of micro level so that you can really look closely. If you have an addictive problem, for example, get the book by Lewin, Levin, called Treatment of Alcoholism and Other Addictions, a Self-Psychology Approach. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing, wonderful book. All of these things are just ways that I think are useful in helping you get a sense for the Jungian archetypal self that we're talking about through the King in this series. This structure functions very much like the superiority complex. It's like the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization. It is in the psyche, it has a purpose, but if the ego of the individual identifies with it, then it blows him up into a caricature of a human being. At least what I believe to be a caricature. There are a lot of people today who believe that to be male is to be tyrannical. That by definition, masculinity is tyrannical and dominating. Now, the assumption that I'm coming out of is that the tyranny that the human race has known has been a factor of what we're talking about tonight, a pathology of the King archetype. Chiefly a pathology of the King archetype. And that pathology takes two forms. And I want us to spend some time before the break going into just discussing the two forms that this pathology takes. And then after the break, we can discuss a lot of the ramifications of it. Next week, I will try to go into some of the old and contemporary ways that people have tried to cope with this. The two pathological forms, we can use some of the stuff with regard to kingship. Usurpation and abdication. It's a way of thinking about this. What you find men doing when they do not form an inner conscious connection to this archetype is they will take a role of identifying with the archetype and acting it out. They will identify with it personally. And I'm going to talk about two of the major forms of that in a minute. Or they will project this on another man or another group of men. In other words, they treat this kingship business like a too hot potato. I do not want to hold this. Here, you take it. And if they can find, and there's always some narcissistic personality disorder or some antisocial personality around who will volunteer. Yeah, give it to me, boys. Let me refer you to the work of Theodore Milan, particularly an old book of his, an old textbook of his on psychopathology that I still think is probably better than anything else available today. And it's Theodore Milan's book, Modern Psychopathology. It's one of those big, old, expensive 1968 texts. But what Milan did Milan is the guy, he's been on the committee, the committee that's writing, working on the diagnostic and statistical manual revisions. He's not psychoanalytically oriented, but he's done this wonderful thing that I think, in terms of helping people kind of map out psychopathology. I try to do that a lot in my teaching. He divides the psychopathological patterns into, let's see if I can do this, independent, dependent, ambivalent, and detached. He says that almost all basic patterns of psychopathology can be located somewhere in these categories, provided that you divide each of these into an active and a passive form. Stick with me now. I'm going to show you how this relates to the king archetype. Now these, in his later book, Disorders of Personality, he related these to the current formulations on character disorders, personality disorders. But what I think is very interesting, like for example, this would be sort of your asocial personality. This is what is poorly named today, the active ambivalent. The active ambivalent is what is poorly named today as the passive-aggressive personality. Passive-aggressive personality is not passive. They're really attacking you a lot. Passive-aggressive types, the way they talk about it in DSM-3, really attack you a lot. Passive ambivalent is compulsive personality. That's your that's your classical compulsive, which I located in my warrior class. See, these types, a lot of pathology in the warrior. But the king pathology you see most clearly in the dependent and independent forms that Milan has talked about. This is what is known today as dependent personality disorder. The passive dependent is called today the dependent. The active dependent is called today the histrionic. The passive independent is called the narcissistic personality disorder. And the active independent is today called it's called antisocial. What used to be called a sociopathic. But the disorders, have you got that? Just in terms of this? The styles are different. They all manifest pathology. If you're looking at the king, what you're looking at, king disorders, the person who usurps the king archetype is active or passive independent. The person who advocates the king archetype is a passive or active dependent. Okay, now that's complicated. I'll go over that with you in depth. Because I'm going to describe the person that how many of you saw David the King, like your assignment? Okay, now you got to see that before next week. Saul, King Saul, is a wonderful example of the active independent, the sociopathic, King Kong, King of the Mountain type pathology in the king. So we're going to talk about the more active form and the more passive forms, especially of this one, because they don't look the same clinically. But they're both grounded in the king archetype. Okay.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
To usurp king in an active way, I can see, I'm trying to see when you say Solomon being an active...
Not Solomon, Saul.
Saul being an active independent. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong story.
Maybe a different story. See, the key. Let me talk a little bit about an active independent personality, what they're like. The way emperors have been viewed throughout history corresponds very well to these two, and in terms of their attitudes toward the intrigues around them, they really correspond a lot to this. This person is paranoid to the core. They're constantly scanning. If there's not a palace coup, they will invent one. Their view of the universe is totally vertical. If I'm not standing on your neck, you're standing on mine. This is a Stalinist view. And if you want, well, that's right. But let's Richard Nixon was excuse me, what's my language here? He was a pansy here compared to Stalin. I mean, Stalin had this down. I mean, the way you got killed in Stalinist Russia is being a really good Bolshevik general. I mean, if you really wanted to get killed, just be a really good, ideologically clean Bolshevik general, and he would be sure to single you out to be shot. And that is the essence of this active independent thing. When it's really florid, which it is if a person is in that particular form of identification with the king, this is the archetypal configuration of the preemptive strike. You will not allow, get this now, think about it in terms of the role, the true role of the king. The true role we were talking about earlier last week. The true role of the king is to elicit cosmos from chaos. When a person is into this active independent thing, they want to create chaos everywhere they can. They do not want organization forming. You can think about the father in the dysfunctional family. You do not want any organization forming. Why? Because if there's any organization that forms, it can be used as a base to operate against you. Get that? So the pathological expression of the king in this form is anytime anyone begins to get any organization going, you have to destroy them.
That's the true tyrannical leader.
Yes, the true tyrannical leader cannot emotionally, it is impossible for that person to let any base of community organization proceed beyond a certain level.
China?
It happens if you just study carefully the Sunday New York Times every week. Just use it as a psychological text and study carefully events all around the world. You will see this happening constantly. The tyrants always move against any organizations that they are not totally dominating. For example, friends of mine just got back from the Philippines, and they have been working with these small community organizations. And just right before they got there, a group of individuals had come in to murder the village leaders. They just murdered some village leaders. And, it's very interesting. Some of the people in the village thought it was the government troops or agents of the government troops. Some of the people in the village thought it was the Communist People's Army. But what they need to realize, and very few people realize, it doesn't matter whether it was capitalist or communist, because the actual reality that's operating there is this one, and it doesn't have an ideological label. See, it's widely represented among communists and capitalists, among the left wing and the right wing. The left wing and the right wing both have plenty supply of these individuals. And their ideology is only skin deep.
I was just going to say, it seems like the U.S. Our people like that are so bumpers, usually they miss the target. Right. A detachment that allows them to hit the target.
Right. Well, yeah. If you're going to do this, you really got to be into it. I mean, you can't be Jimmy Carter and do this. I won't get into that, but I mean, and when a guy like Jimmy Carter is up against one of these, Carter never understood really what he was dealing with. And see, once you ever understand this kind of personality, then there's a certain sobering that occurs to you. All those fantasies about putting the flowers into the gun barrels and somehow achieving world peace, that begins to evaporate on you. Because this type of an individual has no sense whatsoever of any moral limits. You can see the old kingship archetype there. Not I am the state, I am the laws, I make the laws. They are a law unto themselves, and their law is power over. This is when the feminists talk about patriarchy and the essence of the power over thing. This is one of the imagos they're seeing, and it's very real in history. Study Caligula. Get some Roman history and study Caligula. You see it very clearly in Caligula. But what I think we have to understand in studying this archetypal stuff is that Caligula was the same guy as Stalin. I mean, this is not personal. This is archetypal. These individuals are only superficially individuals. What we're seeing is what happens when the king archetype comes in and possesses an ego and expresses itself in this particular form. There's a more benign form, I mean, it's not as incredibly toxic in the same sense. This passive form This is what we talk about as the narcissistic personality disorder. And basically, you know, a narcissistic personality disorder, if you just adore them and admire them and mirror them, they calm down. I mean, they kind of get lulled into sleep if you mirror them. Every graduate student that ever figured out graduate programs knows that their narcissistic professor, that all that narcissistic professor wants is to be admired and mirrored and made to feel that they're absolutely the most brilliant professor that ever existed and their ideas are wonderful. And yes, I would love to write my dissertation on your research and let you publish it. And if you mirror a narcissistic personality disorder enough, they will stop attacking you. And they will start feeling like they're connected with you. And if you can kind of move into a mirroring point of view with them, it's bogus, of course, but they start feeling attached to you. And they won't attack you anymore as long as you're kind of in there mirroring them. You're wondering. And that's a big difference. See? Because don't ever try to flatter one of these. Don't go in and try to mirror an active independent. They'll smile at you and have them come get you. See? Because you see, the difference is this person is a little more naive than this one. The passive independent, the narcissistic personality disorder, wants so badly to be mirrored and admired that he will believe you when you tell him how wonderful he is. He needs to believe you so bad. Yes, but just keep talking. Tell me how wonderful I am. But there's a little capacity for self-deception there. Whereas the active independent personality doesn't trust anybody at all, period. And so when you come in trying to flatter and tell them how wonderful they are, they're thinking to themselves what? What are they thinking when you're flattering them? What do you want? Or, I wonder if he's organizing against me. They look at the way Saul related to David. When David truly loved Saul, Saul knew that was phony. See the paranoid quality? Can you see the difference between these two forms? They're both the king archetype. One of them is much more paranoid than the other. One of them is much more compulsively violent than the other.
They would act almost bipolar, wouldn't they? Fall into a bipolar response, where you could have this
I think so.
At one extreme, passive way, and then all of a sudden.
That's right. But you see, they really are distinct because, for example, what you get with the passive independent one is you get lots of rages when they're not adored enough. And you can, when a person is into this passive form of this, you can tell when they're about ready to fragment because they start getting irritable. They're not attacking you yet, but they're just getting irritable. And you can tell that their anxiety level is going up. And the people in organizations that have bosses or managers that are like this, they learn that that's when to go in and really pay attention and stroke the boss. And then it usually calms down, see. So in other words, when he really flies into a rage and starts attacking everybody, it's usually when somebody has wounded his glow. See. But this other character That's not his desire to destroy you. Is not dependent upon whether you didn't mirror him enough. He just wants to see any sign whatsoever that you're looking like you think you can function independently. See? And it doesn't matter whether you've praised him to the skies, because he's really not looking to you for that. He's much more inner. You talk about this, the active independent. You would talk about him as much more inner motivated. He doesn't give the other people that as much power over him as the narcissistic personality disorder in the classical sense would do. Yeah.
Was the meeting of Hitler and Chamberlain an example of that? Hitler being the active, Chamberlain being passive. Hitler mirrored Chamberlain, calmed him down, sent him to bed, and he knew all the time what he needed to do. And the lesson perhaps was that another active independent has to meet him face to face for him to back away.
I think Hitler he needed some of the adulation, but finally, I think you're right. I think that really wasn't finally critical for him. He was more interested in watching how he could manipulate things. It was very interesting to see Hitler and Stalin dealing with each other, because that was quite a twosome. Yeah. And Mussolini, look at Mussolini. Mussolini was far more the narcissist type. You know, he loved to strut, and he loved to have everybody watch him preen, but he really was not in the league of the others. He really wasn't in the same league. Yeah.
Can you explain why you're unclear about what the title usurpation?
When you speak of usurping the throne, someone who takes the throne when the throne is not really meant for them. Remember when I was talking about the development in kingship, in the history of kingship, when the king began to understand that he was not the final king, that there was a king of kings and a lord of lords to whom he had to submit. So there is a sense, even say in the ancient Near East, in which some of those kings had developed to the point that they knew that they had to answer to a cosmic king, that they indeed were kings, but that they were not going to usurp the cosmic throne. So there was that development from when the Pharaoh thought he was the cosmic king, until later when the king was the deputy of the cosmic king. And you really see that in a lot of the Christian imagery. Like last week, I found this very primitive Thai folk art in which they had tried to do a rendering of the, I should have brought that tonight, the three kings of the Christian Advent, because it really gets at that sense about the Christian myth that you get in Handel's Messiah, the idea of the kings coming and paying homage to the cosmic king. There is that same structure, and when you say usurpation in this, it's any individual that, in our language, that takes the role of the archetypal king. No man. See, the assumption here, what is the assumption? The assumption is any man will be crazy who either takes this for himself or puts it on another man. See? That is, you can be crazy by identifying with it, but you're equally crazy when you give it to another human person. Because when you give this to another human person, we might as well get into that, the effect is totally disempowering. And if you want to study the way this works in a personality disorder, just look at the dependent personality disorder. Because the dependent personality disorder does not want any of this king stuff. Do not give me any responsibility. I do not deserve it. If you give it to me, I will fuck it up. And if you don't believe me, try me. And, that's really the passive dependency. What we call the dependent personality disorder is what Milan calls the passive dependent. And this person, the passive dependent, for those of you that are real interested into archetypes, they talk about the way in which Persephone, in Boland's book on feminine psychology, she talks about Persephone, the Persephone myth. Persephone, it carries a lot of this passive dependent quality. So here we're talking about the man who is sort of the male version of Persephone. Persephone is the girl who's with her mother and is dragged down into the underworld by Hades and raped and held prisoner against her will. Hades, who's Hades? The king of the underworld, lord of the underworld. And so you can say that in a way, any dependent personality has in effect been taken into the underworld, has been abducted in a way by the unconscious. You can say that their king is definitely in the underworld because they're looking for somebody to give this authority to give this power to, this responsibility to care. And that's what you see a lot in marriages. You see a lot of dependent personality types marry independent types. It makes total sense archetypally. If I'm out of touch with my king, I'm going to find somebody that's real in touch with me. And I'm going to sign them up to carry it for me. And of course, I will feel very morally superior to them because they're not using it very good. They're not using it very well. But the shadow of the dependent personality, the Jungian terms, the shadow, that is, in the unconscious of the dependent personality is one of these king figures. It's just that the individual does not want to deal with the responsibility of coping with that. The responsibility. Too much.
That sounds like the bewitched man in that relationship to the devil.
I think that's the male version of it. Right. Here's the root.
Where he gives away his kingship to a queen that is very demanding.
Yeah. Actually, he's probably projecting his king on her masculine side. And there are a lot of women who are much more in touch with their king than men. But a lot of the time in that kind of relationship, again, the form of the royalty is a very shadowy form because it likes domination. So there's the rule. Anytime you're in a pathological relationship to the king, either form, you like domination. It's sadomasochistic. Do you see that? I mean, because if your ego is consciously identifying more, this is sadistic as hell. And this is more masochistic. So, in any case, domination is the value in either form of it. Yeah, somebody else had their hand up. Yes.
What, I'm having trouble clarifying, what is the main difference between active and passive?
Well, in terms of the archetype, let's just stay with the archetype. If you study emperors or kings, sometimes they sit on their throne or go to their window and bless people, or sit there on the dais and have audiences, have people come in and present themselves. I'll knight you, you know, do all this sort of thing. But I'm there in the throne room. That is when chaos is not threatening too much. The king is on the throne when chaos is not threatening too much. When chaos begins to threaten the realm, the king doesn't stay on the throne. You just look, just look at history and myth. When chaos begins to threaten, the king gets off the throne. And he puts on the armor. And he gets out the sword. And he goes right for the bridge of the nose of whoever is coming into the kingdom. In other words, he becomes much more warlike. He becomes the essential commander-in-chief. You follow that? So the emperor, just think of Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar wasn't always sitting there on the throne. He was a general at the head of the legions. See? So when you're thinking of this active independent, in terms of the archetype, you think of the king in that head of the army's role, see? Which is sort of the essential image of the warrior. You know, the archetypal warrior in its fullest sense is the king on the warpath. So, the king with the sword in his hand to do battle. Because, see, the active independent's always doing battle. There's never a time when the active independent is not always either doing battle or preparing to do battle. Constantly vigilant, constantly paranoid, see. So, just as you can see in the archetype, in the myths, just look at the myths. Sometimes Zeus goes to war. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes the Ulysses goes off to war. Sometimes he doesn't. So it's an active and a passive mode. There's probably something about that built in to us biologically. A lot of studies of chimpanzee culture now, and what Doug Gillette and I've been looking at is the way in which a lot of these behaviors associated with kingship are in chimpanzee culture, right up front. And the more we learn about it, you know, the more we realize that we really do have to study primate behavior. Because not to study it is to miss out on some of the things we have to deal with. Yeah.
And then you can point out the main difference between active and passive and the dependent in the application.
Well, the active dependent, again, the place to really get a real good take on this is in Milan's later book called Disorders of Personality. But that's what we call the histrionic. And a histrionic, you might say they're always looking for the king. And, you know, gee, I think it may be you. And so I'm going to see if I can charm you and get you to choose me. Well, as soon as I charm you and you choose me, then I kind of thought it might not be. I think it might be you. The histrionic is always going around looking for a king. And there's this pattern in the histrionic personality, male or female, and there are a lot of people who say, well, there are no male histrionics, but there are a lot of male histrionics. They're always going around looking for the true king. You know, there are people that have been in 14 different cults. And they go to one and they think they found the true king. Then they discover the clay feet. Then they go to another one, look for the true king. And so it is a different pattern in that with the passive dependent, boy, you get to be a king for that person. You're in it until the half Nelson around there that they got around your neck, breaks. A narcissistic personality cannot stand anybody having any autonomy or a separate value either. So the distinction I would make between the passive dependent and the active dependent is that the passive dependent is sure they found author. And the active dependent is still looking. And anytime they find a king who acknowledges them, then they know they got the wrong one, and they move on. Histrionics are compulsively promiscuous at this level, not necessarily sexually, but they flit about from allegiance to allegiance. Because when they make their allegiance, they make it really enthusiastically. They do everything enthusiastically. They make it enthusiastically. This is sort of an Elizabeth Taylor kind of being, or Richard Burton. They make it, and they're very excited about it, but it ages quickly. And then they're on. There's this literary concept that applies here. It's called, have you ever heard of sedimentation? It's something talked about in literary criticism. Sedimentation. It's that quick death that any insight has, or any commitment or any meaning. For a while there, I thought there was a hierophany, and then I realized it was just indigestion. Hierophany, manifestation of God. So anyway, you can almost see, it's like if you're a histrionic personality, and a lot of people that we talk about borderline personalities, borderlines typically are sort of just very severe manifestation of this pattern. And see, you can see that a person who is in this active dependent mode has been disappointed so many times by the kings in their life. Their trust has been broken so much that they're always super careful. They kneel at your knee, you're the king, they kneel at your knee and they say, yes, I will serve you faithfully, I think. Or till I don't feel like serving you faithfully. You get that? You feel that? Can you feel that in your bones? I mean, you ought to be able to feel that in your bones because the wounds in us, and lo and behold, old dad, our experiences with father have a lot to do with how this gets set up. Because if you've had a lot of disappointments in father, a father's been very unpredictable, and not particularly violent, you may end up this way. If you've had a really acting out violent father and you're a man, then you can end up in any of these things, really. But it's less likely that you end up with this narcissistic form, unless your father was outgone a lot and you were left to your mom, who tried to make up for what your dad did to you. If dad was around a lot and was abusive, really abusive, it would be harder for you to have ended up a real shiny narcissistic personality disorder. It's kind of hard to maintain a really nice, shined up narcissistic personality disorder if your dad has really been abusing you a lot, beating the hell out of you a lot, constantly criticizing you, constantly running you down. It's harder to turn out sort of a glowing puer with that kind of father. Present, if he's present. It's easier if your father's that kind of man and you were born with the kind of physical build that gave you hope when you were a little boy, that when you got 16 you could kill him. Then an active independent father tends to generate an active independent son. See, if the boy thinks he could ever take him on. If the father is 6'4" and the son is 5'4", then the chance is that the son will probably get located in one of these others. A lot of the time, the son's sense of his own power is so totally devastated by the father that he will be more passive dependent and will often, as some of you pointed out, marry a very strong woman. Yeah.
I also was going to say that passive dependence is not more likely also to be a male brought up in a female-dominated family. In other words, where there is no male.
It can be. It can be that very often as well. If the women are very, very powerful and his power has never been, his masculine power has never been validated.
Or it's always been held in service of the family.
That's right. That can. But what you got to understand is when old dad is in the Saul mode or the Stalin mode, and he is attacking any glimmer of masculine power in the son, then he calls in an airstrike anytime the son even looks like he has any self-esteem. Then even if dad is home, the son will not be able to consolidate any masculine self in any kind of healthy way. There are a lot of guys that have grown up in families where the father was an alcoholic, where the son never has any. He can never be sure when this killer king is going to emerge. I mean, dad can be really nice sometimes, but when he gets to drinking, the killer king comes out and starts blasting the son. And a lot of the time, you will see these patterns where in fact, you see this often, of extremely powerful alcoholic father, whether he admits he's alcoholic or not, who can be very, sometimes, pillar of the community, etc., pillar of the church, blah, blah, blah. And then when he's drinking, this thing comes out. And there's a rule for this thing. No quarter. There's no quarter for this thing. There's no inhibiting of aggression for the active independent. Yeah.
There reason I'm asking about the family structure without the male, without the adult male, is that my experience now, I'm dealing with some people that the majority of them don't have a father image in the family. And they seem to be just dependent personalities to, it's almost surprising.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Well, let's think about that and come back and talk about that more. We can talk about what happens to this energy in that kind of case. There are various things that happen. That also tends to issue in narcissistic personality disorders, though. I mean, if the mother really assigns the son the role as her champion, and my Adonis, then you'll get a narcissistic personality disorder. There are a lot of people that are assigned this role that go into priesthood and the ministry and a lot of other kind of professions where the mother has just really made this boy into a god because there's no adult male around to let's talk about in terms of family triangulation after the break too. Let's take about 5 or 10 minute break and come back and we'll discuss this. Ask a question that's really important, and I wanted to share with you. He was asking, he said, well, now last week we were talking about the positive qualities, the positive potentials. And is there any counterpart to those in the pathological expression? Or is that just a totally separate thing? And I really appreciate his asking that because it's quite clear. And just think about it, do it this way. When you get the shadow expressions of the king, particularly in this form, let's look at this first. Whereas when the archetype of the king and the masculine personality is functioning, doing what it's there for, it enables the attempt on the part of the man to create cosmos and to facilitate the emergence of cosmos wherever he can get it to rise. You can almost think about the kings trying to dance Atlantis back to the surface. Think about it. The king always dances. You watch that movie, David the King, it's really wonderful because it really catches, if you think it's kind of funny watching Richard Gere trying to dance. I mean, he isn't a great dancer. But the idea in those dance scenes is accurate to sacral kingship because he's dancing and he dances in there. It's a great jubilee. But the idea of the dance of the king, and you can see that really clearly in those Shiva statues. What do they call the Shiva statue where it shows the dancing Shiva? There's a name for it. I can't pronounce it. But anyways, the dancing cosmic lord. What he's doing, he's dancing the world into existence out of chaos. And so the king dancing is always trying to dance that up fully, get it fully danced up. And that's why he's dancing the 4 quarters. He dances this quarter, and then before that, sinks over there. He runs back over here. He dances this one, and he dances this one. It's very important for the king to dance all the quarters. You get a feeling of the fragility of cosmos. See? You get that? It doesn't just, you put it up, it doesn't just stay up. It's like a juggler. You don't just put it up over here and then walk over here and that part of the cosmos stays up. The king has got to keep dancing. Okay. Now, when you're the shadow king, it's just the opposite. Anytime any cosmos organizes, you try to destroy it. Oh, I see a little patch of cosmos coming up over there. And let's go over there and stomp it out. You know? And you can watch organizations that have this kind of leader. They cannot stand anybody having any initiative or any independent ideas or building any kind of independent operations that they have not got total hegemony over. So anyway, this person wants to keep chaos so that their order is chaos. You can see why this is the imago of the Shadow King. That imago in the Christian tradition has always been Satan. Because Satan always tries to sow division and chaos everywhere. The whole mythology of the king of the demons in all these different spiritual traditions, all the major spiritual traditions have an image of the king of the demons. And the king of the demons destroys order wherever it can find it. See? Yes?
Order in the chaos. Satan has a reflection of Satan.
It's a certain ordering, right. There's a certain order in that it is organized disorder. It's organized by this constant monitoring and preemptive strike. You don't allow any world to come up which has any independence. You got to think about it. I mean, the world as it comes up, it's like the Soviet economy. You manage it from Moscow, and you've got to make sure you make every decision on every pair of shoes. Does it get a brown sole or a blue sole? And then you wonder why the supply of shoes doesn't work too well, because you're trying to manage every little aspect. Kills spontaneity and creativity in that kind of form. The sacrifice, the true king, the true role of the king archetype in the male personality, in the mature male personality, is to enable that sacrificial thing we were talking about last week. That is, doing what is necessary that the realm flourish. And that's always sacrificial in some sense. It's always a price on the part of the king. The essence of the king is sacrifice. And again, I pointed out that that's clear in all these different traditions. You can even see it in, whatever you think about the way the Roman Catholics do the Mass theologically, whatever you think about the fact that Roman Catholics, that the priest does not give the cup to the laity, but gives the host. You can see the archetypal stuff behind that, because the priest, archetypally in that, represents the king. And it is the king who drinks the cup. That is an image of sacrifice. It's the king who drinks the bloody sacrifice. That's a sacrificial image. And then feeds the laity. That is the image. That's the image of sacrifice and kingship. So if you're a Protestant, you can't stand the idea that the priest doesn't also give out the cup, that's fine. And of course, if you really got down underneath that stuff and said, well, Protestants think that everybody ought to have to be into that sacrifice thing too, you can follow it up. But in the Roman Catholic version, you can see that king archetype function there. It's the king who sacrifices that the world may be fed. Now, notice what the Shadow King does. The Shadow King is in the sacrifice too. Right?
Everybody.
I'm going to sacrifice you. You're it. I will sacrifice you when I need you. And so they're equally into sacrifice. It's just a question of who's the goat. So, he's a sacrificer. And in terms of the biblical tradition, if this guy had been Abraham, he would have definitely have sacrificed Isaac. Fathers who are into this are happy to sacrifice their sons. Yeah, Bill.
This shadow king is extremely conservative. It wants no other structure but its own.
Yeah.
So it resists any kind of transformative process.
Right.
It would result in its own unwinding.
Right. It's anything that would result in its own limitation. Any power base that would limit my powers. And so it would not, if when it's in a Chinese leader, it does not like all this talk about democracy in China. It would see all that talk about democracy as being anarchy. See, all these students want is anarchy. See? So we need to send in the tanks.
But it limits its own growth.
Oh yes.
Since it resists any kind of regeneration.
Right. It's like that's an excellent point too, because you see that. You look at all the myths, forget the theology and look at the mythic structure of the story of Herod and the birth of Christ, because that makes Bill's point. It's like in the Christian myth, Herod is the shadow king. And the idea is that this new kind of king is going to try to empower everyone. And so you have to kill this thing, because you see that in its growth you will find yourself limited or done away with. You see it also in the Jewish story of the Passover. The idea that in the birth of Moses, the hero, what people talk about is the hero, birth of the hero, and how the hero is always under attack. That is, you can see that in this structure. That is, the old king doesn't want any expansion of empowerment, and so does everything he can to kill it. You can see that in a lot of different stories. You see it in Saul, you see it in Herod, a lot of other traditions. You see it most clearly there, I think. Okay, stewardship. There's no stewardship here. Why can't there be stewardship on the part of the shadow king?
The king has to subdue the earth and totally rape it, exploit it.
Yeah. The concept of steward, you are a steward for someone else. You are keeping this for someone else when you're a steward. Stewardship, remember, we talked about last week. Stewardship is not ownership. This person stewards, this person feels that he possesses. Yeah. I mean, it's like when the feminists talk about patriarchy, they are doing a phenomenology of shadow kingship. Because in patriarchy, rather than any kind of sense of stewardship, which does not get into tyranny and dehumanization, you get the treatment of not just the woman and her body as property, but everything in that way. Everything in what you might call in creation is not seen as creation. It's not seen as divine. It's not seen as having any intrinsic value. Its value is what I say it is. It's a fascinating thing. There is no stewardship. There can be no stewardship because this guy thinks it's his to do with what he will. And it's very fascinating. A man that is into that is possessed with this king thing, he knows nothing but throw away people. The whole stuff in the literature about the narcissistic personality disorder male, he only exploits because that's all he knows. He can't have a sense of caring. He cannot help it. His system for caring is not up. So he is into this I will use you until I no longer choose to use you, and then I will use somebody else. And blessing? What do we get instead of blessing? Curse. A curse. The eye of blessing. The eye of blessing always empowers, engenders, elicits the essence of what is there and has it come out. The eye of the evil eye, malokio, the eye of cursing, when it looks at you, it seeks to wither you because it fears you. This is at the root of envy. See? Because when you're in this, when you're possessed by this king thing, you, particularly in that paranoid form, it's a tremendously fearful mode of being in the world. You may have a lot of firepower, you know. You may have a lot of tanks. You may have a lot of helicopters. But you're always worried about those guerrillas. Because you know they may have been equipped by those latest anti-tank grenade launchers. And they may have been equipped with heat-seeking missiles. And your choppers don't work too well when the guerrillas have got heat-seeking missiles. And so there's always this fear that they're going to come, somebody else is going to come and start to blossom and bloom and depose you. There's no way I can imagine, there's no way I can imagine anything good coming out of your growing up. See, if you grow up, I lose. Do you see how that works? If you get stronger, I lose. So I've got to do everything I can to keep you disempowered. And you know, there's some truth in that, isn't there? Because when a people starts getting more mature, they don't put up with tyrants. When they start feeling their own power, they find it harder to bend their knee. And you know, when the men in a culture mature, and all these things we've been talking about, but you know, the king thing in a man starts to get stronger. He starts having some sense of responsibility. And that warrior thing in a man starts to get stronger. That means he starts to feeling like if he doesn't have the firepower, he might just get it. It would be a fearsome thing in the city of Chicago if the men of Chicago started feeling their king and their warrior energy very powerfully. It would be a fearsome thing, because you might just have a combination of caring with the capacity for some decisive action against the chaos in this city. See, it would be frightening for all the drug dealers. Yeah.
Isn't there a way in which the Shadow King relates differently, dynamically to the usurpation or the abdication?
Absolutely. What would you say? He's saying, isn't there a way that the Shadow King relates to the usurpation thing? Go ahead. What would you see?
For example, you know, in terms of the tyrant who is definitely, you know, creating chaos, so the person who's advocating, it'd be like chaos would be seeking really him out, because in the sense that he is not, you know, acting out from a king, he's from a dependent standpoint, and so chaos is going to overwhelm him.
You mean the dependent person?
Yeah, the dependent person.
See, the dependent person, though, the dependent person is really trying to find somebody to lend some order to their life, you know, without them having to pay any price for it. Right. See, if you're a dependent personality, the last thing you want to have anything to do with is sacrifice. See, people think they're real the dependent is sacrificial. Dependent is not sacrificial. Dependent personality wants to find somebody that they can latch on to that will provide order for their existence without them having to make any sacrifice. One of the things, if you ever do any therapy with a dependent personality, you're going to have your patients try. A dependent personality disorder is extremely difficult to treat because life is just too hard for they feel for them. See? It's like, don't ask me, if you work with a dependent personality disorder, they would go to college, but my God, all that studying. You know. Other people can do that, but it's because they were born with more gifts than me. You get that? It's genetic, you know. Doesn't matter that I have an IQ of 147. I could never do that. And you can see now, right there, just stay with that a minute, because you can see the hidden inflation of the dependent personality. That king hasn't disappeared. It's in there in the unconscious, leading to an inflation. And as the Adlerians are wonderful about this. They're better than any of the other psychoanalytic schools. An Adlerian, if an Adlerian spots a dependent personality disorder, they immediately assume manipulator. The dependent personality to an Adlerian is somebody that's got a good thing going. But anyway, so that, I mean, your idea of looking at the relationship between the dependent and the king is really something you ought to think about a lot. Because it is an inflation too. See, I mean, it's really intriguing to look at the inflation in both of these dependent forms. the grandiosity there. Because the dependent is really grandiose because, well, you know, I would be a king, but there's too much sacrifice. Well, and the histrionic is, well, you know, I got high standards for you. Right? The histrionic always has high standards for you. And you always flunk. They always think you're going to measure up. They sleep with you a few times and then they decide you don't measure up. You know? It's amazing. Other comments or questions? I think that you get a little sense about the pathology of kingship here. But you just look at this thing. It is really, you know, people talk about vampires. You know, this Shadow King stuff is very much like vampire stuff. I mean, it drinks your blood. It wants to have something to do with life. It wants to take yours. And it's your Shadow King stuff where you either deny any pretensions to grandiosity, or you totally legitimate your own claims to grandiosity. All that stuff is in the service of death. See? And you can see why. Because to identify, there's nothing more unstable than identifying with the king archetype. It doesn't matter how much firepower you have. When you identify with this thing and become a tyrant, somebody is going to be plotting to kill you. See? And look at the paradox of it. See? If you create the army you need, and this, think about it a minute. If I'm a tyrant and I create the army I need to maintain my hegemony, I have got to create some powerful generals. And I've got to create some generals who are strong enough to think for themselves, or my army won't be any good. And the minute I do that, I'm at risk. You see that? And since they know me intimately, since my generals know me intimately, they know that I deserve killing. Yeah.
I was going to say with stewardship,
yeah,
it seems to me that what destroys a healthy stewardship, well, at least in our time, is advertising. Makes everybody a king instead of possessing.
That advertising makes everybody a king.
Exploits, pathological kingship.
Well, if he's saying that advertising really exploits that thing, and you can see that if you are already set up in this pathological king stuff, you will have a void at your center. You get that? If you are trying to parade yourself around as the king of kings and the Lord of lords, you know that's a fraud inside. That's why Saul was so nervous. That's why Herod was so nervous. You know you're a fraud. And so there's a hole in there, and everybody can exploit that hole. And advertising can say to you, well, I can tell you how you can fill that hole. You wouldn't feel so empty if. They would all love you if.
Yeah, the hook has to be in you, or the advertising doesn't work.
Yeah, that's right. I can tell you how you can fill this void and you can feel as secure and centered and calm as you try to look. See, by definition, and from a Jungian point of view, if your ego is identifying with an aspect of the archetypal self, you will be carrying massive anxiety. Why? Because your ego isn't designed to deal with that. It's like plugging a 110-volt coffee maker into 220,000. You don't. That's not made for that. So you're going to carry enormous anxiety if you are sitting on the throne of the king archetype. Even the most together talented narcissistic personality disorder is at bottom very anxious, because they've had the experience of running into people that did not adore. Yeah.
I would say easy credit exploits more than advertising.
Easy credit?
Yeah. I'm having trouble with stewardship
and possession.
Ownership here. In terms of emotional jargon, disowning feelings, owning feelings.
Oh, yeah.
Codependency in terms of managing other people's feelings.
Yeah.
How would that fit in here with? It seems to me.
Well, that the idea of owning your feelings that we use in current culture is a different kind of thing. It's not. It doesn't have the connotation about being a totalitarian about this thing. That is, to own your feelings, as they say in Gestalt psychology or something, it really doesn't mean owning them at all. It means to acknowledge them and to respect them and to let them be what they in fact are. If you go to a Gestalt therapist, he's not going to teach you to act like you can take your feelings or leave them. The Gestalt therapist is going to teach you that you must respect them for what they in fact are. And that is not owning as you might own a styrofoam cup or something like that. So that's a different use of the word own. When they say own, they mean to allow that into consciousness so that it can receive the respect that it's due it. To honor is really a better phrase for what they mean by that. Now the other thing, you said there was another thing that you were pointing to, other than the issue of owning. What was the other one?
Disown.
Yeah.
Or how about responsibility?
Oh, the codependency thing. Yeah. Well, this is when you but you see here, when you're a dependent personality type and you marry a narcissistic personality disorder, that is codependency. Anybody who is consciously relating to the king archetype, any male who's consciously relating to the king, is going to be concerned about other people's feelings, but is not going to be into the idea that he can live their lives for them. With an internal connection with the king, you're into empowering people. When you're into empowering people, you're not into doing it for them. So the empowerment concept is very key here. Empowerment, disempowerment. When you're into a conscious internal connection with this thing, you want people to grow up. Your fundamental agenda is for people to achieve their individuation. Codependency is an agreement that you make with somebody else that neither one of you will grow up. I mean, in codependency, you and I agree that we're going to totally let our little personal problems totally organize the world. We're going to create our own little mini cosmos here with all of its many little chaoses. And we're going to live our lives as if there were no external world. It's really intriguing to watch. This grandiosity will always try to generate bogus centers in families, in organization, and codependency is a way of kind of creating bogus centers. You are the center of my life, and I'm going to occupy myself dealing with you as the center of my life. See, archetypally speaking, for a man, the king is the center. And the man who is connected with the king archetype does not look to anybody else to be his center. Not a woman, not a boss, not a father. Get it? Now that is a hard word, because there are a lot more of us men who are active dependents than we would like to admit. We're all looking around for something to be the center of our life. Something out there to be the center of our life. See? But the key that Jung's psychology helps us to see is that in a mature man, the center isn't out there. Get it? The center is in here, and it is not me. Yeah.
I was going to say that his question about codependence and how it works, there's two dynamics. There's a multiple in the dynamics that take place in both conscious and unconscious parts of that relationship. You were going to talk about the triad that is formed before.
Yeah. I was going to talk about it in the context of, in family therapy, a great deal is made about triangulation. And usually, in dysfunctional families, the couple, the parents, do not really relate well as a couple. They don't cooperate. In other words, they don't do a very good king and queen thing. They don't cooperate as the royal couple. So what happens is, if the husband can't empower the wife to be the queen, and the wife cannot empower the husband to be the king, then this breaks. And often the wife will turn to a son to be the little consort. And the husband will turn to a daughter to be the little consort. And if you notice in family systems, you get that going on all over the place. And those of you who've studied Freud say, aha, Freud was right about the Oedipal triangle being at the core of a lot of pathology. He absolutely, if you really understand Freud's early work and you look at family therapy, you can see a lot of the insights that Freud had coming up again in family therapy on this triangulation thing. And what you see is, you see both partners in the parental couple. Neither one of them want to share power. See? See, if they wanted to share power, they would empower their partners and maintain mutuality with another power center. See, that's the great challenge. I haven't had a chance to talk about the importance of the queen and all this. See? Because, see? Okay, I will then. Thank you. Because see, the great temptation for either person of the conjunctio, the king or the queen, is to absorb all of the royal power into one of the genders. That's an enormous temptation. It is just incredible how big a temptation it is, because men and women have an enormously difficult time imagining a king and a queen cooperating. I get the kick out of thinking about what is the task, the mythic task of our time. A little celestial mythic marital therapy, right? So that we ought to all go home this week and try to imagine Zeus and Hera getting along. I only half jest. Because if you will look at world mythology, you can't find very many examples where the king in his fullness empowers the queen in her fullness, and vice versa. And I think that is a powerful testament to the way in which human grandiosity tends to move over into the shadow side. Because anytime you're on this side of this line, the shadow king side, you do not want a queen in your life. You want a lot of consorts. See? And the same thing I think is true of shadow queens, of which there are millions. Shadow queens do not want a fully empowered king in their life. They want a lot of consorts. So, if Jung was right, you know, and we're supposed to do some celestial healing through our own individuation, probably part of our task is imagining a fully empowered royal couple. See if you can do it. I've got a lot of people trying to do it. It's very difficult to do. Yeah.
Doesn't it in that empowering of
Yes, it does. She's asking, doesn't that relate to anima and animus and the empowering of each other in that individuation process in a relationship? I think it's absolutely key. But you can see how hard it is once you understand the way this shadow royalty thing works. And we all got a hunk of Hades in us. I mean, let's get clear about this. We don't have to ask, do I have any of this? Once you see how hard it is to keep from being seduced into, it's like the seduced into this idea of the Judeo-Christian God, who doesn't have a wife. Think about that. Think about that. I'm always amused at that. You mean to say Yahweh doesn't have a wife? Well, then he can't be God. Obviously, any man that doesn't have a woman is not as much of a man as a man that has a woman. Excuse me, Pope. I'm sorry about that. We got one more comment and then we got to go. Anybody else want to have the last word tonight? Yeah.
I hate to have a pessimistic last word, but it would seem immensely difficult to achieve any kind of balanced social order at any level, family or company or country or whatever, given these complexities. The need for some sort of verticality with leadership.
So. he's saying it would be extremely difficult to have any kind of social order with this, given this kind of complexity. Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what if you understand anything about modernity, I have just given you an understanding, a mythological take on the psychology of modernity, which shows why it's so difficult to have anything remotely approaching cosmos in modern culture. Because if you're fully modern, you don't know what to do with your grandiosity. You cannot give it to the king, the true king. Or if you're a woman, you can't give it to the true queen. Because you don't have any mythic sensibility. You have no sense of a mythic, Robert Bly goes around talking about, he says, a man, if he's going to be a man, Bly says, give Robert the last word. He says, if a man's going to be a man, he's got to get in touch with the king in the other world. That's right. And the scary bit is that's literally right. You better have a relationship with a king that is not your ego. Because if you don't have a relationship with a king that's not your ego, you're going to be crazy in one of these forms. Various degrees. And the same thing is true of women and the queen. It's not enough for a woman to have a relationship with the king in the form of her father. If she's going to be a mature woman, she's going to have to get that king thing straightened out and realize it isn't dad. And it isn't any human male. But then her task is to try to get into touch with some queen imago. And that is hard going, although it's getting easier now because a lot of women are doing more research on the goddess myths. Still a long way to go on it. We've got to stop. Next week I will talk more about what they used to do to deal with this and what are some things we can do today in contemporary culture to relate to the king archetype instead of identify with it. Tonight I want to go rapidly over the task, the challenge of trying to access the king, the power of the king, for both men and women in the postmodern world. And what I would like to do, so that this is not merely a head trip for you, is I would like to do all of my wrap on this stuff before the break. And I would like for all of you that don't want to do any active imagination with the king tonight to leave after the break. And the rest of you who have enough aesthetic tolerance to stay in this room and try to do anything with active imagination after the break, please stay, and I will lead you in a short active imagination in which you will try to make some contact with the king within, an imaginal dialogue. And we'll leave enough time for us to debrief a little bit about that, and I will try to help you understand what happens and what doesn't happen. I've done this with men and women all over the country, and there are a lot of patterns that emerge when you do this sort of thing. But I'd like for you to have an opportunity to begin actually working with trying to establish a relationship with the king within, the positive, what I call the true king within, as well as the shadow king within, because some of you will probably run into the shadow king. And he will always be with you. So you might as well get to know him now. But anyway, so if you'll bear with me, I'm going to jump into this and try to talk about pre-modern modern, and then the situation we face, and trying to recapture connection with this energy in what I hope is going to be a postmodern world. Not just a regression to the pre-modern, but what I hope will be a postmodern world. So let me start off by just a very quick review. A few of you perhaps were not here in the previous sessions. Anybody that was not here, okay, there are a few of you. The tapes will be available of the previous sessions, and bear with us if you have not listened to any of the other stuff that I've done on the King. But just let me go through some of the assumptions that this course is based on, just briefly, so that you can get a sense about what we're doing tonight and why. Jung's psychology is radically unique among human psychologies because it posits the existence of an archetypal realm within. It posits what Jung called an objective psyche. That is to say, what some people you've heard of talking about, the collective unconscious, that there are unconscious deep structures shared by all human beings, all members of our species. Jung always felt that this had clinical significance. That is to say, it matters whether or not you understand that there is an objective psyche, and it matters in very practical ways. Now, there are Jungians, and I won't get into this much, except to say there are people that call themselves Jungians today that I can't very well recognize as such, because they seem to not be able to talk in any kind of intelligent way about the way the archetypal deep structures in the psyche actually affect you concretely. Well, now Jung, and the significance of Jung's work was that he felt that these deep structures in the psyche that are not personal actually affect the psyche and actually impact our functioning or our malfunctioning. Now, the second assumption, the first assumption is that Jung was right about that. The second assumption is that these structures are far more clearly discernible than most have realized. And in my work in the last 15 years has been chiefly trying to break a kind of an archetypal code to understand how fundamental archetypes of maturity in men and women function. And what I've been treating in this series is one aspect of the four major archetypes of the mature masculine. In the early part of the course, I talked about the king and the queen, the male and female warriors, the male and female magician or priestess, and the male and female archetypal lovers. In the deep self, in the deep archetypal self, these things are held together in both men and women. And the image Jung used of that was the royal couple, the conjunctio. That's why he was so fascinated with that alchemical image of the royal couple. They're held together in balance and unity in eros and creativity in the depths of the human psyche and practically nowhere else. Our struggle out here is trying to get conscious about our connection with these deep structures and to get into a conscious, health-giving, empowering connection with them, one that does not make us crazy. In the first session, I tried to go into some of the history of the expression of the king archetype in culture. Right now I'm in the process of working with John Weir Perry, the editor and author of Lord of the Four Quarters, Myths of the Royal Father, and we're trying to reprint that book. It's out of print now, We'll try to get it back in print for you in our Paulus Press series on Jung and world spirituality. I'm hopeful that that's going to be coming out within the next year or two. You ought to be able to find an old copy of that. But look at the Myths of the Royal Father to get some background on that. There's a lot of literature that particularly men should know, but they do not know because it's as if it's a well-kept secret. But as I said that first night, I have personally over 90-something pages of bibliography on kingship. Just bibliography on kingship. So we know a lot about human kingship, and with Jung's psychology, we know that that's not something that we should just have an antiquarian interest in. There's something deeply important to understanding masculinity, to studying the king. In a moment, when I talk about trying to re-access the king in our time, one of the ways we're going to have to do it is by studying kingship. Just studying it, so that we can get a feeling of the fullness of it. The second session, I talked about the king within as an image of a particular configuration of masculine potential within the psyche. And I pointed out that this configuration has different functions, different purposes, different strengths, different kinds of capacities from the other four major mature masculine archetype, from the other three that I've mentioned. And I talked about the importance of the king in relating to the cosmos, creating a cosmos as opposed to chaos. Talked about the centrality of sacrifice in understanding the king, that the king is that capacity for sacrifice in order to create a just order. I talked about the capacity for stewardship of world, which is grounded in that archetype, and I talked about the chief central issue of blessing, and the idea that if one received a blessing that consolidated one's masculine identity, or in a woman, if one received a blessing from the Father which enabled her to claim her full capacity to relate to the male, then this archetypal kingship reality was mediated through the human father. All too often the rule is that the natural priesthood of the father in mediating this archetypal reality to both son and daughter is not done. This natural priesthood is failed. The children are failed, and that this does not work, as the psychoanalysts are fond of saying today, good enough. If it worked good enough, we would feel as if we had received the blessing. And we wouldn't be wandering around in chronic depressions, wondering if we had a right to be here. And if you find yourself wandering around in chronic depression, not having any sense of a meaning or purpose in your life, struggling against substance abuse of various kinds or other compulsive behaviors, then you didn't get a blessing mediated. You got what is always there when the blessing isn't, and that is the curse. See, you don't get a third choice. If you didn't get a blessing, what you got from the priest was the mediation of a curse. So you either got the what I like to call, in terms of the old people's mythology, the Rainbow King. If you didn't get the Rainbow King, you got the Shadow King. And the Shadow King always looks bored when you're around. Doesn't give you much sense of importance, and so forth. Okay. And so last week we talked about psychopathology, or pathological manifestations for particular ways of relating to this thing. And I said last week that you can get the idea from just looking around at yourself and your friends and the world that that's all we got. In fact, the radical feminists today, many of them tend to define masculinity as being pretty close to the source of evil in the world. You look at Robin Morgan's recent book about the demon lover, and some of the other persons that, after having many terribly damaging experiences with boy men, have concluded that all masculinity is this toxic. And we can't, for one, feel like we have to understand statistically the chances of not feeling that way are not too good. But I did want to point out that a pathology of masculinity is not masculinity. It's a poor shadow of masculinity. So the question then that we come to tonight is accessing. See, look at this. In the pre-modern world, particularly in the very ancient forms, tribal forms, you didn't have to worry too much about accessing the king. In a lot of the tribes, you had him imprisoned in his hut. You know? You knew where he was all the time. Where's the king? Oh, he's over there. You know? How do you know? Well, we never let him come out. What do you mean? Well, we never let him come out. We never let his feet touch the ground. We never let him see the sun. Must be pretty important. Right, they had it down. They had this down. They knew how much they needed the king, and they weren't about to let him get away. None of this running off with a woman, you know, like the later king of England. All right. So in the really primitive world, wasn't any problem about accessing the king. And even when you had the Pharaoh in Egypt, the king regularly had ceremonies, royal ceremonies, for the people in which he showed himself. And one of the things I said that you got to understand about the king, or a man that's in the king shows himself. And he feels strong enough that he understands that if he shows himself, that he will still be all right. Think about that for a minute. There are a lot of men that don't feel strong enough to show themselves fully because they're afraid of the envy attacks. This is what Bly's talking about when he cautions you, don't show your goal too quick. Don't show your goal until you're strong enough to withstand the hate you're going to get after you show it. But how many of you have watched that David the King movie that I asked you to watch? Now, the director of that movie, it's very interesting. Now, I'd love to talk to him because I'd like to know whether or not he had studied the role of dance in kingship. Because the idea of after the death of the Shadow King, notice when they came in the movie, Shadow King dies. The next scene you see is David dancing his way into the city. And they dwelt on that quite a while. And you know, if you have no sense of the dance of the king, then you would have problems having to spend all that time watching Richard Gere kind of doing a war dance up the steps there. But that was not a war dance. That is archetypally a cosmos dance. And it is the dance of the king fully manifest before his people. And it was very interesting. The movie even captured the envy-hate attacks of those who either don't understand or have an investment in his not fully showing himself. But the king shows himself not out of his own narcissistic needs. He shows himself so that the people can have access to him. And the king in the flesh, this is still important to all of us. You may never get to lay your eyes on the king, but if you were here in Chicago when the Pope came to the city, the flocking of those crowds to see the Pope was the flocking of the people to see the king, because the Pope exists under the archetype of the king, of the Roman emperor. Okay. So later, when kingship, as we saw, was developed later, when kingship began to be seen that there was a king in the other world, that the true king was in the other world, and that the earthly king was a deputy or vicar or steward, then prayer became very important. And if you study, one of the things we have not studied well is the history of prayer cross-culturally. Because what you will find when you study cross-culturally is that prayer has played an enormous role in the history of human race. An enormous role. You go back to the old peoples of the earth, the Aborigines, Native Hawaiians, Native Americans, you find an incredible centrality of prayer. And this is a direct connection to this kind of archetypal reality, the Great Spirit, Wakantanka, etc., etc. That was the development that you saw brought up through, for example, if you read the Psalms of David, they are psalms of prayers to the King of the universe. Yes, back here.
Would that dance also be the outward manifestation of ritual and prayer?
I think so. It is a glorification. See, it's very difficult to get a sense of the fullness of the archetype and its joyousness. Now, in Christian myth, you see a lot of this. And once you kind of look at this stuff psychologically, you can see a lot of this stuff. For example, all that fantasy of the messianic banquet. And there are even songs that Christians sing about Jesus being the Lord of the dance. Well, all that language seems very strange unless you understand sacral kingship and the archetype of the king. Once you understand that stuff, then you understand that this, in Christian myth, this Jesus who is the Lord of the dance is the king of the universe in that imagery. The physical manifestation of that being. So prayer is a direct connection. And it is a way, if you think about it, see, that's what I often will tell people that are struggling mightily with their grandiosity in pathological forms. That, you know, when the grandiosity is close to killing you, as it is many of us, then I will often say, well, do you have any objections to prayer? And often people don't. And I say, so try prayer, because it is a very quick way to disidentify with God. It's kind of hard to think you're God if you're talking to it. You know. It's not impossible, but it's harder. Now, we'll get into it a little bit. We'll get into, you know, what you do if somebody is a devout atheist. You know, these things. There are a lot of folks like that. But anyway, in the pre-modern world, you had everything from the most concrete imprisonment of the king to the viewing of the king in the pharaonic traditions and even in the other Middle Eastern traditions, and right on up through European kingship. And then you had this form of prayer, and if you study, for example, a lot of Jewish prayer, if you get some of the more traditional Jewish prayer books, if you get more traditional Christian prayer books, you get it it's laid out, bam, right there. It's real clear who the prayers are addressed to. They're not addressed to something bland like G-O-D, you know, or or any of these little bland words that don't mean anything to anybody. They are addressed to the King of the universe. It is quite clear in traditional Jewish and traditional Christian prayers. And so you can really get a sense there about that sense of trying to have a connection. Remember what we talked about, the importance of disidentification. Not being identified with it, because that really makes you crazy. And yet relatedness to it, accessing it, which gives you some connection with the power. And so in the old world, you had those forms. In the modern world, the political revolutions that brought about what we know as the modern world were regicide. You had the killing of the kings in various forms. You had revolutions. You had, in England, you had it actually acted out. You see this really clearly in Cromwell. You haven't seen the movie Cromwell. It's an interesting study of this business about regicide. But you, in the beginning of modernity, what do you do with the king? You kill him. And you had this continuing on until the Russian Revolution. And so you had a period of modernization and secularization when you at least depose them and secularize them and often kill them. It's a very interesting thing psychologically. What is going on? You need to read John Perry's work, get his little new book, recent book, The Heart of History, and look at what his speculations are about this. I think it's quite simple what has been happening over these years. There has been an increasing maturation and unwillingness to put this archetypal energy onto human beings. But look at what has happened. Because of a kind of naivete, people thought that if you just killed those people that were part of the royal family, that people would stop making kings. And what has happened now, we know, is that it isn't that simple. You can't just assassinate everybody that stands up to lead. I mean, we try. Anybody that gets into this role of leadership and starts trying to embody a lot of these qualities, they do often get assassinated. But this, if you take Jung's point of view, this is in the hard wiring. You cannot have a political solution to this. You can't just look around and kill the men that stand up and start trying to embody this archetypal configuration. Because the bad news is that that thing is in every man and every woman. And it seeks a receptacle. It is a projection seeking a receptacle. You know, there's a notorious thing about these things, these projections. They always find a receptacle. And so tonight, when I suggest to you, you need to ask yourself what you're doing with your king projection. I didn't ask you if you're doing anything with your king projection. That's like the old days the Christians used to say, now I'm not going to ask you, are you sinning? But how are you sinning? This is a psychological parallel. You say, what are you doing with your king projection? And then if I really wanted to meddle, I'd say, men, what are you doing with your queen projection? But I'm not going to get into that much. I'll get into that a little bit later. But the point is, this thing is running non-stop. And you can't just kill Abraham Lincoln and get rid of it. You can't just kill Jack Kennedy and get rid of it. You can't just kill Robert Kennedy and get rid of it. You can't just kill Martin Luther King and get rid of it. You can't just kill Malcolm X and get rid of it. See? You can't just kill every man that stands up to take some responsibility for a just world and get rid of it. It's going to keep coming back. But modernity has never understood this, and modern psychology prior to Jung has never understood, and still to this day does not. Because we still have all these people that really believe they're going to have a sophisticated scientific psychology which does not deal with the inevitable projections of these imagos, these images. What you get is sort of technologies of behavior which don't really look at the most powerful forces which fuel human behavior. Happily, psychoanalysis in general has paid more attention to this issue of these powerful images. And as I've pointed out to you, even the Freudians are getting better at dealing with these images. These powerful, what they would like to call archaic images or infantile images. And as I've told you, they're not infantile. They're archetypal. And they will be there no matter how many years of analysis you have. In other words, you can have 462 years of analysis with the best analyst at the Chicago Institute for Psychoanalysis. And when you get through with it, you will still have a king archetype that is wanting to be put on someone. And of course, if I'm a prominent analyst and I can get you to put it on me, then I may get you to pay me $150 for 45 minutes, 5 days a week for 20 years. I'm lucky. But the point of it is that it's there. It's never going to be gone. It's never going to be transmuted and internalized. So the problem that we have is we've got this royal figure within with royal appetites, royal taste, totalistic claims, imperial values, with a colonial agenda. Who intends to have it all, to have everybody as often as possible. We talk about it variously as the grandiose, exhibitionistic self-organization, etc., etc. Whatever you call it, that is an entity in the psyche. Moderns, because of regicide, which is a form of demythologization, and let me just add demythologizing, regicide, demythologization, we even had a whole bevy of theologians that were really going to rescue the human race by helping us demythologize all the spiritual traditions of the human race. And they were really going to lead us into a golden age of enlightenment. Well, of course, what happens when you take, read Mercy Eliade on this, when you take away the world of myth, when you take away the sacred canopy. Now, we're not talking metaphysics here. You can talk metaphysics about this. But we're talking about a psychic space, a psychological location, a sacred geography. Once you take away the sacred canopy, as Eliade put it, this sacred space and time where these king and queen projections can be lodged without danger to the human race, once you take that away in the secularization process, all of this numinous royal king energy collapses back into the human realm, where it makes you and me crazy. Now, this is the problem of modernity. And if you want to read an extremely sophisticated study of this, two of them, read Peter Holman's two books, the old one that you've heard of, Jung in Context, Modernity and the Making of a Psychology, and his latest book, which is a continuation of that study, called The Ability to Mourn. Peter Holman's, H-O-M-A-N-S, The Ability to Mourn. It's just out. It is a study of the modernization process and the collapse of this realm and what ramifications it has had in the modern world. Holman's, I believe, is the greatest psychologist of modernity anywhere. Now, but a Jungian position, I was with Peter the other day, I asked him, okay, so is there anything besides mourning? I mean, is all we can do is grieve for the loss of the king? Is that all we can do, is face our grief that we have lost the sacral king and the sacral queen, like a lot of our fairy tales talk about? I think not. And that gets us to the question of a postmodern attempt to re-access, to reappropriate these archetypal energies for the human race. That is what Jung's psychology was an attempt to begin doing. In my view, Jung's psychology is the only system which is truly attempting to work on a postmodern psychology of personality and culture. Now, what does that mean? That means that Jung really believes that you do not have to do without access. You do not have to kill the king. In fact, you cannot kill this king. You cannot kill the one that's the source of the problem. You only thought you could kill the one that was the source of the problem. You can kill human beings till you're blue in the face, and you can't kill the one that's the source of the problem. The king that's the source of the problem is an archetypal reality in the deep structures of every human being. So what do? Well, you try to get it out of a direct, unconscious meddling in the affairs of human beings. Get it out of what the ancients would call a contamination. You want to stop having these energies destroy human life. And the way you try to do that is to become conscious that these energies cannot be killed, and that they must be dealt with consciously and realistically and firmly. Jung was quite clear that you had to deal firmly with the unconscious, that you cannot allow it to influence your life unconsciously. You must try to become aware of the ways in which it is influencing you. And he had a number of ways of dealing with that. Of course, you're all familiar with dream interpretation, and his idea of the attempt to develop a sense of a transcendent function, trying to get a sense of allowing the unconscious to speak to you and forming a relationship with the unconscious, that is an ongoing relationship that you cultivate all of your life through your work with your dreams, through your sensitivity to synchronicity or meaningful coincidence, and through active imagination, which we'll get to in just a minute. I just wanted to mention before going on, I've mentioned before the book by Forsyth called The Old Enemy, an elaboration of the combat myth in cross-cultural perspective. And in that book, there are all these messianic prophecies. He discusses all of these messianic prophecies of different cultures. And it's very fascinating. In these totally unrelated cultures, what you see is this story of the emerging struggle of the forces of cosmos with the forces of chaos. And throughout this long process, you see this incredible struggle. And the struggle is structured very similarly. It looks very much, for those who've read Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces, it looks very much like the hero journey. But it's very interesting. At the end of these different myths and these different cultures, there is a motif which they tend to have in common. They say, at the end of history, the king returns. And there is a mighty battle engaged at that time. And then cosmos is established. So it's not just like, see, the Christians like to think they're the only ones that got this apocalyptic myth. What you learn when you study cultures cross-culturally is that this messianic myth is not Christian, it is human. Yes.
Well, in the Christian, the mythology of the second coming. Right?
Yes. Oh, yes. In fact, if you read all that stuff in Christian apocalyptic and intertestamental literature, this is where you really get the mythic forms of this. But what is fascinating is just get that, just check, don't buy the Forsyth book. It's about, no telling, $60 or something like that. But it is a magnificent cross-cultural study of the combat myth. And, get over here, and the king returns. And the mighty battle is engaged then, and then cosmos, peace with justice, is established. Now, as you know, the Jews and the Christians have a lot of stuff about this, but I don't know whether you're aware that the Buddhists have a thing about this too, because Maitreya is coming. Maitreya is the final Buddha. And I don't know whether you know that in a number of the Islamic traditions, the great Mahdi is coming. And in the Zoroastrian tradition, Sayo-Shant is coming. And I could go on and on and on. In the Native Americans, the Rainbow Warrior is coming. And it goes on. But there is this thing about the return of the king. Now, it's very interesting to watch. The fundamentalist Christians like to think, well, that's Jesus, and he's going to come again, and he's going to whip up on all these people that didn't learn the 5 fundamental truths, you know, of the Bible and get saved. And then there are a lot of Orthodox or Hasidic Jews that feel that, it's not going to be Jesus. We're going to have a real king, not one of these soft male kings that comes back. And he's going to come back, and there's going to be justice established, and so forth and so on. But it's very interesting. People get modernized. For example, a lot of the Reformed Jews, and you talk about the Messianic age, is it won't be one man, one leader. But if you look at this Jungian stuff, it's very interesting. It's like, if it is an increasing awareness and relationship to the king, the Messianic king within, and a conscious relationship formed by it, it's very interesting. Well, you could talk about some Messianic age. It's not what they thought they were talking about. It won't be in any one person if it is to happen. Now, I'm not optimistic about this stuff at all. But, you know, the plumbing's there. The plumbing's there. The wiring's there. And the nice thing about this, as we'll see later tonight, is we don't just have to have bullshitting sessions around this stuff. That is to say, you have an opportunity, you can do active imagination. And you can work with this yourself. And you can see whether or not you can find such a being in your psyche. And you can see whether or not you can form a relationship with such a being. And if you can't, maybe you can't. But a lot of people can't. And it's very interesting, you see. If you can develop a conscious relationship with an archetypal reality that enables you to understand and access a lot more of your potential in these areas that we've been talking about through a process that you can actually do and you can actually monitor and you can actually experiment with yourself without anybody telling you that you can't do it, then that gives you something empirical. You can work on that yourself. You don't need anybody telling you that this is too dangerous. Oh, there's some Jungians like say, don't do that active imagination, it's real spooky. You know, only do that in sessions with me. I charge more when we do it too, you know. But I mean, the important thing, and we'll get into that more later, the important thing is that with Jung, you get experiential techniques which you can work on yourself, and you can see if you can find this being. This is not theology, folks. If you can't find this being, fine. If you can find this being and you don't want to call it G-O-D or anything else, that's fine. But the fact is, a lot of men and a lot of women can indeed form a relationship with this inner king. And I have talked at great length with many of them. And it has great effects on their psyche and their own experiences. So this is a radically different kind of thing. This is not under some priesthood. You know, it's very interesting about human beings. We've talked about this a little bit before. We're sort of inveterate capitalists. You know, if we can get a corner on it, we will sell it. And so human religions exist to package the sacred, get a corner on it, and tell everybody that, well, this king within is really Allah. And if you're not Muslim, you can't have access to it. Or it's really Christ. And if you're not Christian, you can't have access to it. Or it's really the true man of no rank within. You have to be Buddhist. You got to do Buddhist. You got to do Zazen to get to this. We're wonderful. I mean, the World Parliament of Religion just kicked off its centennial celebration this week in Hyde Park. We had all these religionists coming together, from the Zoroastrians to the Buddhists, to the Christians, to the Jews, to the Muslims, and so forth, intuiting that there's some kind of unity in their experiences. But religions have always tried to get a corner on and market archetypal experience. Now, in postmodern human experience, hopefully, we are going to get beyond tribalism and spirituality. Maybe we won't. Chances are good that we won't. But there's a possibility that we might get to working more on human spirituality. Yes?
I see that function of spirituality being more giving them a stable container, so that they don't get overwhelmed with that archetype.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question that religious communities and traditions form wonderful transformers for this archetypal energy. And Jung used to say, if you can relate to a religious tradition, you should. Because it'll help you do this. It'll help you mediate. Like one of the things that I find, I'm not a Roman Catholic, but I love to go to Mass. Because when you go to Mass, you can, and you really understand this kingship stuff, or if you go to some of the churches in Chicago where they really have a strong sense of the Queen of Heaven, you can get some clarity about the archetype of the Queen. But if you have a sense of the kingship and you know what's going on in the Mass, you can get a real dramatic enactment of a connectedness to this king archetype in the Mass. It doesn't matter whether you're Catholic or not. You should try going to a high Mass and thinking king archetype, and you'll see it unfold right before your eyes. Right before your eyes, a empowering connection to this archetypal reality. Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I have a background, Christian apocalyptic, and when I was reading the Pure...
Could you speak up a little bit so they can hear?
I have a background in Christian apocalyptic, and when I was reading the Pure papers by James Hillman, which was written, late 60s, he had this same sort of, he never really said it. He talked about this cosmic event coming at us, that he said he felt really strong that sort of feeds right into it.
James Hillman is very interested in the apocalyptic imagery and stuff. In fact, there's a book called Facing Apocalypse that Hillman has done some things in. You want to just look that book up. There will be a lot more of this apocalyptic imagery, but there are a lot of people that talk about don't realize the relationship between that and this king archetype. And I think if we really understood the messianic queen, we would understand that the same type of thing is operating in the psyche with regard to the messianic queen side of that too. In fact, in some ways, I see a lot more of the messianic queen moving in our culture than I see the messianic king moving in our culture. For example, when I see on the streets of Chicago working class mothers who have to be the ones to take the cleaning up of the streets where their children have to play in their own hands, I think that's messianic queen. That's not messianic king. But in any case, the whole archetypal configuration behind this apocalyptic stuff is the return, of this royal parental imago image. Okay, so let me just say a little bit about accessing now before we will actually do some active imagination, and I'll say a little bit about readings for active imagination before we stop for our break. But let me start with the mundane about accessing the king. You want to understand about the king, you've got to study the king. So you want to start getting into some of the literature on sacral kingship. Start with the Golden Bough, Fraser's. Get Frankfurt's book, Kingship and the Gods. Try to find a copy of Perry's book, Lord of the Four Quarters. I'll try to get that in print for you as soon as possible. But then look in library bibliographies. I mean, in their card catalogs, there's an enormous amount of work being done on this. I've got graduate students who are working on African kingship. Well, I think we're starting our active imagination a little early. I was wondering if that worked. But anyway, so a lot of studying will help you understand the imagery. You need to have a feeling for the symbolism because it's loaded. There's nothing that's not symbolic about sacral kingship. And so you just have to do some hard-nosed study to try to get a feel for this thing. And there's a new film. For example, look at film. Try to use film to get at it. There's a new version of Henry V that's just come out. It will be coming to Chicago soon. And it looks like it will give a fairly good representation of some of European kingship. But anyway, you got to get into some of the study of actual ancient kingship. It will help for you to start doing some study of biography of men who have embodied a lot of this archetypal structure, both in the negative and positive forms. So if you can read a little bit about the psychology of presidents, it will help you. Both in its positive and negative. Don't ever look for a human being that doesn't embody both sides of this archetype, the shadow king as well as the positive side of it. I'm particularly fond of having people study Winston Churchill, Abraham Lincoln, in depth, and a lot of depth, because biography can give you a real feeling of these. If you study the person, read their letters, you get a lot more sense of these qualities by getting deeply into biography of men who carried these qualities. And you can learn a lot about the Shadow King by studying them. Study Adolf Hitler in depth. There's a book called The Psychopathic God, which is a study of Hitler, which is an excellent psychological study that will give you a sense of Hitler as Messianic king, as being in the shadow side of that structure, saving Germany, saving the Aryan people from impurity, from evil. So there's a lot of this kind of study that you can do to familiarize yourself with kingship. This coming Saturday at the Oriental Institute down in Hyde Park, there is a program, a day-long program on the iconography of kingship. So you can they'll probably have a lot of representations of the symbolisms of kingship if you have a serious interest in it. Again, as Jung says, if you're a part of a religious tradition and you can, without too much cognitive dissonance, utilize the symbolism of your tradition, so use that. If you are a Christian, get into some of the old traditional prayer books. If you're a man, don't let anybody get you apologizing for referring to God as a king. Now you're going to have to learn about the feminine side of divinity. That's another agenda. But trying to get away from archetypal masculinity does not make for strong and healthy men. And it sure as hell does not make for strong and healthy boys. And that's one of the things that particularly the mainline Protestant church is going to have to deal with. Because it is doing some things now in slandering the archetypal masculine that need to stop. And it's going to be a problem. So if you can pray as a Buddhist or as a Jew or as a Muslim or as a Native American and that doesn't offend you, then you need to avail yourself of these old resources that were used for most of the millennia of the human race. And you should not let anybody shame you about that. It's better to pray and not be psychotic than not to pray and be real impressed with your intelligence. Yes.
Could you enlarge a little bit on what you said about how the Protestant church is going to have to address what they've done?
There are a lot of people today, and particularly mainline liberal Protestantism, that have a great deal of problem referring to God using any kind of masculine symbolism. They think it's downright demonic. And they call using no sexual language about God inclusive language. That doesn't sound inclusive to me. I think we have to have God and goddess language. We have to have king and queen language. We have to teach men, this is another agenda, as I say, you have to teach men that if they do not form a conscious relationship to the archetypal queen, they're likely to project it on a human woman. And there's just as much mischief that comes from a man projecting the archetypal queen on a human woman as it is for a woman to project the archetypal king on a human man. Because what you do, we do this perpetually in the human race, this is our chronic pathology. To elevate other humans to godhood and hate them and want to kill them. Any human you elevate to godhood, you have enormous, murderous ambivalence toward. Murderous ambivalence. So anytime you're over-idealizing someone, you know, and you always know that when somebody starts idealizing you, you say, did I put on my codpiece today or not? Because I'm likely going to need it. You do not want anybody's idealizations unless you happen to be an analyst whose job is to hold those idealizations until they can be returned. See? And when those inevitable idealizations come at you, it's real useful to know what they are and know that you don't want to keep them. Because these king transferences or queen transferences make us crazy. And they make us crazy without exception. See? There is no human being that is immune from being affected by an idealizing transference. If you get one, it will affect you. And of course, remember, you can have an idealizing transference in this mode, or it can be in the magus mode, or it can be in the lover mode, or it can be in the warrior mode. And any of those idealizing transferences make you crazy. They make you start thinking you're a god or a goddess. And that is, if you understand that, then you understand the importance that psychoanalysts always put on studying transference and countertransference. That's the technical language for what do you do when you have a God transference. Okay. So if you have a tradition, or if you can find one, I say, look, if you don't pride yourself on being the late and great Bertrand Russell, and you can look for a tradition that you might participate in. Look for a tradition. See if you can find containment, like this man was saying, because it's really truth. A tradition can help you contain this stuff, as long as you don't get in some fantasy that the Jews or the Christians or the Muslims or the Buddhists have a corner on it. That's the radical difference that has to emerge now. Okay. So, if you can pray as a way to build this ego self-axis we've been talking about, this ego archetypal self-axis, pray. It's worked for millennia for most of the human beings in history. And, it worked And modernity, a time without prayer, is the most dangerous time in human history. Most dangerous time in human history. We may not get out of this situation. But the hope for getting out of the situation will be reestablishing a connection with the archetypal that is not an identification with it, so that sanity can return to human life. Now, let me close with talking about active imagination. Robert Johnson's book, Inner Work, Harper and Row Press, he has a section in there on how to do active imagination. And there is an older classic book which you all ought to look at as sort of guidelines. It's by Barbara Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H, Barbara Hannah, and its title is Encounter with the Soul. Is it Encounter or Encounters? I think, but somehow, Encounters with the Soul, Active Imagination in Jung's Psychology. And it is a description of ways of carrying on these imaginal dialogues. You see, if you're a Gestalt therapist, you do not assume there are any deep structures. And so when you're doing an imaginal dialogue with a figure in Gestalt therapy, you do not assume that you're activating any kind of deep structural mechanisms. That is not a Jungian position. From a Jungian point of view, there are these deep structures. If you relate to them consciously, you can avoid as much as humanly possible acting them out unconsciously. So when you're doing a visualization dialogue with an imago and you're using a Jungian point of view to interpret what is happening, you're not just on a head trip. And you're not just making this up out of your ego. From a Jungian point of view, there is a deep structure that has an integrity of its own, that's seeking to embody its own energies in your life. Remember, I talked to you before, archetypes are imperialistic and aggressive. They are not passive. In other words, you give an archetype a chance to embody in you, and it will try. So you don't need to worry about this energy not being there, and you do not need to worry about it not being capable of a relationship with you. So in active imagination, what you do is you engage yourself in a lot of Jungian active imagination. They just do it with dream figures. Say you dream of a child. And you go back into a state and you dialogue with this child to try to find out what the child knows that you don't know. And it works. It's amazing. It's amazing what those inner children know about your childhood that you can't remember. But what we do in the case of these archetypes, and what I've done widely, is be very specific. When we do this active imagination after our break, we will be very specific. We will try to find the positive king. Some of you won't be able to. Some of you won't even be able to find a room where he might be. Some of you will be able to find a king that is decked out like Henry VIII. But he treats you like shit. That's not the true king. A lot of you may run into that king. You can't tell by the way they're dressed. Can't tell. It's very interesting. They can really be turned out in lovely flowing robes and a beautiful jeweled crown. And they kind of yawn when they're with you. They're yawning when they're with you and they won't look at you. You know who you got. You got the one that your father mediated. But some of you will be able to make a connection with this reality, who will be able to reconnect you with that thing which you wanted from your father, and maybe never got. So let me open it up for a couple of questions, and then we'll take a break. And then those of you that don't want to do any attempt at this can go home, and the rest of you can come back and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Going back a week or two, we talked about, and in review tonight, we heard about the king bringing peace and justice.
Yes.
Or cosmos.
Cosmos. Yes.
Would you equate that with saying that the presence of manifestation of the king is the manifestation of values, of what we call values in ourselves and in society?
Yeah. He's saying that is the king a manifestation of what we call values in our society. It's certainly that, because the king does bring a sense of value. No relationship with this, no sense of value. You get all these people that come to therapy who feel like they are worthless. If they feel that they are worthless, they have not received a blessing. And this entity is that entity which blesses the masculine aspect of the soul. And if you feel worthless as a man, this archetypal reality has not enabled you to constellate that sense of value. So that is certainly one thing.
Interesting. I guess I meant value from a different perspective, I can appreciate. Maybe there's a similar strain, but I meant values in the sense of peace, justice, truth, beauty, health.
Meaning, yes, that's right, meaning. Vocation. For example, he's just saying much more public values. I would like to identify with that with the public. If you have no connection with this, you have no concern for the public. See, it's that sense of cosmos' world. Without a connection with this, you don't care about the rainforest. See? Doesn't affect me. Fantasy doesn't affect me. If you have no connection with this, there is no sense of any vocation with a capital V. And so one kind of wonders, well, what's my life about? I'm a successful lawyer, quote unquote. But I'm depressed all the time. I mean, I make a lot of money, but I'm depressed all the time. Well, of course, because making a lot of money, a lot of people lust after that, but once you make a lot of money, you realize it doesn't give you any sense of real meaning in life. That's why so many people with a lot of money are cocaine addicts. Because they know that it doesn't give you a sense of meaning. And so it's clearly this thing which gives a man clearly a sense of meaning, vocation, purpose, responsibility, values that are transpersonal values. They talk about transpersonal psychology. This is the core, the foundational ground of transpersonal values in the psyche. And, you know, we talk about warriors. There are a lot of people that are interested in warriors, you know, being warriors today. You know, there's a lot of talk about warriors and so forth. It's quite clear at the archetypal level, there is no warrior without the king. There are mercenaries without the king, but there are no warriors, because the warrior archetype is an archetype that embodies those very qualities you're talking about. It is a transpersonal commitment to a moral realm. And the power of the warrior exists to defend those values which are embodied in this thing we're talking about. So, that's why I like to say, they like to talk about the rainbow warrior. Well, to have a rainbow warrior, you have to have a rainbow king. That's the way it is.
What is it that the queen does in the king blesses it?
Well, she does a lot of that same thing for him. It's like there's a sense in which, see, at this deepest level, look at Jung's books on alchemy and look at the pictures. See, you got to look at the pictures. You can't understand the psyche without looking at pictures. You look at the pictures, you got the king and the queen. That is deep within you. And your total capacity to function in relationship and not in total narcissism, is dependent upon your being able to have a queen's blessing too. Because if you've not received that feminine enlivening animation, that animation of your feminine potentials, you can't relate to a real woman. You're going to do like the Judeo-Christian God, think you can get along just with the masculinity. And so that's another thing. But the point of it is, if a man does not have that connection with the archetypal queen, he will be putting that on human women. And he will be disempowered in their presence, probably impotent in their presence, and he will hate them and want to hurt them. And so that's why I like to say to men, it's time for you to start looking at your images of the goddess. Not to be a good boy. You look at images of the goddess to stop being a good boy. But that's another rap for another time. One more comment, yeah.
For you, you talked about this power as wanting everything at its core, sucking everything into itself.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused with that view, with the view of creating the cosmos and sort of the unconscious drive to create justice and morality.
When the ego has an unconscious relationship with this stuff, the field that it creates in the human is sort of the black hole. And you get in the human personality, you get enormous compulsive acquisitiveness or compulsive behaviors and so forth, simply because of overloading circuits. And any particular archetypal configuration, you will notice when you study these things clinically, that's just the clinical observation, you will notice the way in which in different personalities, different ones of these archetypal configurations totally dominate. And if you get into the king or the queen, it does not want the lover to have any space. And the warrior, you see this if you're a workaholic. You listen to these warrior tapes that I put out. If you're a workaholic, there's no space for anything except the warrior. And the warrior has no family. It has no mother, it has no father, it has no children, it has no feelings, it's just doing its mission. See? And so in that sense, archetypal configurations are all imperialistic when they're splitting. It's really a splitting phenomenon. In the deep self, these things are united. In the archetypal self, these things are united. And there's a kind of a balance of all these, in the conjunctio. If you want to see the mysterium conjunctionis of Jung, that is an image of the balance of all these energies together. The problem is when human beings don't get a clear differentiation from that and relate to it consciously. Because when they start trying to embody that in the human personality, it tends to split up. And then each one of the configurations start warring with each other. So you can't put the fullness of the conjunctio in a human ego completely. It's like Jung's idea of a spirit complex. You don't want to try to integrate that. You don't try to integrate the archetypal self in a total way, because it makes you psychotic. So that's all I meant by that. That's a good question. It's an important point. Archetypal energies, when they get into the ego in a unconscious flooding way, make you crazy. Yeah.
In a sense, are you saying we're spectators in our relationship to these archetypes?
Well, not unless you view a relationship as being a spectator.
Okay, it's more interactive.
Well, it's a relationship, like a relationship between you and a friend. Jung always talked about personify it and build a relationship with it. That was his root. for dealing with these unconscious personifications. Personify it, build a relationship with it that will last over your life. It's a lot of work, right? Well, that's what Robert Johnson calls his book, Inner Work. Inner Work. Let's take a break, about 10 minutes. Those of you that don't want to try an active imagination can take off, and we'll see you again sometime. Those of you that would like to come back in here in about 10 minutes, and we'll do an active imagination.